Hey, everyone! If you enjoy my quantum audiobooks, you can support me by becoming a Patreon member. Your support helps me keep creating, and you'll get exclusive perks. You can also access my audiobooks directly through Google Drive. Check out the link in the description. Now, let's get started. The situation seems to be heading towards an increasingly bizarre situation. Originally, when the final boss came out, the positive protagonists should try their best to rebirth, break through and upgrade to a level, and finally cut down the boss. This is the normal process. But now this ghost situation, embarrassed to death, several people stared at each other at a loss. If Kaguya was a tougher boss, it would be better, but she is still soft. Under the premise that no one threatens her, she is even more motionless, seems to be integrating this short period of black absolutely memory on the body. As for Heiju, it was originally Kaguya's will to split off with yin and yang. It was the will of despair at the juncture of being sealed by the two suns. But because of his independent consciousness, Heiju is also Kaguya's in a sense. Child. This big girl is also suffering. Luo Bing scanned the data with the eyes of data and immediately saw through Kaguya's life experience. To be precise, this big girl is an alien, and the planet she lives in is no fun. This broken Otsutsuki Zushing is a pure fighting nation. To put it bluntly, invading other planets is their daily routine. And Kaguya, a grassroots cadre who was assigned to the Earth to plant the sacred tree, she was a kind woman from the beginning, and she couldn't bear to destroy the Earth. Because she knew that once the seeds of the divine tree were planted, the planet would soon absorb its vitality and eventually wither and die, thus becoming a Death Star. From Kaguya's data, Luo Bing can clearly see that their race is very powerful, but they're almost all lunatics, relying on the pills provided by the divine tree to make themselves stronger and stronger. It can be said that they don't need to practice hard, they just need to take drugs. And this medicine is the seed condensed by the divine tree absorbing the huge vitality. Because Kaguya was born very beautiful, she was different from the indigenous girls on Earth at that time, so she was attracted by the Emperor of the Motherland, the first country on this planet. The ignorant Kaguya thought she had met true love, so she lived a happy life with the Son of Heaven and gave birth to 2 children. But soon, wars began. Humans in various regions were dissatisfied with the Emperor's rule, and many small countries took root one by one. Because of the war and because of the horns on Kaguya's head, all the ministers began to take advice like His Majesty the Son of Heaven, pointing out that Kaguya was a monster and a symbol of evil. And the reason why she thinks this way is entirely because Kaguya used the power of weak chakra in the rebellion again and rescued the Emperor from the rebels. But it is because of this godlike power that everyone is afraid and jealous. All people are ignorant, and the Son of Heaven is no exception. Facts have proved that in the face of power and beauty, the Emperor chose his own rights and sent troops to kill Kaguya. And Kaguya, just completely blackened under such grief. She can no longer care about the human beings on Earth. She thinks that men are all liars. She escaped from death, took her own children to a remote area, and planted a sacred tree. Year after year passed. The sacred tree slowly expanded and soon caused the surrounding environment to change. The sky was dry and the land was dry, and the name was not worth living. And Kaguya's 2 children gradually grew up. Because of Kaguya's protection, the village they lived in gradually grew in size. And this group of people were all named by Kaguya with the surname of Otsutsuki. Gradually. Because the environment was getting worse and worse, the worship organized by Kaguya Heim began. It was a random draw, which could also be called a divine choice. Those chosen by the gods will go to serve the sacred tree for a lifetime, begging for good weather in the coming year, and the big guy will not starve to death. But it's all bullshit. In fact, it is to be converted into a white absolute. On the one hand, it quickly ripened the divine tree, and on the other hand, Kaguya also regarded these Baiju as her own army. But she didn't choose who to choose, but she chose the girl that her eldest son liked. Who can be blamed for this? Can Otsutsuki Yui agree? Yui and Yumura are the biological sons of Kaguya, and although they have half the blood of the Earth, this does not affect their extraordinary abilities. They have been as powerful as cows since they were young and can do things that other villagers can't. Especially Hamamura, he was born with the same eyes as his mother, can see through and farsighted, 360 degrees without dead ends. That is the first white eyes. On the contrary, Yui is not as outstanding as his younger brother. He is a very ordinary existence. Even if he has horns on his head, he is not much stronger than others. Seeking Flowers 0. Seeing the childhood sweetheart who has never heard from him and never returned, Yui gradually became suspicious while feeling sad, and then he started his own investigation. He's going to take a look at the divine tree. Take a look at your childhood sweetheart. What kind of life are you living? The two brothers Otsutsuki were inseparable and soon discovered the truth of the divine tree. In a fit of anger, Yui, who had ordinary pupils, directly opened the Sengu Jade writing Malai. And this is the first step for the 6 Path Immortals to create the ninja world. 1. Everything becomes much easier. From the information seen by the Eye of Data, after her son knew the truth, Kagaya not only did not explain, but felt that it was all right. The lethality of this sentence is simply too terrifying for the two brothers who just died of childhood sweethearts. Contradictions are endless. Later, after a battle that lasted for almost a few months, Yui from Samsara and Hanamura from Tensigan joined hands to seal their mother. That's where the moon came from. After the mother was sealed, the two brothers felt the pain and understood their growth. One chose to travel the world, create a ninja sect, spread chakra, build bridges, help the world, make up for the process committed by his mother, and make the world a better place. The other chose to guard the moon and accompany his mother forever. As for Heiju, it was Kagaya who was created and left behind the moment she was sealed, planning her mother's unsealing plan for thousands of years. That's right, the Earth was originally an ordinary planet, and the most powerful warriors were warriors with swords. It was because of the sudden arrival of an alien that it developed into today's world where ninjas are rampant. To be honest, the so-called history of the ninja world is the history of the Otsutsuki family. Throughout the thousands of years that have passed, the disputes and stories that have arisen here are just a continuation of the grievances of the Otsutsuki family. Papa. Luo Bing couldn't help clapping his hands. What a wonderful drama. He was suddenly thankful that he didn't have a mother. Look at this mother-in-law problem. How serious. And Luo Bing's sudden applause seemed to resolve this awkward situation. It's a long description, but in the blink of an eye, Naruto and Sasuke flew to Luo Bing. Hey, these teenagers have grown up very fast, and now they can fly. Big brother Luo, this technique must be lifted now, otherwise, everyone trapped in the white cocoon will die. Naruto shouted anxiously. Sasuke on the side was also sweating profusely, because his brother and parents were also wrapped in the cocoon. Now, every minute, every second, the divine tree is absorbing the vitality from them. Although it seems slow, it is irreversible after all, and there is no delay. Buzz. A door of space suddenly opened from Kagaya's side. 873 Otsutsuki Yui forcibly returned from the dead place and slapped his mother with a palm. What kind of hatred is this? Humph. Kagaya snorted coldly, flung her sleeves, and the feathers of her soul body flew out backwards, and her figure became sluggish, and it seemed that it might be disintegrated at any time. Stop it, mother, don't. Let it go on like this. Yui's face was wrinkled, looking very old. Even he, in this long period of time, will be approaching the end of the lamp. He forcibly stayed in the dead place for too long. From the Warring States period, Yui realized his missteps. The ninja sect he spread did not save the world, but caused more harm to people with ulterior motives. His two sons, Indra and Azura, were at odds with each other and were provoked by Heijue, causing chaos again and again. The previous generation of Indra and Ashura Chakra were reincarnated as Madara Uchiha and Senju Hashirama. And this generation is Naruto and Sasuke. What's inside and outside? Chakra is mine. What's wrong with me taking back my own things? What do you know? Kagaya couldn't help cursing. Due to her deep hatred for the Son of Heaven, Kagaya is actually ruthless when dealing with the mother-son relationship. If she can be gentle or explain a little bit, it is impossible for her to be sealed by her two sons. But there are not so many ifs in this world. Grandpa. Naruto and Sasuke looked at Yui Otsutsuki in surprise. They had all seen this character in their dreams. It is because of him that Naruto and Sasuke have had such a big change. Now, one of Sasuke's eyes has evolved into the 6-Go Jade Samsara Eye, which is the help given by the grandfather in the dream. And Naruto has also successfully obtained the 6-Path Immortal mode, with 9 black hook jades neatly arranged on his golden glowing body. He's not an old grandfather, he is the 6-Path Immortal in your history, Otsutsuki Yui. The big girl next to him is his mother, Otsutsuki Kagaya. Actually, Naruto, Sasuke, there are Juras and Indras in your souls. In a sense, Kagaya is also your grandmother. Luo Bing explained with great interest. Then he snapped his fingers, his golden pupils burst into dazzling light, and the scarlet moon in the sky gradually faded away. And all the people who were bound in the cocoon fell to the ground in an instant, except for their pale faces, nothing else. Unlimited monthly reading lifted. With a higher authority, Luo Bing wanted to get in touch with this technique, but it was just a thought. Even snapping his fingers was a copy of Thanos' classic moves, because he wanted to be handsome. What's wrong with me? Confused and opened his eyes, Tsunade and a group of awakened people looked at the situation in front of them a little dazed. Great! Thank you, big brother Luo. Naruto shouted excitedly, and Sasuke on the side couldn't hold back his joy and nodded respectfully towards Luo Bing. Who are you? Are you a watcher? Or an inspector? Kagaya's pupils shrank, the blue veins around her eyes were exposed. She stared at Luo Bing, and the chakras all over her body seemed to be in trouble at any time. Shh, don't be nervous. Luo Bing put one hand to his mouth and made a silent gesture. I understand what you mean. You stole the fruit of the divine tree, which is not allowed by our rules. That's why you created an army of Baiju in an attempt to resist those compatriots who are about to come? Luo Bing smiled, the corners of his mouth yang, but what he said made Kagaya break a cold sweat. Kagaya felt that her whole body was being seen through, and her eyes staring at Luo Bing became more and more severe. The monitors and inspectors in your mouth should be the anti-corruption teams on your planet. To prevent the people who planted the sacred tree from guarding and stealing, I guessed it right? Hey, but this infinite monthly reading technique is quite interesting. If it operates according to Tony's thinking, this thing can create a lot of value, such as creating a full virtual game world or something. The infinite monthly reading technology operates on the virtual helmet. Very interesting. 35 Luo Bing nodded to himself. Sasuke and Naruto looked at each other. All the awakened ninjas also looked at each other in dismay. What is big brother Luo talking about? Naruto looked at Sasuke inexplicably. Sasuke wiped the cold sweat from his forehead and shook his head. I know a ghost. You. In the end. Who is it? Kagaya said a few words coldly from between her teeth. It can be seen that her patience is running out. If it wasn't for fear of the opponent's strength, she would have already started. Well, I'm just a passing justice hero. 5.0. He is 1.85 meters tall, 18 years old, handsome in appearance, has many girlfriends, but has not yet married. What is this big girl doing? Luo Bing said. He visualized a mirror in his hand and straightened his hairstyle in front of the mirror. Kagaya. I can't take it anymore. Pick up. 80 God's air strike. SHHHHHH. A wave of invisible fluctuations rushed in the direction of Luo Bing. At the same time as this attack came, Ling Lai's wind blew away everything in an instant, turning into pieces of knives, powerful and discreet, and attacking Luo Bing directly as if overwhelming. And Luo Bing stood there. I didn't hide. 80 God airstrike. This is an extraordinary body technique that can exercise chakra to the extreme, and only Kagaya Otsutsuki can activate. Gather chakra into the palm of your hand and release it to generate countless powerful fists. The fist can be used not only for attack, but also for defense. In combination with Kagaya's pupil technique, it can form a perfect formation that integrates attack and defense. It is similar to the 8 trigrams air palm of the Hyuga clan, but its power is completely different. Its power can instantly shatter Sasuke's reincarnation Isusanu's complete body and instantly kill Naruto's multiple 6 shadow duplications. Facing such a powerful punch, Luo Bing of at the moment did not move at all, just stood there, not even raising his hand. What is he doing? He didn't react. Although Madara Uchiha was already half crippled, according to his rich combat experience, if this blow fell on him, even if he didn't die, he would still be half crippled. K, who inflicted his own injury, is weak. Moreover, the Yi Kai, produced by the explosion of the 8 gates Duinjia Death Gate, is not a continuous attack. His burst of power can only last for one blow. And 80 God Air Strike. Literally, it can be seen that this is 80 consecutive attacks of divine power. Shake the sky with the power of immortality, attack and defense as one merciless fist. Every punch is a kill. And the Luo Bing in the air didn't even move at all. There is no dodge, no defense, and it just floats in the air so hard, it seems to be frightened. Kagaya Otsutsuki squinted his eyes. He didn't know what the guy on the opposite side was doing. At the moment, she couldn't care less. Boom. The transparent white light beam blasted Luo Bing's body with a piercing energy wave. This blow brought together all the chakras in Kagaya's body because facing this unknown man, she had to pay full attention and did not dare to relax at all. When the attack directly hit Luo Bing's body, Kagaya smiled. She knew how powerful her attack was, but it wasn't enough. Boom boom boom. In just 1 second, 80 divine air strikes landed directly on Luo Bing's eyebrows. Because the brain is the most vulnerable place in the human body, and the sound barrier and chaotic attack produced by Shinkong Strike have a very powerful penetrating power. Even if the heavenly spirit cover is not broken, it is enough to rush into the cranial cavity and stir the brain into a piece of mud. Everyone looked at Luo Bing in the sky worriedly, and their hearts tightened at the same time. Why don't you defend? What is Big Brother Luo thinking? Xiaoying frowned and shouted roar loudly, as if she wanted to wake up Luo Bing in the air. Is it an illusion? Sasuke's eyes jumped, and his heart was half cold. Damn. This kind of attack. Even the aftermath of the spread makes me unable to get close. Big Brother Luo. Hold on. Big Brother Luo. Naruto jumped his feet in a hurry. The attack was too fast. He had no room to react at all, and even getting close has become very difficult. A drop of crystal clear sweat dripped from Kagaya's pale face. It was her after so many divine air strikes in one perfect hit. Her body was also a little weak. The main thing is that he played too much fun. Facing a target that didn't move or defend at all, Kagaya didn't have the slightest intention to hold back, and in an instant, his strongest power broke out. And this momentary explosion completely drained most of the immortal power in her body. But it doesn't matter, just need a short rest. The 8 half-tailed beasts in his body can quickly recover for her. Tear off. A crisp shattering sound came out. All the ninjas were stunned to find that Luo Bing, who was quietly in midair, had nothing to do with it. On the contrary, due to the excessive force, Kagaya's 2 sleeves were torn apart one after another, turning into pieces, revealing her arm as white as jade. And then? It's over. Senior Luo seems to be safe and sound, but Kagaya has torn sleeves. What's the reason? Namake's Minami was pale, and half of the 9 tails in his body were shared with his son. Now the wave wind Minato cannot bear it. Without the support of 9 tails chakra, he could fall at any time. No trauma, not even the slightest trace of clothing. So, is Big Brother Luo already so powerful? Sasuke was silent. His will reincarnation stared at the back of the powerful man in the sky, and felt the gap in strength deep in his heart. Are you all right? Great. Naruto breathed a sigh of relief. He was so anxious just now that his tears were about to come out. Is this really a dimensional battle with us? All the ninjas who woke up from the cocoon looked terrified, looking at the ground that was torn into thousands of ravines and canyons under Yue. Each of them had a complicated mood. Even some people can't see the battle in the sky at all, and can only guess based on the earthquakes and storms around them. This scene, just too suffocating. Even Kagaya was stunned, and after a while, a few words were spit out between her teeth. her face full of despair. No. Impossible. Why doesn't my attack work? 873. A target that doesn't move at all. Kaguya has exhausted her greatest means of attack, but it has no effect at all. This is simply a desperate thing. Is the gap between me and him too big? Kaguya clenched her fists tightly, her eyes gradually darkening. Luo Bing, who was on the opposite side, suddenly made a confused voice. Then, Luo Bing twisted his arms and looked refreshed. I'm sorry, I just fell asleep. Recently, I hung up the phone in the background, and I slept irregularly. By the way, big sister, where have we talked? He said with a sunny and warm smile. This is a smile that comes from the heart, with an inexplicable infectious power. It can heal people's unrest in the shortest time, and it will also increase the charm value to 999. Luo Bing is really asleep. Due to the reason that the background hangs up and shuts down, he doesn't need sleep at all, and he doesn't feel sleepy at all, but occasionally he has a flash of inspiration, and there will be a short hibernation. Sometimes it is about a second or two. No more than 1 minute. Oh, by the way, you were just about to attack, right? It seems to be dozens of airstrikes. Okay, I'm ready. You can make a move. Let's make a move. Let's make a move. Luo Bing's voice echoed in everyone's ears. Uchiha Madara. Sasuke. Wave Wind Watergate. The Sure of the reincarnation of the dirt. Uchiha Itachi. All ninjas present. Speechless, embarrassed, don't know what to say. You are awesome. You are the biggest bully. I kneel to you. Kaguya at the moment was very aggrieved. At this moment, she even wanted to cry a little. I thought that even if the other party was fine, they used some powerful secret technique to support it and defend it. The other said. He fell asleep? Moreover, those pure eyes don't seem to be fake at all. He just fell asleep. And myself? Not even a sleeping person did harm? Huge amounts of grievances like waves, like a tsunami that hit Kaguya's heart. At this moment, the soul of the Six Paths immortal Otsutsuki Yui on the side was also feeling sad for her mother. Even the carefree Naruto, at the moment, wiped the cold sweat on his forehead embarrassedly, coughed, and said timidly, Big brother Luo. She has already made a move. Luo Bing. Lying down. Here are several meanings. I was attacked by myself. This is too despicable. Hit me while I'm sleeping. His heart was very complicated, but looking at Kaguya's autistic face on the opposite side, Luo Bing was relieved slowly. He coughed awkwardly, not knowing what to say. This eldest girl was betrayed by her husband and sealed by her son, and now even sneak attacking me has no effect. Poor guy too. I won't shut myself down. Shall I show it a little bit? Save face for the other party? Otherwise, what if this woman cried? After all, it is also the last big boss. It should be respected a little, right? So, Luo Bing suddenly turned pale and covered his heart in pain. At the moment, Luo Bing burst out with acting like a movie king and covered his heart with one hand. Is it the end of the attack? No wonder my heart hurts so much, Kaguya. I, Luo Bing, would like to call you the strongest in the ninja world. Opposite. Kaguya's complexion became even worse, and even a drop of crystal tears rolled in her eyes. Uchiha Madara. Sasuke. Wave Wind Watergate. The Sure of the reincarnation of the dirt. Uchiha Itachi. All ninjas present. Naruto even blushed a little this time, and explained timidly, Big brother Luo. She hit your head, not your heart. Luo Bing's right hand froze slightly while covering his heart. Awkward. At this time, it was too late for him to switch his right hand to his head, which would only deepen the embarrassing atmosphere. What's more, the big guy also saw this at this time, and it doesn't make any sense to pretend to go on. Cough cough. Luo Bing coughed to himself, turned around and glanced around, and then whistled when no one was around. Kaguya, 66. Kaguya accepted her fate and slowly landed on the ground, shaking her head. No one knew what she was thinking. You win. As she said that, her body slowly became transparent. The chakra on her body was divided into 9, and it turned into 9-tailed beasts again. Kagaya accepted her fate, and in front of this powerful man, she didn't even have the courage to resist. Struggle? AJ. Mother, you. Heiju was silent. But after seeing all this in his eyes, it was also relieved, and in the end did not say anything. This is an irresistible force. Everything looks so ridiculous. 9 trumpets. Naruto happily waved towards Joe. Sundara's 9 tails snorted coldly, and without a word, got into Naruto's stomach, where it was his home. Big guy. I'm sorry, my mother did a lot of wrong things and caused a lot of serious consequences. It's unforgivable, Yui Otsutsuki's weak soul said softly. However, she has now repented. I would like to use my last soul power to atone for her. I'm sorry, mother. Otsutsuki Yui stood up and finally glanced at her weak mother with a sunny smile. The old and weak six-path immortal seemed to have made a decision and nodded slightly to his mother. Then, he put his index and middle fingers together, put them on his chest, and performed his last ninjutsu in this world with the body of his soul. God 6 paths. Reincarnation is born. 39. Crash la la la. Dense light clusters of souls are recalled from the dead. All evil begins with our family. It's up to me to finish. Come back. Those who died on this battlefield. The door to the dead place opened, and each soul was attached to the original body. Those who lost their bodies were attached to Baiju's body. The soul was integrated, and Baiju had the appearance of the master of the soul. And the big tube would feather coat. After releasing the last rays of light, his body slackened, starting from the soles of his feet, turning into flickering lights. My beloved ninja world. Even though it breeds so much sadness and pain. But in the end, I hope it will grow in the face of adversity and get better, and get better. 39. Halfway through the words, Otsutsuki Yui disappeared forever. His soul did not go to the land of the dead, because he had no soul. Xianjiahao. In the 4th Ninja World War, too many people died. Yui contributed his soul to accomplish this heaven-defying move. Feather. Yui, my child. There was a tear in Kagaya's eye, and she hadn't shed a tear for a long, long time. No, it's not your fault. It's me. Do not. This time, she was crying extraordinarily sad, like an ordinary, a mother who lost her child. Everyone is passive. Luo Bing is no exception. Luo Bing sighed, the corner of his mouth raised a familiar arc. Very warm and reliable. Alas, Ridge. There are always people who want to jump out and steal my limelight. I hate seeing other people live and die the most. It's a hassle. Go back in time. A new day, a sunny day. In the leisurely and comfortable Konoha village. Lord Hokage, are you sure you don't want to take off your mask? The Hokage rock technical worker looked strangely at Kakashi, who was cooperating with the mold making in front of him. No need, that's fine. Kakashi's black pupils rolled over the dead fish eyes. His pupils recovered. The only thing that didn't change was the deep scar left on his left eye. Kakashi said that it belonged to him. Merit. Above the Hokage office, the 4th Hokage Naruto Minato and the 5th Hokage Tsunade Haim make a pair of teas. Ms. Tsunade. About Konoha's new construction plan. Wouldn't a casino that can accommodate 5,000 people at the same time not be good? A cold sweat broke out, and she laughed shyly. What's wrong? I think it's good, yo, Minato. You have to know that the casino is a battlefield, although the ninja world is now at peace. But we can't relax. From now on, the casino is our treasury. 35 Tsunade Haim glanced at the small teacup in front of her, pushed the quilt away impatiently, poured a cup of scorching white wine, and drank it. The mute on the side was silent, and the little piglet in his arms also hummed twice. Minato waved with sweat on his forehead. What nonsense is this? The area of the village will be expanded tenfold. Anyway, we have free construction workers, so we don't need to use them for nothing. 33 Tsunade snorted and poured another glass of wine. Cough cough. Speaking of which, I want to take a look at the construction ahead. Minato smiled gently and disappeared in place in an instant as if fleeing. Oh, Tsunade-sama, you are too rude. You scared Minato-sama away. Mute sighed, and the little pig in his arms also made a humming sound. Cut, it's boring. It's so boring. I don't even have anyone who can drink. That kid Minato has no meaning at all. Tsunade grumbled in dissatisfaction, and then she was stunned for a moment. The man fell from the sky and landed on the ground with a dazed expression, raising a cloud of dust. Huh. Flying Thor loomed, and a large-scale forest appeared between Namake's Minato. Teacher, you're here. Uchiha Obito wiped the sweat from his forehead, took a breath, and ran over. The relationship between Minato and Obito is very complicated. After all, the Nine-Tails night happened, but Minato is not a careful person. He smiled and touched Obito's head. I'm hungry. I brought you a bento and your favorite red bean cake. Minato turned his back to the sun, with a gentle smile on his face. Teacher. Obito choked in his voice and lowered his head silently. Teacher, you're biased. A small figure ran over, holding 2 water bags in his hand, smiling like a spring flower. Definitely not, Lin. I brought you your favorite strawberry. Minato rubbed the little girl's head beside him and took another bento from behind like magic. Thank you, teacher. Obito and Rin hung on Minato's body one by one. Ahahaha. Minato scratched his head, the golden hair tips shone in the sunlight, reflecting warm flashes. Yangshi. I'm full. Continue my journey of redemption. Would escape. The art of the great forest. Bang, 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 bang. Thousands of Naruto flashed all over the ninja world, repairing the traces of the earth torn by ninja war. Yo, stinky, but this time I'm definitely faster than you. Naruto shouted, so the shadow duplication burned with the light of nine-tailed chakra. After that, all Naruto fired together, constantly using throwing both hands on the ground, moving mountains to fill the sea, and digging with bare hands. Humph. Sasuke sneered, folded his arms around his chest, and the 6-hooked jade reincarnation eye in his left eye rotated slightly. Stupid Naruto, forgive me, this is the last time. God, the technique of filling the pit. 39. Damn. Don't imitate Brother Itachi's tone. Shut up. That's my brother. 39. Sakura sighed, looked at the 2 careless guys in the distance, and rubbed her forehead in distress. Buffa, can you 2 stop the meeting? Tomorrow is Kakashi-sensei's inauguration ceremony. What gifts should I prepare? In the new Uchiha compound, Uchiha Itachi and his father play chess on the tatami. The father and son didn't communicate much. After a game of chess, the 2 smiled at each other. Fuyue patted Itachi on the shoulder. Itachi nodded and looked up at the scorching sun in the sky. By the way, the price of pigs is very expensive now. I think it should be the reason for the 4th ninja war. The price of this pig has doubled. Mikoto and Kushina, who have been dead for more than 10 years, wandered the vegetable market leisurely, looking like housewives, picking and choosing, talking and laughing, preparing a sumptuous dinner for the family. It's nice to be young. Kai in a wheelchair looked at the laughing children in the distance and glanced helplessly at the watermelon-headed boy behind him. Lee, you also get married and have a baby. I'll help you see. This kind of thing. No. No way. Shaoli blushed instantly, his head smoking. Hi, Niji. Long time no see. Let's fight. Shaoli looked at Niji, who was passing by, immediately changed the subject, and ran over in a hurry. This kid. Kai sighed, shook his head helplessly, and smiled. A white dove landed on the window edge of Hinata, and the girl with white eyes gently picked up the bait on the side, looked at the sky in the distance, sorted out the letters on the table, and showed a blush on her cheeks. This is a brand new day. Perhaps for the future ninja world, every day is a new day. There will be pain, happiness, sunshine, and darkness in this day. But these are all things that have to be experienced. It is also happiness that must be endured. The Day of the Dead is coming soon. Now there is a special discount for booking the reincarnation of the Dirty Earth. Just provide the relics of your relatives, and you can go through the formalities. The reincarnation of the Dirty Earth is a day trip to see here. He shouted enthusiastically, although at the moment he still had chains on his hands, but his expression was still full of sunshine and smile. Orochimaru on the side sighed helplessly. He really had nothing to say about his current pocket. Turning around, Orochimaru continued to do his own experiments. But this time, instead of studying human biology, he studies science. Okay. Luo Bing waved his hand and patted the table heavily. Mara, Hazuma, Kagaya, Kuroju Yui tomorrow. 35. Tomorrow we'll raid Otsutsuki Zushing. Snatch back all the fruits. The universe is vast, and for the huge universe, the ninja world is just an inconspicuous little corner. For the fighters of the Otsutsuji tribe, every day is a good day for invasion. The hardworking Otsutsuji people picked brand new seeds of the sacred tree from the Garden of Eden and then classified them one by one according to different types and different species. Look, it's a new species. I found a new species of sacred tree. Great! According to the experimental data, the load and absorption conversion rate of this divine tree are 10 times that of the previous one. I want to correct the name of the hybrid god tree seed. This is so great. This will be the greatest discovery in the 65th era of Zushing. A group of mad scientists with white pupils wearing Ningo Jade Imperial robes shouted excitedly. A young scientist helped the glasses on the bridge of his nose. This guy is a recent genius, and his life experience is also very rich. Otsutsuki was short-sighted from birth, and he was conservatively ridiculed. For the belligerent Otsutsuji people, this kind of thing should be sent to the Edge Planet to colonize and plant the sacred tree. But fortunately, Wood's father is a declining noble. Although he is declined and no one cares about it, it is fortunate that the pedestrians of Otsutsuji are very fancy about the hierarchy. Therefore, Wood was sent to a noble school by his father since he was a child, and he paid 10 more than ordinary people. With more effort, Wood vowed to make a breakthrough on the Scarlet Ancestor Star. And then, he made it. He became the most talented and youngest sacred tree scientist in this century. This kind of corruption rate, it's really terrible. The new breed is too dangerous. I suggest to stop and check. With our current understanding, there is no guarantee about the instability of the new breed. Wood frowned tightly. Looking at the strange seed in the vessel always had a bad premonition in his heart. Wood, you are still young. Although you are very talented, you are too cautious. You must know that art comes from life and truth comes from practice. An experienced old man shook his head disdainfully and patted Wood on the shoulder. Subsequently, with the unanimous consent of everyone, the seed was sent to the M79 Nebula for planting. Alas, Wood sighed, others were humble and had little effect on the decision of the meeting. He can only sigh, in this universe of natural selection, if you want to survive, you need not only strength, but also luck. Apparently, the blue star of the M78 Nebula is not so lucky. This is a planet similar to the development of the Earth in the 21st century and the rapid development of science and technology civilization. After 5,000 years of history, Darwell's theory of evolution, although controversial, is basically recognized by the public. Although creationism began to decline, many blue star people still did not give up their beliefs. However, exploring the universe is the most novel topic for them today. Because the Blue Star SS, Space Exploration Agency, released an updated message in the early hours of this morning. Aliens found. An alien with horns on its head, roughly in the shape of a human, and the information in the film is only a few dozen seconds. But this discovery is enough to make astrology fans all over the world revel in revelry. But soon some experts came out to refute, insinuating SIS's falsification on social media, making a mystery, and produced a lot of video forgery evidence, and also pretentiously complained about the SS alien conspiracy theory, which triggered the current turbulent situation. Bad ambition. People who eat melons are very happy when they see it. Luo Xian, let's go to the internet cafe to play games together after school, all night long today. It's been a hell of a night, haven't you read the news? I found aliens, the end of the world is coming, hurry to the supermarket to swallow salt and rice. You won't be able to grab the blue star aunt and uncle. Luo Xian looked with his best friend, he was speechless. Cut, you believe that too, ouch, it's just a promotion, big brother. Don't mention this, I'm angry when you mention it. I had a trouble 3 years ago. I haven't finished eating the salt in my house yet, and I don't know if it's expired or not. By the way, you're also very angry when you say that. Those aunts and uncles usually ask us to give up their seats on the bus one by one. It's because everyone is eager to rob the supermarket. When they danced the square dance, they didn't see their legs and feet, right? Luo Xian was speechless, looking at the blue sky. He always had a bad premonition in his heart. A voice reminded him. He had to get ready, the end was really coming. For flowers 0. Look, the schoolgirl, Senior Ling Shui. Wow. I bet that she must be more beautiful today than yesterday because she once again awakened the dead love in my heart. Luo Xian. Ignoring the quarrelsome best friend, Luo Xian glanced at the back of the school flower in the distance, and a secret love secretly grew in the heart of the 17-year-old boy. After all kinds of rejections, Luo Xian returned to his home alone and started his own great cause. Perhaps because he played too many doomsday games, Luo Xian always had a sense of crisis. He dug a small secret base in the backyard of his home, which took him 5 years. At first, he was just playing, but after digging, he became more serious. Be prepared, even if you have a spare time at the warehouse. Crash. A thunder streak across the sky, illuminating the entire Dawn City. Thunder? It's raining? Eh? Didn't the weather forecast say? Luo Xian scratched his head in confusion. At this time, a black shadow rushed towards him swiftly and pressed him directly to the ground. Stop, Xiaohei, you're scared. Don't lick, okay? I know you're hungry. Luo Xian helplessly clasped his big dog's neck with his hands and rolled his eyes. It's raining so hard. While muttering, Luo Xian went back to the bedroom and took out the dog food, holding an umbrella, while feeding the big hybrid dog of unknown breed that he picked up while looking at the dark sky in the distance. That dark cloud always gave him a bad premonition. Maybe I think too much. Go to bed earlier. Luo Xian murmured to himself. He was an orphan. He grew up in an orphanage. His life was unremarkable. He liked to play games and watch anime. Novel. Lying on the bed, the big dog sat obediently on the sofa, and the two slept peacefully. A sudden explosion of thunder. Luo Xian suddenly stood up from the quilt, his eyes glowing with golden light. F***K, your grandma's giant hand in the void. Damn it. You've got no end, and according to my estimation, we only need to pass through the black hole in front of us, and we can shorten the journey of 20 years and reach the star Otsutsuki. On the spaceship, Orochimaru licked the corner of his mouth, held the eye socket on his forehead, and said softly. Now he is an authoritative scientist in many aspects. Sitting in a not very delicate spaceship, Luo Bing and his party crossed the Sea of Stars, spent a long time in the Milky Way, and leaped in the universe. But Mr. Luo Bing said that he doesn't like going through black holes. Ban frowned and muttered boringly about the small objects in his hands. On the side, Otsutsuki Doshi and Otsutsuki Jinshi were tightly locked to one side of the spaceship. Unfortunately, Luo Bing and his group met him as soon as they set off, and took it off. However, he is in retreat, and he also told us not to disturb. Kaguya held her cheeks with a helpless expression of 873. You've seen him someday when he's not in retreat. In other words, he's so strong, and he still needs to retreat. I really admire it. Uchiha Madara twisted his neck and looked at the starry sky in the distance, his eyes melancholy. Don't be rude, come and drink. Hazuma laughed, holding the bottle of wine, looking like he was drunk. It's been 6 years, I don't know how the ninja world has become now. Naruto should have become Hokage. Yui chuckled, a little timid. What kind of style is it? It's a pity. The soul of the younger brother Hamura has been shattered for a long time, and even the venerable Luo Bing could not retrieve it. However, it is not completely impossible. Just wait. Don't bother him. Don't worry, there is nothing wrong with my data, believe me. If we don't use the power of the black hole, we will at least have to fly for 20 years. I don't mind, but you seem to be bored enough. Maru smiled slightly and started his long scientific narration. Okay, then do as you want. Madara was helplessly pulled by Hazuma to accompany the wine, and nodded. He really couldn't stand such a long and boring flight. Moreover, Even if something went wrong in the black hole, it would still be covered by Luo Bing. Shichichi. The Ninkai spaceship successfully shuttled into the black hole. Completed quantum acceleration, filled with particles, and the backup library is fully charged. Guys, there will be some bumps next, stand firm. Orochimaru carefully performed one operation after another. The spaceship vibrated slightly, and the spaceship made up of most of the materials embodied by Luo Bing bravely broke into the black hole. Okay, everything went well. Orochimaru spit out a letter, showing a satisfied smile. It's such a sense of accomplishment. According to the professional technology books embodied by Luo Bing, Orochimaru has reached a level that no one can achieve in a lifetime in just 6 years. He has the same abilities as Tony in some ways. Driving out of the black hole in 3 minutes and then arriving at Otsutsuji Zushing within 3 months. Guys, are you ready? Orochimaru spat out a letter and laughed dangerously. Let the horse come over. Banana let out a cold sweat while drinking the wine. In his eyes, the 3-hook jade spun slightly. 3-hook jade reincarnation eye. Double pupil. And then at the moment, Luo Bing suddenly woke up from his deep sleep, with a cold light flashing in his eyes. The Shui space opened, and the entire spaceship was directly wrapped in it. But before he finished the operation, a pair of giant hands locked him directly, making him unable to move for a moment, and the surrounding time and space were all blocked. F***K. Luo Bing yelled in exasperation. The Shui space is closed. The spaceship was dragged out abruptly. This time the giant was prepared, and even Shui space could not resist his invasion. The spaceship fell into the black hole and fell down the crack. And Luo Bing, already wrapped in big hands, headed to the endless white world space. What are you? Come again. In desperation, Luo Bing's golden eyes twinkled with a strange light. Part of his will was separated by him, and he slipped away like a soul that covered the sky and the sun. This trick, I learned it from Kagaya. After separating part of his will, Luo Bing sighed helplessly and was instantly sent to Baijia prison. Cough cough, I'm back, old brothers. Luo Bing rolled his eyes in frustration, looking at the thinking Da Chao and the brand new and completely different Tony beside him. He made a move roar. I really don't want to catch up with you here, Tony and Da Chao sighed. Yes, you only left for 6 minutes, Da Chao said. Huh, I've been out for 6 years. Whose is this big hand? The old guys started a boring reminiscence. There are 2 flowers, one on each side. What happened? Orochimaru and the others looked at Luo Bing, who had suddenly disappeared, in shock. They didn't even perceive the attack of the giant hand. Because the hands had no interest in them at all. They are too weak. No, we're in uncharted territory. Rumble, rumble. Under the strong turbulence, the spaceship drilled into a planet at one end, and then the hole was fragmented. Fortunately, since several people were not ordinary, there were no casualties when they landed. Damn. We are trapped here. Without the materials for the spaceship parts, I can't repair the spaceship at all. Orochimaru frowned, feeling a little unhappy. Where the hell is this place? Madara looked at the sea filled with novelty and was somewhat interested in dancing. Here is Navy headquarters. Marin Vondo. F***K your grandma's 5.0 giant hand in the void. Damn it. You have no end. Luo Xian sat up from the quilt, his face full of anger. At the same time he was also thinking about the owner of the giant hand identity. Totally unreasonable. Although I haven't said that I have made a qualitative leap in the past 6 years, it is not impossible to fight back. That's the truth. He has no room to fight back. Wong wong wong. The big black dog barked twice, tilting his head and looking at his master. During the years when my will was sleeping, my self-protection-derived consciousness seems to have grown into a personality called Luo Xian. Damn, what am I going to do now? Looking at the bright sky, Luo Bing sighed and checked the remaining abilities of his will body. Fantasy Realization, Basic Edition. Tony Teacher's God-level hairdressing. Teleportation, Basic Version. Psychokinesis, Basic Edition. After the experiments one by one, Luo Bing sighed. He was too hasty when he got rid of his will, and this body is the incarnation of will. Although it is tough, it is not comparable to the immortal body of Wugo. But fortunately, he did not block the whole person in the white world space, at least part of him escaped. Looking at the familiar appearance and bad hairstyle in the mirror, Luo Bing sighed. The face is still the same face, but this hairstyle is too earthy. Pothead? You are so creative. She snapped her fingers in front of the mirror. Her bushy eyebrows covered her head changed instantly. Her delicate hairstyle was fresh and messy without losing its texture. She blew her bangs. Luo Bing breathed a sigh of relief. The number of abilities is not very important. The most important thing is that I have mastered a lot of knowledge of ability. Now the most lacking thing is hardware. Luo Bing was thinking about his plan. He had long considered the worst-case scenario, and now it seems that this prediction has become a reality. Consciousness cannot be connected to the White World prison. It seems that the place is absolutely blocked. Well, go ahead and stabilize the development is the king's 14th way. I have mastered both the cultivation method of chakra and the cultivation method of chi, and I can get started very quickly. I keep in mind the operation of various skills and energies. For me, as long as there is energy supply, my consciousness can instantly return to its peak. Luo Bing muttered to himself. Some of the abilities he acquired had no basis and could be used at will, and he didn't know the principle at all, while some had detailed knowledge and theories. And these are unforgettable. But the current conditions are not ripe. The basic version of teleportation? It doesn't matter, my mastery of space has reached a whole new level. The reason why the basic version is displayed may be because my energy supply is not enough. In order to successfully split, Luo Bing cut off all energy when splitting himself. Only then can he be concealed enough to succeed. Chakra is too weak, I should still cultivate chi. Sitting cross-legged, Luo Bing closed his eyes slightly. His roar inhalation calmed down, and the cultivation method of chi flashed in his mind, and then it started to run like a program. So that's it. The background shutdown mode still exists? Maybe because of the soul body, this thing was brought? So, is my daily power system attached? With doubts, Luo Bing sat up from the bed. His practice was in full swing, but it was all put in the background mode. Luo Bing's conscious body is very weak, about twice the physical quality of a normal person. However, it doesn't matter. The most powerful manifestation of qi is to strengthen the cells in the body, make the body stronger, and even lead the way to the body of God. Friday! Friday! Luo Bing shouted to himself, and Luo Bing, who didn't get any meeting, shrugged. If Friday was here, he could think about how the Atlantis god-building plan worked, but unfortunately she was left at the body now. I and Heiju are still different. He is a separate individual, and I am a dual-purpose person. When I encounter the Numenon, I will be forcibly merged into one, but now the common sense of connection between us is white. The prison is blocked. So I'm in solo thinking mode now. Wong wong wong. The big black dog's bark awakened Luo Bing in his deep thoughts. It wagged its tail and tilted its head to look at its master strangely. Obviously, although the dog can't speak, it also finds that its owner is a little different. Hey man, sorry to upset you, but from now on, you are the luckiest dog in the world. Know why? Because of your master, I was awake. Luo Bing smiled and touched the big dog's head. He regained consciousness, and all the memories of Luo Xian were completely absorbed by him. In fact, Luo Xian is his self-conscious personality. Except for being shy, everything else is quite similar to him. And this new world is also quite similar to the original Earth. It's dawn, I'm hungry. It's been a long time since I felt hungry. It seems to be because of cultivating qi. No way, so hungry. Luo Bing waved his hand, and the fantasy materialized. Hey! His hands were steaming a bunch of smoke, and then gradually disappeared. I can only materialize some basic water and wheat bread, currency, clothes. Can't materialize meat? All living things. Rolling his eyes helplessly, Luo Bing accepted the fact. There is no principle at all about the realization of fantasy, it is purely a skill. And this part owned by Luo Bing is equivalent to a pirated copy within a pirated copy. However, he didn't take it too seriously because this thing has the ability to grow, and it will become stronger and stronger as the energy in the body increases. With a stack of about 10,000 yuan in the world's currency, Luo Bing walked into the 24-hour supermarket not far from home with an umbrella. At the moment, the night shift staff in the supermarket were already drowsy, and the odin on the bar was bubbling. The supermarket was a bit messy, as if it had been robbed, and the large shelves such as firewood, rice, oil, and salt had been emptied. Welcome, Luo Xian? Waking up so early. You feel very different today. Miss Night Shift is an old acquaintance of Luo Xian, and this shop is also a place where Luo Xian often goes. Is there? No, maybe I changed my hairstyle. Haha, Sister Lan, pack the rest of the odin for me. By the way, do you still have fried chicken, hamburgers, etc.? Luo Bing smiled and asked very familiarly. No, but if you want to eat, I can make it for you. Oh, it's almost 6 o'clock. Why hasn't the rain stopped? Sister Lan was very enthusiastic, and her eyes fixed on Luo in front of her as she spoke. Xian, the more I look at it, the more I like it, and the more I look at it, the more handsome it looks. In the past, although Luo Xian was also outstanding, his hair was almost covering his eyes. He only felt that 873 was a tall and handsome little boy. Now that he has a new hairstyle, he feels like a rising star. Same. This is still without the immortal energy bonus of Wushuo Immortal Body. But Sister Lan is almost unable to walk after seeing it. Okay, please, 10 each. So much? Dinner. Yeah, here's some friends. After waiting for half an hour, all the food Luo Bing needed was packed. During the period, Luo Bing was really embarrassed because the opposite Sister Lan was so enthusiastic, and her eyes were like she wanted to eat herself. After paying the bill and saying an embarrassing farewell, Luo Bing noticed that the sky had begun to clear and the sun had risen in the east. Walking all the way, eating all the way, Luo Bing habitually walked in the direction of the school. But at this time, what he didn't notice was that some pedestrians on the street were in a strange state, and bloodshots began to appear in some people's pupils. What exactly is going on? Who can tell me? Why is this rain covering the whole world? Even the desert is raining. 35. What about the experts? Experts, get out. In the endless desert. The rich chakra aura around Otsutsuki's greedy eater showed a satisfied look on his face. 100 meters behind him, a low tree is growing remarkably. Corruption begins. On the Fujimi campus in the early morning, students came and went in an endless stream. It is interesting that there is only one powerful country in this world, and all places are divided into urban areas. So, on campus, you can see students of all races. Under the sun, on the roof of the school, Xiao Shao was lying on the railing alone, staring at the crowd in the distance in a daze. Yo, Xiao, have you seen that guy Luo Xian? Lu Mufeng ran over panting. That guy Luo Xian, he didn't answer the phone all morning, nothing happened, right? As Luo Xian's best friend, Lu Mufeng frowned worriedly. Senior Xian? No, I didn't see it. By the way, Senior Mufeng, did you forget something when you woke up in the morning? Xiao Shao scratched his head embarrassedly and glanced at the corner of Lu Mufeng's mouth. On top of that, there was a mass of white solid like toothpaste. Wipe. I said why so many people look at me with strange eyes. Wait. This is really toothpaste. Lu Mufeng hurriedly wiped off the toothpaste traces from the corner of his mouth, and 3 black lines slipped from his forehead. Morning, Mufeng sang, small room, Miyamoto Ray slowly climbed up from the stairs. For students who have not yet started classes, the balcony is a treasure. Some people are in a hurry in the morning and have no time to eat, so they bring a lunchbox. Come up, some are young couples, you and I are not forgiving. And Miyamoto Ray was obviously the kind who forgot to eat breakfast in a hurry. Hey, look at that person, he's so handsome, is he from our school? Miyamoto Ray bit her bento for a while, and then said vaguely. Huh. Lu Mufeng and Komuro Takahashi followed the directions. In addition, the gate of the campus was very lively, and the female students were surrounded and kept taking pictures with their most innovative flip phones. There are even daring girls who come up to ask for contact information and a name. The black line on Luo Bing's face. It's this scene again. He had experienced it many times when he was in Zhongqing High School. When he walked into the campus again, Luo Bing did not come to study, but to go through the withdrawal procedures. First, he had to solve all kinds of fetters on his body before he could find a place to meditate with confidence. Damn, that's Luo Xian. I said why can't I find him, so I went to get a haircut early in the morning. Lu Mufeng was speechless and covered his face with a snap. As Luo Xian's best friend, Lu Mufeng really knew how much girl lethality he had as a friend. It's just that he has always valued his wonderful pot cover, and now it seems that he has finally woken up? Senior Xian? Impossible. Miyamoto Li was dumbfounded and then seriously looked at the past again. It seems that it's really Senior Xian. This change is too big, it's amazing. Xiao waved at Luo Bing below. Senior Xian, here. Luo Bing lazily made a move roar and then headed straight into the principal's room. Luo Xian, a third-year student of Tingmei Middle School, with excellent grades, the head of the Kendo department, has won the Kendo champion of urban colleges and universities for many times. The ideal of all men in the Kendo club, the dream of all girls, definitely, except Deputy Minister Siko Kashima. Please sit down, classmate Luo Xian. Do you have anything to do with me? Principal Mr. Fujino smiled and held up a cup of hot tea, looking at classmate Luo Xian in front of him, very satisfied. This student is very good, whether it is in terms of literary achievements or in Kendo competitions. That's right, Mr. Principal, I'm going to drop out of school. I don't want to miss it anymore. Luo Bing naturally wouldn't be restrained. He looked relaxed and just meant to inform. Pfft. Cough, cough. A sip of hot tea was sprayed out, and Principal Fujino's face was full of disbelief. How? You are already in the third year, you have excellent grades, and several famous universities have sent you invitations. Why? This is the future of your life, so you can't fool around. 39. Principal Fujino's face was full of doubts, and he thought he heard an April Fool's joke. He really couldn't figure out the reason why Luo Xian dropped out of school, and he couldn't even understand it. My cousin from afar is raising livestock in the Americas, raising more than 10,000 sows. The price of pigs has doubled this year. My cousin instantly became a billionaire, and I was so surprised. My cousin has not yet been married and has no children. His personal butler found a distant relative like me through the genetic search database. So, I don't need to work hard, I'm a billionaire now, do you understand what I mean? Principal? Principal Fujino. Let me slow down. It was so sudden. For a long time, Principal Fujino stared at the boy in front of him with an envious and painful expression. Look, have you really figured it out? Yes, Mr. Principal. Principal Fujino sighed, then nodded. He couldn't interfere with the student's decision, no matter how pity he felt in his heart. However, at this moment, a roar came from outside the window. The bustling sound of trampling continued. Principal Fujino frowned, opened the window, and looked outside. A string of intestine-like items was still torn on the window, and blood and meat residue splashed on Principal Fujino's face through the security window. Then, a man covered in a mixture of blood and flesh went straight through the security window and slapped the headmaster's neck. Accompanied by blood and screams, Principal Fujino collapsed to the ground weakly. Luo Bing. So exciting? What is this? Zombies? Be nice. Luo Bing sat in the chair. Qian Zhaohao didn't move. It wasn't that he was scared. Just kidding. How could something like zombies scare him? But he didn't understand. How could zombies appear in this cute world? Or is it not a zombie? Just someone dying and attacking the principal in broad daylight? Or have rabies or something? But soon, the mystery was revealed. The headmaster, who was already dead on the ground, staggered to his feet. His eyes were blank, his pupils were white, and he roared and rushed towards Luo Bing. Shit, put away your saliva. B******************** D. With a look of disgust on Luo Bing's face, with a wave of one hand, Principal Fujino flew directly to the wall on one side under the coercion of psychokinesis, smashing the wall with a bang, turning into a puddle of flesh. And at this time, Komuro Takashi's voice also sounded on the school's broadcast. Urgent notice. Urgent notice. Massive dead body invasion at school. What an unexpected and interesting development. Then he opened the curtains and looked at the campus with zombies surging outside. Luo Bing pursed his lips and showed a slight smile. He originally thought that this world was just a bland planet similar to the Earth, but he didn't expect that such a thing as a zombie war broke out in this world. And from the current scene, this zombie outbreak revealed a lot of weirdness. The zombies here are not only not clumsy, but even jumping around. Low-level zombies, infected by the rain caused by the corrupted god tree, have strong infectious, attack ability C, speed D, IQ F. Looking at the detailed information given by the Eye of Data, Luo Bing frowned. He originally thought it was a simple biochemical crisis, but now it seems that this thing is also related to the Otsutsuki clan. It turns out that this is another planet colonized by Otsutsuki. Then who is Huiyeji here? The scent guardian of the divine tree is not actually too strong or too strong. The ninja world is just an accident. Everything is that Kagaya devoured the fruit of the divine tree. Before she ate the fruit, she was only a human being. Slightly stronger monsters do not have the ability to destroy the world. Corrupted god tree? It seems to be another kind of sacred tree that I don't know about. Luo Bing was lost in thought. Kagaya hadn't told any information about this type of divine tree, including the Otsutsuki Memoji and Jinshur, who were caught later, and had never heard any information about corrupting the divine tree from their mouths. Zombie, it should be a species like Baiju. But how does it harvest energy? Luo Bing bit his lip. The fruit of the divine tree is undoubtedly an opportunity for him. In the current situation of lack of energy, if this part of his conscious body can devour the full power of the fruit of the divine tree, it will greatly replenish himself. Current deficiency. The roar was getting closer and closer, and it seemed that he found the breath of a living person in the principal's room. 4 or 5 zombies slammed against the wooden door desperately, making a bang bang bang. For these brainless zombies, human blood is an extremely tempting thing for them to come. Instinct drives all their actions. Boom. Finally, after the 4 or 5 zombies collided together, the lock on the wooden door panel fell off, and the entire wooden door, along with the 4 or 5 zombies behind it, slammed onto the ground, exuding a strong stench. This undoubtedly disturbed Luo Bing's next thinking. He turned his face, looked at the disgusting guys at the door with disdain, and waved again. Puff. The world is quiet, and Principal Fujino in the crack of the wall has a few more friends who are not very friendly. It's disgusting. Shaking his head, Luo Bing is obviously not interested in this kind of small talk. He didn't think about it anymore, and didn't even want to walk through the main entrance, because it was covered with blood and intestines of zombies. He kicked a big hole in the whole wall with one foot, and along with the crumbling principal's room, Luo Bing came to the outside. The air was mixed with the blood of zombies and the complicated smell of feces and farts. The students' cries and roars filled his ears. For Luo Bing, zombies can be crushed to death like ants. For most ordinary people, facing this kind of thing requires not only courage, but also a certain amount of luck, as well as the most basic physical fitness and thinking ability. The zombies whose brains are completely released are very powerful. They can't feel the pain at all. Even if they don't have an arm or a leg, they can jump around actively. And they are terrifying because of the zombies' appearance and the fear that they have never been in contact with. There are a lot of muscular guys in the gym who are too scared to walk when they see this stuff. Not to mention that the number of these things in groups of 3 or 5 will only increase. Under 2 or 3 containment, even a normal person who has a strategy and is not frightened will be surrounded. Go away from the monster. Stay away from us. A bunch of girls screamed from the stairs not far from the principal's office. The footsteps are getting louder and louder. Many people learn to face this situation and regard the roof as the best safe area for the first time, because the roof is wide and the big iron gate leading to the celestial body can be locked with the iron chain on it. Zombie invasion tests not only people's physical fitness and escapability, but also human nature. Seeking Flowers 0. As soon as Luo Xian left the principal's office, he saw a pair of best friends who were usually good friends. In order to survive, the tall girl in front pushed the short girl in the back directly down the stairs. A bunch of zombies rushed over to bite the short woman in an instant. Thanks to this opportunity, the tall girl seized the opportunity to escape and ran towards the upper stairs with a ruthless expression. What's more interesting is that when she was passing by the principal's office, all of her ruthlessness suddenly disappeared. Especially when he saw Luo Bing, he immediately threw himself on Luo Bing with aggrieved, panicked, and crying. In that battle, I wish I could bury my entire body on Luo Bing's body. Senior Luo Xian, woo woo woo, so scary. I'm so scared, woo woo woo. You have to protect me, Senior Luo Xian. A tall girl fully expresses the weakness of a woman and shows her physical advantages as a woman. At this time, let alone a handsome guy like Luo Bing, even a guy who is ugly to the extreme, as long as he can save her, she will strip and dedicate without hesitation. Luo Bing smiled, and that smile seemed so secure in the eyes of a tall woman. Stars twinkled in her eyes, and her heart was instantly captured. What a great time! Even if I encountered those disgusting monsters today, it would be worth it if I could use this to become the woman of Senior Luo Xian. As soon as the thought came up, before the tall woman could react, her whole body magically floated over. The tall woman looked puzzled, and before she could say anything, he saw the sunny and handsome Senior Luo Xian wave to her. The tall woman screamed and flew upside down into the zombie group, and after a while, she made some gnawing and chewing sounds. It's not just zombies that are disgusting. Luo Bing shrugged, helpless. Xian, hurry up. Rooftop. During the rumbling, Xiao, his best friend Lu Mufeng and Gao Chung Sada rushed over, directly dragging Luo Bing, who was silly in the same place, and ran towards the rooftop regardless of his own health, and he has gone through all the difficulties and has gone through untold hardships. At this time, Xiao seems to have exploded his own small universe. He is extremely brave. In the face of zombies, he does not have the fear of ordinary people. Generally. At the moment, Komuro Takaya has surrounded many of his classmates who were rescued by him. He has always been unknown, at the moment is like the backbone of everyone, and everyone has an inexplicable sense of identification with him. Compared to this, the famous figure of Fujimi High School, Luo Xian, at the moment seemed very ordinary. He seemed to be in shock all the time, as if the whole person had not recovered from the horror of zombies. If it were an ordinary person, I'm afraid they would be called cowardly and cowardly. Both boys and girls will look down on this kind of person very much. But Luo Bing is different. At the moment, he is being counseled by Mr. Silent from Xionda. The school sisters and schoolmates on the side are all looking at him with motherly caring eyes, praying for him to get better soon. 14, and this symptom of being frightened and absent is also given a name in Gaocheng Saya's popular science. That is PTSD. That is the abbreviation of post-traumatic stress disorder, which is a common psychological phenomenon in life. In fact, this situation is not only experienced by the fragile Senior Luo Xian. Basically, students or teachers who can't walk when they see zombies have triggered this disease. Some people may be able to find a solution quickly, while others may never get out of this mental illness for a lifetime. To put it bluntly, it is a psychological shadow. However, Luo Bing was obviously misunderstood. He did not have this kind of delicate condition at all. He was just meditating on something, trying to sort out the current world environment and development model. And for the terrifying zombies that most people mention. For Luo Bing, at best, it's like playing a house with a child. To a certain extent, in this situation, even a child is not a family. Cheer up, Xian, cheer up, Xian. Don't give up hope. ZF troops will send helicopters to rescue us. Xian. Under the shaking of the school doctor, Mr. Mute, Luo Bing silently rolled his dead fish's eyes. His expression now is absolutely the same as that of Kakashi. Stop. I'm fine, Teacher Mute. Luo Bing waved his hand, not thinking about those questions. However, his sudden return to normal behavior was thought by Mr. Mian to be holding him back. Wuo, cry, classmate Xian, just cry. The teacher won't laugh at you. Anyone who encounters this kind of disaster will be afraid, and I'm also very afraid. Woo woo woo. Teacher Mute cried out in disappointment. But soon, she was stopped by Xiaomuro's gesture. Because at this time, the big iron gate at the top of the rooftop had already heard the sound of B********************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************** asterisk 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 G. V asterisk 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 G. Everyone looked nervously at the increasingly widening crack of the door, and the little heart instantly raised their throats. Boom! Under the constant efforts of zombies, the iron door finally revealed the crack of half a human head, and the densely packed hands with blood stretched out from the crack, constantly scratching the air in front of him. The scene is really terrifying. But fortunately, due to the iron chain on the big iron gate, they did not directly break through the iron gate and enter the rooftop, but instead seemed to be stuck on the edge of the door, still scratching constantly. The big guy quietly let out a sigh of relief. After this, he was afraid that he might have a heart attack. Komuro sighed in relief, and the other male teacher, Koichi Shido, was so frightened that he lost his control. No matter on the rooftop where the smell was mixed with blood, he didn't say, except for Luo Bing, there was probably no one else. We'll pay attention to his feces and farts. On the side, the chubby classmates from the Tech Dead house are constantly researching the communication antenna of the school on the roof, trying to use this thing to get in touch with ZF for rescue. But the game mad, that is, Luo Bing's best friend in this world. Lu Mufeng is the performance of extreme excitement. Or should I say scared but excited. He has played a lot of games, shooting, fighting, or survival training. Some time ago, the large-scale game of Wasteland Stream also won the title of the highest honor game player. In fact, there is no shortage of guidance and leadership from the power-up player Luo Xian. In general, Lu Mufeng immediately gave the big guy some basic plans for winning, and also planned several plans to rush out of the campus. If the communication plan of the dead houseboy does not work, then action must be taken. Because there is no fresh water and food on the rooftop, eating is the top priority that must be solved. And speaking of water sources, all the fresh water is now polluted, and they can only put their hopes on the pure water in barrels that has not been polluted. But no matter what kind of plan it is completely unrealistic to rely on the legs of the 11th road, which requires no fuel and only 3 bowls of rice to escape from the school, and must use the school's only means of transportation. School bus. Several people have heated discussions about the feasibility of all methods. Luo Bing felt very interesting listening to 887 next to him, so he didn't interrupt. When he heard that he was happy, he would unconsciously applaud, which made the big guy a little dazed. Look at what I'm doing, tell me, you guys are very good and very strategic, Luo Bing shrugged and said innocently. Brother Xian, I almost forgot, your opinion is also very important about survival in the wasteland. You brought me the early development and strategic layout of the game before, tell me what you think, Brother Xian. Lu Mufeng looked at Luo Bing expectantly. At this time, it seems that everyone has shifted their attention and focused on Senior Xian. In addition to the symptoms of PTSD just now, the big guy still trusts Xian, a scholar and a kendo master, in his daily life. At the moment, he's back on his feet. Probably the most powerful boost to this team. Even the second master of the kendo club, Siko Tujima, set his sights on Minister Xian. On the contrary, the dean of the school, Wisteria Koichi, was ignored by everyone, which made him feel very uncomfortable. Usually, he was used to being arrogant in terms of status, but at the moment he still carried the air of the school. But few seemed to listen to him anymore. Being stared at by everyone, Luo Bing blinked. Ask me, if you have anything to think about, then just go, Kai Wu Shuang. 39. The words are not astonishing, and the words of Luo Xian are so unparalleled that the group of people on the rooftop have their eyes widened and they are silent. Many people even wondered if Senior Xian had not recovered from the shock, so that his head was still awake and he was talking nonsense. Shido Hiroichi sneered, with a contemptuous smile on the corner of his mouth. Enough. Do you really think these two game guys can bring you hope? Use your pig brains to think about it. This is not a game. A look of disdain hung on Wisteria Koichi's face. After a period of doomsday shock, he gradually got used to it. His eyes became gloomy. What he was thinking about now was not how to survive in the apocalypse, but how to survive. How to be better in this environment is above others. Even build a dynasty of your own. That's right, his identity and status are there, and students will trust him more, which is also his advantage, and the crucial school bus key, at the moment, is in his hands. He only needs to send 1 or 2 students to die as cannon fodder, divert the zombies away, and then he can lead the crowd to the school bus in one fell swoop, and finally leave this ghost school safe and sound. So now the question is, who should be the cannon fodder? Wisteria Koichi's glasses flickered with a strange light, and he was constantly scheming in his mind what kind of aggression he should use to provoke this matter later. AJ. Before he could think about it, he saw that classmate Xian, who was very famous in the school, walked slowly in front of him. Zito Hao squinted his eyes. He was always disgusted with this Luo Xian, because he was not only young and handsome, but also a genius in everyone's attention. His commander ability, or the ability that others would recognize and convince, was no better than his own teacher. Bad identity. He must be excluded from the passenger list on the school bus. Otherwise, your prestige will be greatly reduced. The corner of Shidohao's mouth rose slightly. Now that Xian is frightened is a good opportunity. He can take this opportunity to smear him, and then... what are you doing? Put me down. Put me down. Wisteria Hiroshi, who had not finished thinking, flied into the sky in an instant. $3 billion. It wasn't Fei. He was 1.7 meters tall and was directly lifted by Luo Bing's hair. At the moment, his teeth were cracking, pain and anger burned on his face. His eyes were staring at classmate Xian in front of him, looking at his calm eyes, and he was a little scared for no reason. What are you muttering in your heart? You look like a badass. Goodbye. 35. Without explaining anything or caring about anything, Luo Bing tugged at Koichi Wisteria's hair and threw him off the roof with ease. Boom. A heavy, crisp sound came, about the sound of heavy objects falling and bones breaking. The floors of Fujimi High School were not built very high, only 5 floors. Shito Koichi didn't fall to his death directly, but completely lost his ability to move. However, the zombies in the open space downstairs obviously did not want him to die like this. Looking at the food that fell from the sky, 7 or 8 zombies were drooling excitedly, and suddenly surrounded them, biting and chewing recklessly. The swallowing sound of was like a group of wild dogs sharing the food dropped by passers-by. Perhaps it was because of the good taste of Shido Hiroichi's meat, or perhaps it was the reason why he was easily torn apart by being thrown into pieces. Soon, all that was eaten was only one skeleton, except for his head, which was still intact. Definitely the most skinny, one of the zombie crowd downstairs. Luo Bing clapped his hands. A few strands of hair slipped from his palms and floated down from the rooftop. He turned his head and found that everyone on the rooftop was looking at her in horror. Even his friend Lu Mufeng was no exception, staring wide-eyed and shocked. What are you doing? You are crazy. Miyamoto Rei roared. At the moment her brain was messed up, just like seeing senior Luo Xian for the first time. Kill, kill. The docile teacher mute was stunned in place. At the moment, she perfectly interprets the professional work of a scarecrow. Some panicked juniors and juniors immediately broke into cold sweats on their backs and ran towards the corner in a panic. At the moment, they just wanted to stay away from the murderous demon Xian. At the scene, it seems that only Siko Tujima is calmer. She frowned and looked at Luo Bing with an unbelievable look. The wooden sword in her hand was slightly raised, and she instinctively assumed a defensive posture. Hey, Don't be nervous. You don't know how bad the mentality was just now, Sai. Forget it. I don't want to explain it to you. You can't understand it anyway. Luo Bing shrugged, shrugging his shoulders. His face was helpless, and he had no guilt of murder at all. Actually, he's a superhero. I've seen him bully other female classmates. He's not a good thing. You kill him. I don't mind, but the school bus key is still on him. It's very important. Komuro Takao roaring loudly. As one of Xian's good friends, he instinctively supported Luo Bing, trying to divert the big guy's attention with words. Let everyone gradually forget the fact that Xian is a murderer. That's right, without the school bus, it's hard for us to break out of the school alive. Xian, you, Qian Qianzhao, guy, alas. Lu Mufeng also stood up and accused Luo Bing. But obviously, he did not have the attitude of accusation. On the contrary, it was his main intention to defend the pressure of friends. After this, everyone transferred the panic of Luo Bing's murder to the zombies again, and escape was their only concern now. As for killing, it's not very important anymore. The crux of the problem is, now the zombies in the school are all human conversions. Aren't they killing tigers? Looking at the two friends who were trying to defend themselves, Luo Bing rolled his eyes and chuckled lightly. What a bunch of cute bastards. All right. If that's the case, then come with me. With that said, Luo Bing walked leisurely to the big iron gate and kicked the iron gate in front of him. Boom. The rammed iron door was directly torn apart by a kick, and the zombies behind the door were directly pushed open by a huge force, and together with the iron door were embedded in the wall, becoming a beautiful decoration in the end times. The sudden kick made all the friends on the rooftop froze in place. They even began to doubt the reality and did not understand why Senior Xian had such a powerful explosive force. This is simply not human. Why are you still standing there? Let's go. Don't you want to go out? Luo Bing glanced at the dozen scarecrows who were dumbfounded behind him and urged impatiently. Xiao Moro and the others were confused, but after seeing Luo Bing's strength, they instinctively approached Luo Bing's back. Brother Xian, you are truly unparalleled? Lu Mufeng was dumbfounded, and his mouth was a little sloppy as he spoke. There is nothing unparalleled. You have to believe in science. Luo Bing rolled his eyes at him, then waved his hand. Under the trend of psychokinesis, the group of zombies who heard the sound all turned into blood mist and glued together in the corridor. This is also called science. It's called a big move. Lu Mufeng roared inwardly, and the group of 887 melon-eating friends behind him were also silent. The rest of the journey was spent under such circumstances. Senior Xian just waved his hand, and a group of zombies turned into blood mist. They followed Luo Bing and walked downstairs, walked into the courtyard, and took back the skinny Zito Hao's pocket that had been transformed into a zombie. Took the key and came to the front of the bus. Okay, you're safe, let's go. Luo Bing threw the key to Xiao Xiao, waved at them, and said goodbye. Wait, aren't you with us? Miyamoto asked with wide eyes. Luo Bing frowned and said softly, nonsense, have you ever seen someone who can fly still use a school bus? As he said that, he floated up gently, put his hands in his pockets and rushed directly to the sky, leaving behind the melon-eating team with a stunned expression. Looking at the school bus that started successfully in front of her, Miyamoto Rei scratched her head. Are we safe? Be safe. The big guys are all gone. Wipe it. Not cold-blooded and ruthless, Luo Bing never thought of becoming someone's nanny in the apocalypse. To say something unpleasant, he can't protect himself now, and he doesn't care so much about the lives of others. What's more, he has no sense of identity with this world. For him, everything is just a transit point in a long life. Every world has its protagonists. In Luo Bing's view, Komuro Takao and this group of guys are the protagonists of this world. In other words, even if you don't care about them, they won't be so easy. We'll die. Flying in the sky, Luo Bing carefully looked at the chaotic city below, shook his head, and rushed towards the direction of the energy source. Now his flight speed is very slow, but under the occasional teleport acceleration, this speed is quite objective. Cross the land of Shenzhou and go all the way to the north. After more than an hour of flight, Luo Bing successfully landed in a barren land, which is also the extreme end of the planet. It was a place covered by snow-white glaciers, and a huge amount of dead trees stood on top of the iceberg, towering into the clouds. Luo Bing found a cloud and stopped, looking directly at the situation below. The eye of data flashed a piece of information. It was so. This is a new species of corrupt divine tree, and it's a 14-tailed one. Luo Bing slammed his mouth, and the 10-tailed divine tree had already turned the world upside down in the Bafa Shadow world, and this tailed beast divine tree could actually incarnate 14 tails. And his running method Luo Bing also inquired and understood. That is devouring evolution. Every once in a while, the god tree that has developed to a certain stage will split into giant zombie monsters to recover the small zombies and then transport them to the branches of the god tree and finally deny the god tree. Overall, this is a captive breeding program that will not wipe out humans anytime soon. Instead, it is like raising livestock, leaving a way for human beings to reproduce, producing constantly fresh rations, and in this process, human beings may evolve and break the genetic lock. But, at best, they just got a little tastier. This captive breeding plan may last for thousands of years, and then the divine tree will fully mature. But now it is just a baby tree, and even the branches have not been unearthed. The guard here is only a high-level breeder, but obviously, he does not have the courage like Kagaya, even if he has that kind of courage. Not every Otsutsuki clan can befriend the divine tree. Luo Bing narrowed his eyes and licked the corner of his mouth greedily. He couldn't wait for thousands of years, and then he rushed down directly, passed through the clouds, and landed next to the divine tree. Who? The guard Otsutsuki Takashi vigilantly looked at the man who fell from the sky, his white pupils flashing fiercely. Oops, isn't this a low-level planet? How can there be a guy who can fly? Otsutsuki Takashi thought to himself, his hands slowly behind his back, trying to press Zhu Xing's contact button. Huh. A flash of light flashed across, and an air-piercing blade slashed across Otsutsuki Takashi's neck in an instant. Luo Bing stepped forward, buckled his eyes, and instantly replaced them with his own. The golden light suddenly appeared, and the pupil power was absorbed by Luo Bing in an instant, like a duck in water. When the white pupils reached his eyes, they instantly became scarlet, and the three-hook jades slowly rotated, evolving all the way to a kaleidoscope. The symbols of Kamui and Tsukiyomi flickered in his pupils, respectively. What great eyes! With this pair of kaleidoscopes and the spiritual connection, I can already vaguely see the door to Shui, but it's not the time. With that said, Luo Bing turned to look at the majestic divine tree behind him, and a sneer appeared on the corner of his mouth. After 500 blue star days, Luo Bing, who was sitting cross-legged on the top of the snow-capped mountain, let out a breath of cold air, and the gas from his roar turned into a cloud of white mist in the extremely cold place. She is an amazing thing. I can feel its amazing potential. Luo Bing opened his eyes, and circles of light blue ripples appeared in his eye sockets. 12 strange Goyu were arranged in an orderly manner in his pupils, 6 on each side, 12 in total. Without the immortal body, it will take a long time for these eyes to evolve to the next level one. No need to wait any longer. Luo Bing took a deep breath, stood up from the spot, and looked into the distance, looking at the sacred tree in the distance. After more than a year, the corruption god tree has undergone earth-shaking changes. Its tree body has become even larger, and its branches are all over the entire planet. Looking around, the giant zombie recyclers that can be seen everywhere are slowly crawling in the direction of the trunk of the god tree. The zombie recyclers covering the sky, with Luo Bing's eyesight, are enough to see a large number of zombies that have not been digested in its mouth. In their abdomens, there are special crystals of blood and flesh. That is the energy block that has been integrated through their digestion. These energy crystals will be transported by the zombie recycler carrier like the branches of the god tree. These branches are now all over the world, and some are destroyed by the concerted efforts of mankind, but for its terrifying number and regeneration ability, everything is useless. More than a year has passed, and the human world has undergone earth-shaking changes. Some people break their genetic locks before dying, while others unintentionally devour the energy crystals in the body of the zombie recycler, thus giving birth to some super abilities, which are called evolvers. 0. However, these changes are all opportunities for the corrupted god tree to spread out intentionally or unintentionally. The reason is that the food source can be more delicious when it is recycled. Luo Bing stood on the top of the snowy mountain, looking at the corrupted divine tree beside him. When we first met, this thing had not yet given birth to its own intellect, but only relied on the form of instinct. At that time, Luo Bing obviously did not have the ability to kill it. Now it's different. After cultivating qi to a certain level, especially after his eyes have evolved into 6-hooked jade reincarnation eyes, Luo Bing's strength has been greatly improved. With more energy in the body, Luo Bing can display more things naturally. It's a pity that I didn't bring the devouring ability on the main body, otherwise, it would be much easier to deal with this thing. Luo Bing secretly looked at the corrupt god tree in front of him. Maybe it's the reason that Luo Bing has the eyes of the Otsutsuji clan. In the past year or so, the corrupted god tree that gave birth to spiritual wisdom did not mind that Luo Bing lived around him, and even deliberately divided an area. Don't let any living creature come to disturb. Apparently, it took Luo Bing as its guardian. However, Luo Bing has no interest in cultivating it to grow up. The nearly infinite energy in the divine tree is what he wants. Step by step, Luo Bing came under the divine tree. Without the ability to swallow, it can only copy Kagaya's method, that is, the whole person and the divine tree are integrated into one, and it is sealed in the body as a 14-tailed human pillar. However, it is clear that this approach will inevitably lead to the resistance of the corrupted divine tree. No wise creature wants to be imprisoned in one place forever. Without too many words, Luo Bing didn't have to reason with a tree. He directly turned on the flame of the 6 hooks and jade wheel, and the power of the 6 paths surged up, trying to siphon the corruption tree. Roar! The corrupt divine tree in the light sleep state woke up instantly. It still looked at its guardian in a puzzled look, and then instinctively prompted. The whole tree became angry and violent. Ka 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 ka. Tentacle tendons burrowed out of the ground. The divine tree could not forgive Luo Bing's behavior of stealing his divine power, and Luo Bing, a tidal river with branches that covered the sky, blocked it away. At the same time, the giant zombie recyclers who were more than 100 kilometers around instantly boiled, and they rushed towards the edge of the battlefield one by one. The earth trembled, and the cracks were listed. The giant zombie collectors were more than 100 meters tall, and they took a few miles in one step. They rushed to the scene in an instant, opened their blood basins, and devoured them towards Luo Bing. For flowers, 0. Ding! Luo Bing's hands were like swords, the corners of his mouth rose slightly, and the scarlet energy condensed at his fingertips. Then, a sweep. The red laser beam cut off all passing obstacles like cutting wheat, and even the tentacles of the corrupted god tree were cut off by the advanced level. Roar! After all, the corrupted divine tree has not yet grown to its peak. Facing the extremely powerful Luo Bing, although it rose up to resist, it was of no avail. Huge amounts of tailed beast jade condensed in its mouth, and the terrifying heat directly evaporated the nearby glacial mountains. In an instant, the entire ice and snow world turned into a turbulent Wangyang Sea, and the seawater instantly became hot and boiling. Luo Bing pressed one hand on the tree of the divine tree. The power of yin and yang of the 6 paths constantly siphoned the energy from the corrupted divine tree, and at the same time, his other hand was condensed around his waist, and the extremely dazzling energy was condensed in his palm. Turtle School Qigong Wave. Boom! Smoke gradually filled the entire battlefield. And the entire blue star at the moment also set off huge amounts of earthquakes, and all the survivors stared at the distant sky in astonishment. That side, 2 suns appeared. No, it wasn't actually the sun, it was just an explosion of light. Chi chi chi. The wind, rain, and thunder flashed. Luo Bing lay calmly on top of the boiling water that evaporated and descended, exhaling a long breath. On his chest, a complex textured seal was burning. Done, next plan. Rescue the main body. Luo Bing closed his eyes quietly and patiently waited for the perfect integration of his body. And this wait is nearly half a year. Outside, Blue Star, because there is no control of the corrupted god tree, the zombies seem to have become headless flies. The giant zombie recyclers around the world have been conquered by humans one by one, and the entire human civilization seems to have entered a new level. Magic. After thousands of hard work, Luo Bing finally opened the channel to his own divine power world. White World Prison. You can be considered to have escaped successfully. By the way, what's going on in the outside world now? Thinking Da Chao asked curiously. He is very concerned about the current situation in the outside world and is worried about the huge ambitions of the master behind the White World Prison. He is very likely to capture all the high-level combat power of the universe and then launch other evil experiments on the original universe. Everything looks normal at the moment, but what the hell is this hand? No matter what universe I'm in, he can stretch out from the black hole and grab me back. By the way, how did you guys get caught? Luo Bing looked at Tony and Da Chao suspiciously. Tony and Da Chao were taken aback for a moment. My situation is similar to yours. I was also near the black hole. It was a battle, and the final winner was me, but the time-space distortion caused by the battle formed a small black hole of 887, and then I was caught. Said Tony of the all-new Infinite Gems armor. I'm a little different. I successfully rewrote the history of my universe's destruction, and then when I returned, I was dragged in by it, thinking Da Chao said. Wait a minute, you said. Did we change the timeline and the destruction or new life that was going to happen, so we were caught in this white world space? Tony asked suddenly. Thinking Chao shook his head, not sure what Tony said. Impossible. The owner of the big hand has captured the incarnations of some cosmic rules such as eternal and infinity. I don't think he is a judge. His goal is only the highest level of combat power. The conversation lasted about 2 minutes. Luo Bing was stunned for a moment, and then the corners of his mouth raised a charming degree. What's wrong with you? What did you think? Da Chao kept looking at Luo Bing and asked curiously. No, I don't know the identity of the big hand for the time being, but guys, maybe I'm going to escape again? Tony? T. 35. All the great gods imprisoned here. What do you mean? Why did you only come in for 2 minutes? Are you trying to escape again? Save it. Do you really think you are here to travel? All the evil spirits looked in this direction with disdain. Luo Bing and Da Chao Tony's chat did not add any cover-up. They could hear it clearly. Not only did they hear it clearly, but in the dim space outside, the two intelligent humanoid creatures also sneered with disdain. They stared at the monitoring panel and listlessly watched Luo Bing's actions. Is it really possible for him to escape? One of the supervisors asked curiously. Impossible. The master has repaired the space-time code of the White World Prison, let alone this person named Luo Bing. Now even the master, if he does not use the power beyond the class, cannot open the entrance of the space from the inside. Another the superintendent replied. However, just as their voices fell, Luo Bing's golden pupils flashed a strange light. In another time and space, blood tears flowed from Luo Bingtuo's eyes, and a pitch-black shui space channel opened in front of him. Just when everyone was still watching the joke, Luo Bing in the White World space instantly disappeared in place. 2-minute tour of White World Prison end. Boom rumble. The giant hand followed, and an angry roar came from the endless white space. At the same time, above the blue star, the two Luo Bings merged into one, taking a breath. Roar, as expected of me, I saved myself in 2 years. Looking at the turbulent water around him, Luo Bing pulled out the 14-tailed tree from a certain part of his stomach. Ontology returns to integrate, which is not necessary at all. So, it was completely sealed by Luo Bing and thrown into the shui space. Careful, cautious. Being arrested this time shows that I am not careful enough, no. I have to be in retreat for tens of thousands of years. But this place can't stay longer. After paying attention, Luo Bing took a look at the coordinates of Madara Uchiha and others, and the whole person instantly turned into a light and disappeared in a flash. In the next instant, Luo Bing directly activated Triple Luck without a trace of hesitation. Luck is really important to him now, and the various consequences caused by luck are no longer within his scope of consideration. Life is the most important thing. As for other issues, don't care. From now on, I want to be surrounded by luck every moment. Lucky aura is off. Permanently on. I can't believe it, I can still be arrested? Shutting through the planetary groups, Luo Bing quickly flew out of the solar system here, and flew all the way to the vague coordinates. Although he didn't dare to traverse the black hole at will, there was no problem with the short-distance space-time jump. Compared with the long time of the black hole journey, the space-time jump is only a moment, which is within the controllable range of Luo Bing. His space ability and original energy reserves allow him to make such a willful move. At the same time, Luo Bing himself was not idle during the flight. The background retreat mode was permanently turned on, and the cultivation of qi in the past 2 years has not been completely abandoned. He integrated qi and wugo immortal body's original energy, and slowly cultivated a higher-order energy that was full of endless miracles. And it's not a long trip. Because the triple lucky aura is permanently turned on. A miraculous phenomenon has happened in the universe. A lot of wealth planets, a lot of mineral planets converge in all directions towards a moving point 5.0. In an instant, a wealth route appeared inexplicably in the treasure map of the universe. And Luo Bing is like a magnet with a huge magnetic force. He is always attracting the wealth of the universe around him. Those riches couldn't catch up with him, so they stayed where they were, probably because the relationship exceeded the magnetic range. However, there are occasions where the speed is fast, or the mineral planet that appears in front of Luo Bing is taken into the Shui space by Luo Bing. Sailing all the way. Finally, 2 years later, a miraculous light passed through the atmosphere of a planet and landed on the sea. Boom. What happened? Luffy. Look ahead. 99. Nami-chan. Turn the rudder. Turn the rudder. There are huge waves ahead. 55. Like a whale like the sea. Huge amounts of waves set off a frenzy of more than 10 meters, and the thin hull of the Mary appeared very weak and shaky in front of this ferocious beast. Rubber, rubber, rubber. Swish. Luffy's hand spread dozens of meters away, like a long rope, directly wrapped around the main pole of the Mary that was about to break. Go hard. Luffy. 9. Come on. A***** hole. 6 foot Sauron. Give it to me. Swish. A man appeared out of nowhere at the bow of the boat. He has short green hair, a dark green head scarf tied to his left arm, 3 golden drop-shaped earrings in his left ear, a white t-shirt on his upper body, a green belly roll around his waist, dark green trousers, and black boots. With 3 sabers hanging from his waist. At the moment, the 3 swords had all been unsheathed, and the left and right hands were lying on each side, and the teeth were clenching the 3rd sword. 9 mountains and 8 seas, those who are not selfless. 3,000 worlds. 3 swords, profound truth, 3,000 worlds. The blade in the green-haired man's hand spun like a big windmill, and the strong wind roared out, and mixed in the hurricane was the invisible spurt of sword air. S-h-h-h-h-h. A few cold lights flashed past 14, and the huge wave in front of him was instantly cut into dozens of pieces, and then gradually recovered and calmed down. Zoro let out a rough breath, put down the sword in his hand, and looked at the distant shore with his eyes like falcon. In that place, the deep invisible vortex, that is the reason for this sudden tsunami. Thanks, Zoro. Luffy jumped down from the mast, supported the straw hat on his head, followed Zoro's line of sight, and looked into the distance curiously. Luffy, there seems to be an Aqua Man blocking the way ahead. We're going to change the course. Nami glanced at the nautical chart, and a haze flashed in her eyes. If we were to completely bypass this vortex, we would have to delay at least half a day's flight. 1. Sanji vomited a melancholy smoke ring, and his face was also very ugly. Due to Madara Uchiha's sudden arrival 4 years ago, the world of pirates at the moment has undergone huge amounts of deviation from history. But one thing that the butterfly effect can't change has happened. That is, the second head of the Whitebeard pirates, the son of Roger, the eldest brother of Luffy, Ace was arrested. And tomorrow, it's Ace's public execution day. The Straw Hat Gang passed all the obstacles and marched towards Malinfando, but they were not as good as the sky, and the sudden formation of the maelstrom completely blocked their way. Hateful. Ace, 35. Luffy clenched his fists tightly, bloodshot from his gums. He looked at the maelstrom in front of him, and the natural deterrent effect of seawater on fruit ability users surrounded him in his mind. The sea is mysterious and unpredictable, and the Aquaman class is an invisible killer lurking in the sea, and everyone dares not touch their brows. Go ahead. Full speed ahead. Luffy shouted, his eyes filled with determination. He couldn't take care of that anymore. His brother Ace's execution day was imminent, and they broke out from the advanced city all the way, and they encountered an accident on the way, and the people were scattered. But it's a promise with his friends and his determination to save Ace. Luffy is absolutely. I won't succumb to the maelstrom. The good partners glanced at each other and didn't need to say much. The tacit understanding they had cultivated over the years made them unconditionally believe in Luffy. It's not the whirlpool sound. Isn't that the Aquaman class? Fight. Although Chopper's legs were shaking, he still cheered himself up. The Mary was running at full speed, and the horsepower was at its peak. Looking at the maelstrom that was about to enter in front of her, Nami turned to look at Luffy and her friends. Luffy understood immediately and put his thumb in his mouth. The others also nodded. The crisis in the maelstrom is unpredictable, since there is no certainty of sailing safely then. Just fly over. 3 blocks. Rubber giant bazooka. 180 troublesome phoenix. Luffy and Zoro made a reasonable noise, and huge amounts of reverse thrust pushed the Mary high into the sky. Sanji, please. Nami steered the mainsail, keeping it in the plain airflow. Understood. Sanji dropped the cigarette in his mouth and jumped straight down. 6 forms moonwalk. Clang clang. The Sanji promoter Mary was getting higher and farther, and soon passed the sky above the maelstrom. Awesome. We made it. By Roar Chopper. Great. Luffy breathed a sigh of relief. His huge fist, like a mountain, was rapidly withering. Don't be too happy, bastards, Sanji scolded secretly. A few drops of sweat appeared on his forehead, carrying the Mary in the sky with a moon's step. This is not an easy thing. Zoro kept releasing the simplified version of the trouble wind towards his back. Huge amounts of wind-driven Mary keep it constantly going. Whether it can fly is one thing, and it's another thing when it hits the ground later. Everyone pay attention. Don't be careless. Sauron spit out a few words indifferently. His brows were frowning all the time. The dark maelstrom below that always gave him a bad premonition. It seems that there is some kind of horror hidden in there. At this time, everyone invariably looked towards the center of the vortex, where it was pitch black as ink. A golden light appeared vaguely, and then a golden light penetrated the sky and the earth, rushing up directly from the bottom of the sea. With a reverse current like a waterfall, Faye flew straight up 3,000 feet and instantly drowned the Mary. With this amazing upside-down waterfall, the Mary in the sky was overturned directly, and it fell towards the lower 887 side in a hurry. Careful. The Straw Hat pirate ship suddenly became nervous. When the Mary sank into the sea, a group of fruit ability land ducks put on will lose all their physical strength. It will be a very dangerous thing, not to mention the golden light in the turbulent sea. I don't know what it is, kind of monster. In the chaos, Chopper hugged the mast of the ship tightly, and Nami, who was on the side, flew into the air without any weight and was grabbed by the rubberized Luffy's arm by one leg. Sauron pulled his sharp blade out of the sheath and looked at the incomparable abyss beneath him, his eyes flashing with cold light. However, at this moment, everything calmed down instantly. The terrifying eye of the vortex on the sea instantly reverted to calm, and the Mary stopped on the sea safely and stably. What is it? Sanji climbed onto the boat in embarrassment and looked around in confusion. The abrupt, clear and warm voice like the sun was transmitted to the ears of everyone, making them refreshed, as if the cells in the whole body became warm. I'm sorry, guys. I fell asleep during the landing. I'm so sorry for the trouble I caused you guys. A man in splendid brocade clothes scratched the back of his head embarrassedly, and the hem of his clothes fluttered in the wind. And on his thigh, there are water plants with strange shapes, and on the water plants are condensed one after another. Devil fruit. Luo Bing glanced at the strange water plants and strange fruits hanging on his legs with disgust. While looking at the stunned straw hats in front of him, he ripped off the water plants from his body and threw them into the sea together with the fruits. Crash. A sudden wave came over, and all the fruits that had just been thrown into the sea were lifted up by the wave and fell onto the cabin. Luo Bing. Got it. This should be a good thing. And, because of the lucky halo, even if he throws away these treasures, all kinds of accidents will happen and they will be recovered. He kicked the devil fruit, which Luo Bing regarded as trash. Luo Bing rubbed his stomach and made a gurgling sound. Introduce myself. My name is Luo Bing. I'm from the outside world. I don't belong to this world. Oh. By the way, do you have anything to eat? As soon as the sentence was finished, an Aquaman slammed onto the deck. This was an octopus-like creature. At this moment, it was dying, almost burping. Under the trick of fate, it competed for territory with the large Aquaman beast in another sea area a few hours ago. Then he was seriously injured and fled. He fled all the way for tens of thousands of nautical miles and was finally lifted by the tide and dropped on the deck of the Mary. The Mary wobbled and almost didn't sink to the bottom of the sea. Because the size of this octopus is really too big. Hey, maybe it still has a breath, just to keep it fresh. Fantastic, the food came. Hey, I've never eaten such a big octopus before, ha ha. Luo Bing stretched his waist and looked cheerfully at the group of straw hats who continued to stand still in front of him, as if they were petrified, and said with a smile, "Let's eat together?" 99. Weirdo. In a strange way. Strangely falling from the sky. Strange feet with 3 devil fruits strapped to them. And strangely threw the devil fruit into the sea. At last. Strangely enough, there is an octopus, Aquaman, who has thrown himself into the net. This is so weird too. F***K. Fortunately, this guy Luffy has always been a cute and simple-minded boy. He quickly accepted all this and took Luo Bing to visit the construction and layout of the various cabins of the Mary. Aside, Chef Sanji is staring at the giant Aquaman in front of him, constantly muttering what boutique, treasure, extraordinary ingredients are in the mouth. The flame of the god of food was slowly burning above his head, and about 108 recipes had appeared in his mind. And Nami, not to mention, she seems to be stunned at the moment. With a nympho face, she almost praised good, handsome, and so on. Words hang in the mouth. Silly roe deer chopper stared wide-eyed and circled around the devil fruit that no one cared about on the deck. The symbol of money flashed in its eyes. An ordinary devil fruit is worth at least 100 million Bailey. And those powerful rare fruits are even more valuable. OMG. Picking up 3 devil fruits for nothing. The only one who is still normal and sensible is Sauron. In fact, the Straw Hat pirate ship group, Zoro, is a few normal people, although he sometimes can be lunatic. The man from outside the sky, is it related to the god clan that appeared out of thin air 4 years ago? Zoro frowned tightly. He remembered a legend that spread over the sea. For years ago, a group of gods descended from the sky appeared in Marinvondo. Then, a man named Madara stirred up the battle called Shame of the Navy. Do you want to dance too? The man folded his arms and said. Subsequently, he overturned Marinvondo alone, and his other partners swept away a lot of documents and materials, and finally disappeared over the sea. And in that war, the admiral was in front of Madara and couldn't even cry a baby. A means of destroying. If it wasn't for one of Madara's partners to stop him, I am afraid that in that war, Marinvondo would simply cease to exist. Actually, as for the contradiction between the two sides, it is unknown now that people are saying what they say. Inferred from inside information. In fact, a few adjutants of the Navy uttered wild words, perhaps a little arrogant, angering the great god named Madara. In fact, it can be understood as pretending to be unreasonable and being F********. There are 4 emperors in the sea. And the 5 people from the sky who overturned the naval headquarters were dubbed the 5 gods outside the sky. They're exaggerated like gods, with energy and moves that no one can understand. They're not fruit-capable, and they are not afraid of seawater at all. And they seem to be full of curiosity about this world. While swept away a lot of documents, the devil fruits of the Navy headquarters also disappeared completely. After that, the 5 gods of heaven and earth completely disappeared in front of everyone's eyes. Some people speculate that they may have gone to the New World route. There are also speculations that they may have already left this planet. However, all the above information about the 5 gods outside the sky was blocked by Marin Vondo. Shame on the Navy. Bring it up and die. Zoro watched Luo Bing, who was very happy to communicate with Luffy in the distance, regardless of his image. A streak of cold sweat was left on his forehead. He is not one of the 5 gods outside the sky, but definitely has something to do with the 5 gods outside the sky. Thinking of this, Zoro wiped the cold sweat from his forehead, and the whole person became a lot nervous and restrained. The aliens are too cruel. Just say that spot. People just, Xianjiao, provoked him. He asked others if they wanted to dance, and then destroyed the entire Marin Fando, killing all the generals. After 3 years of maintenance, Marin Fando has been basically repaired until now. That's just too reckless. On the other hand, Luo Bing watched the Straw Hat guy in front of him getting more and more pleasing to the eye. For some reason, he saw the shadow of Naruto on this guy. So similar. Especially the phrase, "I am the man who wants to become the Pirate King," has the same effect as Naruto's phrase, "I am the man who wants to become Hokage." It looks like a tiger printed out of a mold. Whether it is character or the kind of silly carefree. So similar. The most like is their determination and courage. This made Luo Bing understand instantly. Very likely. This Straw Hat guy is the protagonist of this world. Foodie Sanji on the Mary finally completed his solo show. The octopus, Aquaman class draws a gorgeous reversal under his kitchen knife. The sun shines on the Mary and the deck glows with steaming glowing delicacies. Yes, from a visual point of view, this is simply the pinnacle of culinary skills, and the food is shining brightly, and it seems to make people feel happy. Luo Bing was born with a bright personality and never felt restrained. The sea breeze blew Zoro's bangs, and he frowned, looking at Luo Bing, who was completely disregarding his image and feasting with Luffy, leaving 3 black lines on his forehead. Such a person can really be equated with the alien? Then, under the constant call of Luffy's roar, Zoro couldn't even think about it so much and immediately joined the feasting team. An hour later, apart from Luo Bing and Nami, a group of pregnant women lay on the deck and touched their round belly, gasping for breath. It's amazing. You didn't see your belly get bigger after eating so much. It's amazing. You are definitely the most amazing guy I've ever seen. Hee hee. Luffy smirked and praised, while Zoro and Sanji on the side instantly shed 2 drops of cold sweat on their foreheads. UB asterisk 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 D. Are you following something weird? Sanji and Zoro looked at each other and sighed at the same time. 887, hey, green-haired boy, do you have any questions to ask me? See your eyes dodging, say anything if you have anything to say. Luo Bing lay on his back on the sun lounger, playing with circles in his hands. The strange round fruit said casually. Zoro was shocked. He thought he had covered it up well. But is it still seen? Luffy was confused, looked at Luo Bing in astonishment, then turned to look at Zoro. What happened? Luffy asked with a simple and honest smile. Sanji looked at Zoro, although he also doubted the identity of this man of unknown origin, but he didn't know as much as Zoro after all. Think about that story. After all, that legend is too ethereal and illusory. Zoro narrowed his eyes and said, "On the sea, there is a legend." Luffy immediately raised his hand excitedly. I know, it is said that Rough Tale, as the end of the Great Route, the hiding place of One Piece, is the dream place of countless pirates. Biffa, shameful One Piece, ha ha ha, I will be the first to get there. 99. Zoro, 39. Idiot. That's not what I'm talking about. Zoro rolled his eyes wildly. Luffy scratched the back of his head with a puzzled look on his face. I see, it's that one. Sanji suddenly thought of something, first glanced at Zoro, then turned to look at Luo Bing. Zoro nodded. At this time, Nami and Chopper seemed to have understood something from their communication, and their expressions became more cautious. Could it be that legend is true? Nami couldn't believe it. I always feel that there is a big problem. In recent years, the Navy has been concealing this legend from the outside world, but if Mr. Luo Bing is really an outsider, then... Chopper said halfway and looked at it. To Luo Bing, no need to say the following words, everyone understands. Oh, not right. There is one exception. Luffy scratched his ears and scratched his cheeks, almost going crazy. Wait, what are you talking about? The crew members' attention was instantly attracted by Luffy's side. They looked at each other and said in unison, 5 gods outside the sky. Nanny? Luffy's eyes widened. It is said that there are not only 4 emperors at sea, but also a mysterious 5 gods outside the sky. Being able to be called Roar as a god is naturally extraordinary in strength. However, for many pirates, it was just an ethereal legend because no pirates had ever had contact with them at all, and the only Navy government that directly confronted them also ordered to block this topic. Do not discuss, do not admit. After all, it's not something worth showing off, right? Luffy suddenly jumped up and looked at Luo Bing in shock. His belly bounced twice on the board like a rubber ball. Brother Luo Bing, you seem to have said that you are from the outside world, right? Outer space. To which island does it belong? Saron. Sanji. Nami. Chopper. Sometimes the thinking ability of the captain of the spaceship. It's really puzzling. 5 gods outside the sky? Oh, that's right, the green-haired guy. Is there a guy in the 5 gods you mentioned who asks others if they want to dance at every turn, and 2 guys have horns on their heads, and there is a carefree guy planting trees everywhere to gamble, and a guy like a snake? What kind of novel description is this? Zoro's face darkened at first. He really didn't like the name Green Hair Roar. The hair color is in the womb. What can he do? However, facing the powerful and awe-inspiring outsider Luo Bing, he still nodded his head truthfully. I don't know the specific information, but there is a powerful figure in the 5 gods. Do you also want to dance? Is what he once said, and his companions seemed to call him Spot. Luo Bing nodded, responded to the coordinates of the 5 people remotely, and explained, It's Madara Uchiha. We are from other planets, but the spacecraft had some accidents during the spaceship, and then we dispersed, and I am also a flower. It took 4 years to find this planet. Zoro nodded. It seems that you are their companion. Companion? Well, although the relationship is not very close, but in general, I am their captain. Damn, I was worried about their safety, but I didn't expect these guys to be arrogant. In this world, it's not bad. Luo Bing snapped his fingers, materialized a cigarette out of thin air, and threw another one to Sanji as a reward for his delicious food. Yoshi, I understand. Luffy shouted. It turns out that you are also the captain. Me too. Haha, here's our partner Mary. Captain Luo Bing, you're welcome. Saron. Sanji. Nami. Chopper. Luffy is still so big. You can recognize it by the name. The spaceship and our ship are not the same concept. By the way, a spaceship. Is it a flying ship? The flying ship must be very fast, right? Luffy suddenly became envious. If only he could have a flying ship. Then he will rush to Marin Fando very quickly to rescue his brother. It's so fast. It's like the speed of a tortoise. It takes decades for a small flight to fly. Luo Bing looked disgusted, and the speed of the spaceship was many times slower in front of him. But that's for Luo Bing personally. But disgust is disgust. The stability of the spacecraft is still unmatched by individuals. And the spaceship imagined by Luffy is obviously not the same concept as the big guy described by Luo Bing. He had just experienced the short-lived spaceship, and now he still has an illusion about the spaceship. It's amazing. Decades of voyage. Luffy didn't know what he was in shock and admiration. In short, his brain circuit was very different from other people's. However, at this moment, the Mary, which was driving on the sea, suddenly hit a rock. The whole Mary stopped instantly, and the ship shook violently. But fortunately, the sailing speed at the moment was not too fast, and the hull of the Mary was not very damaged. However, there was still a hole in the bow, and a large amount of seawater was poured into the interior. Oops, the Mary is going to sink. It's strange. How could it hit something? Nami was taken aback and quickly prepared an early warning plan. Sanji's expression instantly became serious. Luffy, Zoro, lift off the Mary. There are no islands nearby. We must complete the repair work in the air. Please. Don't worry, I just had a full meal, and I have all the strength in my body. Luffy roared, glanced at Zoro, and the two nodded, and they were about to replicate the act of launching the Mary. However, at this moment, a crisp snap of fingers echoed in everyone's ears. In the absence of external interference, the Mary took off inexplicably. This is an amazing ability. Chopper glanced at Luo Bing, and it was obvious that Luo Bing, an outsider, had snapped his fingers for the Mary's ability to lift off on his own. Unbelievable. How did he do it? Sanji was stunned, looking at the Mary, who was getting taller and taller, and glanced at Luo Bing, who didn't move. Snapped. Another crisp finger snap came out, and the sea beneath him suddenly cracked open. The sea water flowed, completely contrary to the power of nature, and a large number of fish fell straight into the cracked abyss below because of the loss of water. And the culprit who hit the Mary also appeared in everyone's field of vision. That's it. Nami suddenly widened her eyes, and the little friends beside her were not much better. A dilapidated ship covered in gold came into view. This is a pirate ship full of golden treasure chests, but for some reason, the pirate ship was forced to sink here. The interior of the cabin is badly damaged, with a large number of hollow holes, and various fish live in the cabin. There are countless gold that shimmers with golden light. One of the boxes felt weird. Luo Bing beckoned gently, and the maverick box flew up and opened. Another two strange devil fruits appeared in front of Luo Bing. Shipwreck, treasure? This. Not to mention the wealthy Chopper, even Luffy, who has always been big, widened his eyes at the moment. Anyone who was driving the boat well and suddenly hit the rocks thought it was a disaster, but it turned out that the treasure was delivered to the door by himself. Come on, are you surprised? Are you excited? Are you impressed? When did they have such luck? And the devil fruit thing has become so cheap now? In an hour before and after, I saw 5 of them. This. Luo Bing, 35. This is Luo Bing careless. In fact, he has been focusing on outer space. Whenever there are small planets that are actively approaching him, they are all taken into the Shui space by him, and his Shui space is large enough to completely wrap this planet now. But I didn't expect. I was patronizing the treasures that came from the sky, and 1 or 2 would pop up from the bottom of the sea from time to time. Luo Bing looked helpless. Fortunately, he's getting used to it now. And it is bound to be tough to keep the lucky halo on. Although it is a bit troublesome to keep picking up treasures, it is better than an accident. Behold, look at Luo Bing's open-minded thinking now. If anyone knew what he thought of at the moment, they would definitely spit him to death. Are you still tired of picking up the baby? For flowers, 0. Why are you so arrogant? Cough, sorry, the treasure should be brought here by me. My physique has been very different from others since I was a child. I often attract various treasures inexplicably. Please don't mind. As for the Mary, I will help repair it. Luo Bing pretended to cough and explained embarrassedly. Just as he opened his mouth, a giant eagle passed by in the sky. Staggered, and a plant in his mouth fell directly and hung on Luo Bing on the body. Take a closer look. Have to. What a devil fruit. Saron. Sanji. Nami. Chopper. Luffy. Master. Master. Ask for teaching. I want to be as good as you too. Chopper's eyes flashed with money symbols, and he almost threw himself on Luo Bing's thigh. Is there such a person in the world? And such a thing? I can't even think about killing me. Big guy, you still lack a deck washer on your spaceship. I sign up. What should I say? I finally know the 5 gods outside the sky. Why are they called gods? This is God's luck. Zoro was stunned in place and did not speak for a long time. For High One, Luffy, Nami, and Sanji basically won't say anything other than amazing, and their essence seems to have become a repeater. Alas, it's this kind of gold garbage again, Luo Bing sighed. Although his divine power was very large, he really didn't want to hold these garbage anymore. He waved his hand and moved these things directly to the Mary. On the deck. Boom! The entire Mary roared and shook twice in the air, because there were too many golden treasure chests. Please dispose of these things. Leaving them in the sea is very damaging to the environment, Luo Bing said in a troubled manner. Luffy and his party didn't know what to say, and immediately nodded like chickens pecking at rice. Boss, you can rest assured. We will definitely take care of this rubbish. Just leave this little thing to us. Please, be sure to leave it to us. And if even gold is considered garbage, then I'd rather pick up garbage for the rest of my life. The Mary was suspended in the air in a suitable position, and Chopper successfully transformed into a little giant in an instant, carrying a box full of gold with star eyes. Others are no exception and work hard. And Luo Bing, in order to block the small hole in front of the Mary's hull, he has hesitation at the moment. Chapter 1080. The design drawings were spinning around in his head, and all the bells and whistles were eliminated by him. He just repaired the hull with fantasy, and then added 2 rocket thrusters at the stern. That's all. When the wrecked treasure was removed, the sea closed automatically, and the Mary fell back to the sea. However, judging from the magnitude of the sinking of the hull of the 887, the ship obviously felt heavier. But it doesn't matter. The sense of accomplishment attached to this weight cannot be described in words. What makes people speechless is Chopper. At the moment, he is guarding the door of the treasure house in the cabin. His legs are weak. His whole body is lying on the hill made of gold coins and gold nuggets, and he refuses to come out after being beaten to death. Okay, I don't have anything to do here. See you next time. I'm going to find my partner. Luo Bing made a move, roar, and disappeared instantly along the Sense space node. Bye. Without saying goodbye, Luffy waved his hand toward the empty sky, and his expression changed from happy to lonely and serious. Hey, Nami, sail at full speed. Rescue Ace. Under the cry of Luffy, the entire Mary set sail again. What is the whole red button for? Luffy poked with his hand curiously. Oh, by the way, just now Mr. Luo Bing told me that it was used for acceleration, Nami returned aloud. Accelerate. Great. All I want now is speed. 35. Luffy suddenly pressed the red button. Then, a 12-level strong wind blew in the calm sea, and a meteor flashed past, leaving behind a fiery red tail flame and a huge wave of several meters. Ow! There was a scream from above the Mary. Luffy and the others were holding the mast tightly, and the whole face was shape-shifted by the wind. What makes people incomprehensible is that with such a powerful speed, the Mary did not collapse directly, but was exceptionally strong. This must be the credit of Luo Bing. A beautiful island. The island looks no different from other islands, but this is only in terms of appearance. In fact, the entire island is covered with layers of mist formations, and there is an earth-shaking difference between the outside and the inside. This is a city of steel. All kinds of machines that surpass the knowledge and civilization of this world are running tirelessly. Large-scale nuclear reactor generators, steel plants, microelectronics, in vitro controllable divisions, etc. With a pair of gentle eyes, the scholar Orochimaru diligently studied the nuclear knowledge theory, in his hand for the 26th time. Fission is only possible with very massive nuclei such as uranium, thorium, and plutonium. The nuclei of these atoms, after absorbing a neutron, split into 2 or more nuclei of lower mass, releasing 2 nuclei at the same time. When 3 neutrons and a large amount of energy are reached, other nuclei can then undergo nuclear fission, making the process continue. This process is called a chain reaction. When the nucleus undergoes nuclear fission, huge amounts are released of energy is called nuclear energy, commonly known as atomic energy. Closing the book, Orochimaru silently praised twice. He had some heart palpitations, but fortunately his former teammate Deidara was illiterate. Otherwise, at this time, he would definitely have said the words, "Art is an explosion" again. But sometimes, the explosion is not a kind of art. For example, the Ninja nuclear fission missile made by the Orochimaru branch line time. If you put it in the former Naruto world, it would be no problem to destroy a country in 1 second. Puppets come and go on the streets. They're puppets created by Kaguya that can think independently and simply. This stuff greatly fills the shortage of manpower needed by the factory. Now Orochimaru's goal is to rebuild a spaceship. Pity. All materials need to be produced by himself. Even a small screw can't be careless. The crisis in the universe is no joke. Any rivet needs to go through strict inspection. So, Orochimaru had to start its own industrial revolution. In this practice, his theoretical knowledge has been confirmed one after another, and the whole person's thoughts and brain holes have expanded one step further. Orochimaru has surpassed himself and indulged in the Scientific Research and Development Center for the past 4 years. However, the rest of the restless guys don't have that much patience. Kaguya Otsutsuki and Yui Otsutsuki are okay. No matter how the two of them are locked in the moon and lonely for thousands of years, the other has been wandering in the dead world for thousands of years, and they have long since developed their patience. But Madara Uchiha and Shisho Hashirama were obviously a little panicked. At the beginning of the Industrial Revolution, 2 people were able to fight, but later, they were completely incapable of doing anything, and a puppet was more beautiful than them in 5.0, so they simply ignored this aspect. The two started a race on the premise of collecting devil fruits without interfering with the normal functioning of the world. Don't snatch and steal other people's devil fruits, only allow yourself to find those lost and unowned devil fruits. In 4 years, Madara Uchiha found 3, and Shisho Hakuma found 5. However, because Hashima lost 3 in a casino, Madara has a comparative advantage in the current situation. Luo Bing appeared beside Orochimaru out of thin air. Pat. Scientist Snake Mumu's excited eyes fell directly to the ground. If words can describe the inner feelings of Orochimaru at the moment, then maybe only a few exclamation marks can be summed up. Originally, a group of people ate hot pot and sang songs, happily wanting to go to Daetongmu Zushing to harvest a wave, but they were cut off halfway. After that, they separated from Luo Bing and lived in this world for 4 years. But fortunately, this is a less dangerous world. With their strength, they can adapt perfectly, but Orochimaru is obviously not reconciled. He didn't spend all his time waiting for Luo Bing's return. On the contrary, he built an uninhabited island and used the theoretical knowledge he learned from books to become practical step by step, setting off an industrial revolution that only belongs to him. He did it, and without the interference of other external forces, Orochimaru is confident that he can build all the materials needed for a spaceship within 20 years. But now, obviously, there is no need, because the man is back. "I knew you would come back 14, Mr. Luo Bing." Orochimaru bowed slightly, with a smile on the corner of his mouth, and his eyes were very respectful. "Well done. If I have the opportunity, I will introduce someone to you. That guy is called Tony, and he is also an uncompromising genius." Luo Bing looked around the modern city full of industrialized atmosphere and looked at the puppets representing men and women on the street. People. Kaguya's craftsmanship is still real enough, and those puppets look like real life. If it weren't for their uniform, sluggish expressions and the slightly uncharacteristically indistinguishable public faces, absolutely no one would realize that they were not human. SHHHHH. 2 more figures flew over from the woods in the distance. Both of them are dressed in white royal robes, with the exclusive logo of Otsutsuki engraved on the back of the robes, and their heads have sharp horns. Lord Luo Bing. Lord Luo Bing. Kaguya and Yui were equally overjoyed. Except for Madara and Hashima, who were not here, the other 3 of the 5 gods in the sky had indeed not moved their places for 4 years. What made Luo Bing more puzzled was that the 3 of them didn't even have the slightest impression of the big hand of nothingness that emerged from the black hole. They even said that in their subjective thoughts, they could not see that thing at all. At that time, the scene was very chaotic. The surrounding time and space collapsed and disintegrated. Otsutsuki Momoya and Jin Sure died directly in that void tear. The reason is that their hands and feet are tied, and they have no ability to act, so they can't resist at all. Luo Bing couldn't help frowning after hearing this. Could it be that the big hand not only has no interest in weak people, but weak people can't even see it? I don't think about it anymore, I don't understand it anyway. After a little inquiries, Luo Bing realized that these 2 days were the execution days of the Navy. One Piece Roger's son, Ace's execution day. Therefore, this sensational news spread instantly on the sea. For a time, the whole Marin Vatican was very lively. The forces in the shadows were surging, and the Navy was equipped with a large number of people and forces in Marin Vondo to prevent the pirates from making troubles. At such a wonderful moment, Madara and Hazuma, the 2 restless fellows, naturally went to join in the fun. Is that the case? It sounds very lively. Luo Bing rolled his eyes and raised the corner of his mouth slightly. I'm afraid the little friends he just met will also appear in this excitement. In that case, let's go join in the fun. Luo Bing quickly made a decision and said. Orochimaru was a little puzzled. He didn't know what to do with it. If Mr. Luo Bing wants to know the hidden location of One Piece, I might as well ask Luo Jiadire reincarnation to ask. Orochimaru said with a little thought. Luo Bing gave him a roll of eyes, and the Orochimaru was a little hairy and sweaty, and then he went shopping in this miniature industrial capital. Lord Luo Bing, what does this mean? Do I want to be reincarnated in the dirt? Orochimaru looked at Kagaya and Otsutsuki Yui with a puzzled expression. Definitely no. What do you think the treasures on this planet would be attractive to? If you want me to say, the strange devil fruits on this planet are still a little bit different. Although they are not as exaggerated as chakra fruits, the key is that there are a lot of them, and each has a unique ability. Kagaya shrugged and said. Yui Otsutsuki on the side nodded in agreement. He is also very interested in the devil fruits in this world, but he has not deliberately searched for them. Orochimaru's face darkened instantly. Anything that can increase his strength or something novel, he will study carefully and patiently. In the past 2 years, Orochimaru purchased an evil 887 magic fruit on the black market and took it back to the laboratory to conduct a series of inspections and sampling. Result: the whole laboratory was filled with the smell of septic tank. Orochimaru feels conflicted when he recalls it now. This fruit is strange, but the taste. It's really not something that ordinary people can bear. It takes a lot of courage to take this thing. Luo Bing walks alone on the street full of puppets. All kinds of breaths on his body are integrating one by one. Since he left the White World prison again, there seems to be some new situation in his daily ability system, or maybe the demand for Luo Bing's daily triple ability to fully activate is too great. Seems like the system is a little overwhelmed. I don't understand. In short, it is in a state of crash, or it is in an upgrade state. And Luo Bing, at the moment, even he can't figure out what he knows, because there are so many things. Even in the past, there were 200 or 300 exercises in Luo Bing's head. And all of them are God-level exercises. Now Luo Bing's hesitation is that he doesn't know which one he wants to learn. There are too many God-level exercises, each of which is the best of the best. Luo Bing felt that it was hard to give up just by looking at the description of the exercises. After thinking about it, he still hasn't made a final decision. I can't tell the difference between good and bad just by looking at the literal description. If I make the wrong choice, I won't even be able to cry. Luo Bing has a headache. This is definitely not a happy headache. This is the trouble with too many choices. In this way, the time quickly passed in Luo Bing's hesitation. As night fell, the clock rang at midnight in this nascent industrial city. Ding! Sign in successfully. The infinity ability, I want it all, has been delivered. Please enjoy it. Ability description: only children make choices. As an adult, I definitely choose safety. Special abnormal ability can be actively triggered when faced with a choice, ignoring any principal rule. Luo Bing, 6635. After being stunned for about 3 minutes, Luo Bing's head was still in a state of panic and did not respond. What's the meaning? I cracked. I want it all? What? What the hell is this ignoring any principle rule? Confused and puzzled, Luo Bing blinked his eyes, gulped his saliva, a crazy and daring attention quietly bred in his heart. Then he snapped his fingers, Luo Bing too appeared beside him. It is a simple duplication technique, and the consciousness of the two people is connected. Then, a simple and rough staged attempt was staged in an instant. Luo Bing 2, Ontology, you now have more than 200 God-level exercises. Which one do you want to practice? Luo Bing opened his mouth tremblingly and activated his skill. I want it all. Boom. A dazzling white light flashed, and, because of the violent fluctuation of energy, the newly formed Luo Bing 2 directly turned into smoke and dissipated in the air. And Luo Bing himself was immersed in a rather wonderful atmosphere because of the momentary dizziness. The key moment of his body's various parts turned into a string of human-shaped mysterious words connected together. Then, some key parts of the cryptic text were completely replaced and modified. Immediately after, Luo Bing's eyes darkened, the strange white light he saw completely disappeared, and the whole person woke up like a dream, stiff in place. Ding! God-level Cultivation Technique 9 Ways Divine Dragon Art is being practiced on the phone in the background. Ding! God-level Exercises, Kaition Good Fortune Art is being practiced on the phone in the background. Ding! God-level Cultivation Technique 9 Flames and Different Fire Art is being practiced on the phone in the background. Ding! God-level Cultivation Technique Xingqian Transformation is in the background to hang up and practice. The current practice progress of all exercises is 0.001%, and the transmission speed is 10,000 per second. Note, your current physical aptitude, every second of cultivation is equivalent to 10,000 years of an ordinary human being. I correct. Doesn't it mean that everyone can only choose one major in the practice in their lifetime? Too much will explode. What happened to me just now? What's going on with the words that you can't read on your body? Did I change my character settings myself? 35. Luo Bing's whole person is stupid. It is also possible that he has hung up too many God-level exercises in the background at the same time, and his brain CPU can't take it anymore. Shichichi. A white eye floated over Luo Bing's forehead. His head is burning. And this hot feeling is getting more and more obvious. Depend on fire. It's not the heat, it's the effect of cultivating God-level exercises related to flames. Depend on so cold. Did I trigger the special effects attached to Ice's God-level exercises? Damn it. Stop it for me. Stop. Luo Bing was stunned. For some unknown reason, the superficial changes on his body suddenly disappeared in his subjective consciousness. Not all are gone. It can only be said that the influence has become much smaller, and 99.999% of the mutation effect has been contained by his body. It's strange. After practicing so many exercises all at once, my body didn't collapse? Luo Bing wiped the cold sweat on his forehead and smashed his tongue. Is this the power of changing character settings? Infinity, level ability. These two circles mean infinity, that is to say, the level of this ability is above the SSS level, meaning infinity. Luo Bing covered his face. He didn't know what to say anymore. His mood right now is complicated. Super complicated. But even at this juncture, Luo Bing's Death God Sutra was unexpectedly active. He thought about the upgrade button and clicked on the infinity level ability. Ding, upgrade failed. This unexpected move finally came to an end as expected. Invalid operation. Obviously, this ability that cannot even be upgraded at the SSS level is even more impossible to use on the ability of the infinity level. Luo Bing took a deep breath and wiped the cold sweat from his forehead. The beads of sweat that were thrown out fell on the ground. The world is nuclear flat. The universe is nuclear flat. Life forms in this universe will never realize they were destroyed by a single drop of sweat. Standing in the ruins of the universe, Luo Bing gasped. His eyes looked like he had seen a ghost. No. Qian Jiao. What the hell, who can understand his current mood? Return. Buzzing. Time and space were turbulent. Luo Bing cautiously returned to 5 minutes ago. Seal. Restrain, restraint, restraint. 5. The energy cannot be lost in the slightest. I have to keep calm. I don't want to destroy the universe anymore. Boom. Following Luo Bing's painful cry, a sonic attack shrouded the entire universe, Tiger. Like a broken mirror, the entire universe collapsed when it cooperated very well. Luo Bing standing in the endless void. I understand. I destroyed the universe again. I destroyed twice today. Haha. Universe, who am I to provoke me? Don't destroy me if you don't move. Luo Bing couldn't hear the voice of the universe. If he heard it, he would really say sorry. Sorry, I'm actually a superhero. It's really not my intention to destroy the universe so many times. Things were getting bigger and bigger. Luo Bing took a deep breath and the whole person turned into a paralyzed expression. Then he chose to go back one time, and the time returned to the far point. Calm down, handsome Luo Bing. You can't destroy the universe 3 times a day in a row. You can't do it again and again. It's a man. You have to hold back. Constantly adding psychological cues and energy defenses to himself, Luo Bing carefully took a deep breath of fresh air. Fortunately, this time, due to his restraint, he did not suck up all the oxygen in the entire universe at one time, and thus did not cause another collapse of the universe. Void Hand, have you seen it? 35. I'm coming to F***ku soon. I didn't expect it. Was it a surprise? Haha, I can't do it again and again. I was rushed by you twice. Do you think there will be a third time? Luo Bing took a deep breath of Roar's 887 air again. Originally, in his plan, he was going to retreat for tens of thousands of years and then fight to the death with the master behind the big hand of the void. He didn't expect the plan to keep up with the changes. No longer. I don't even know how strong I am now, and I am even scared of myself when I start a rage. And now the progress of all exercises is only 0.001%. I'm just too strong. But I still have to be careful. Don't get carried away. 5. Careful. Be careful. I want to be a prudent man. There is too much energy boost in a short period of time. Luo Bing must feel this change carefully and adapt to it. Otherwise, it will destroy the world at every turn. Shoo! A black shadow flashed, and Orochimaru instantly appeared in place. He had no idea that he had even died twice, with a flattering smile. Lord Luo Bing, regarding your return, I have already informed Madara and Hazuma. They have prepared the final room for you, and you are welcome at any time. Then what are you waiting for? Just go ahead. Luo Bing raised his eyebrows without any hesitation. And many more. I don't know what came to mind. Luo Bing was slightly startled, and then began to say, I can't use my energy for a short time. You take me there. Huh? Orochimaru looked confused, not understanding Luo Bing's words very well. What? Are you trying to rebel? Luo Bing asked squintingly. No, definitely not. It seems that Mr. Luo Bing must have been injured in the void crack, leaving some hidden dangers, but please rest assured, I am absolutely loyal to you and have absolutely no thoughts, Orochimaru said. Said in a very serious tone. Just kidding, he is no longer interested in fighting and killing. Science is what he most pursues now. As for Luo Bing, who gave him a lot of scientific books, Orochimaru is definitely grateful and will not have the slightest idea. But Kagaya and Madara. Mr. Luo Bing, do you want to hide your injury? This is not the ninja world. If these two rebel at the same time, I'm afraid we won't be able to stop them. Orochimaru said thoughtfully. Luo Bing was speechless and waved his hand. It's not what you think, alas, forget it. Whatever you think, it doesn't matter. Orochimaru nodded ignorantly and then made a decision in his heart, Bifa. Although he has basically understood the personalities of Madara and Kagaya in the past few years, he is not afraid of 10,000, but if something happens, he will definitely plan for the worst. Soon, Kagaya and Yui flashed over by means of space shifting. The attitude of the two has not changed in any way from before. Perhaps they already knew the fact of Luo Bing's injury, and they became much more cautious when speaking, looking around from time to time to take precautions. Seeing this scene, Luo Bing was angry and funny. He didn't explain either. There really isn't much to explain. What do you want him to say? I try to avoid using energy now, because I'm afraid that if I use it too much, I will destroy the universe all at once. Stop talking. Wash and sleep. It seems that Luo Bing's acquiescent attitude has strengthened the thoughts in the hearts of the three people, and they have become more cautious. In the distance, Madara Uchiha and Chisho Hazuma also got the news at the first time, and their brows were furrowed. A look of concern. Madara has no intention of betrayal, and naturally Hashima will not. To be honest, Luo Bing not only resurrected them, but also their relatives, and Ban took the initiative to join in this operation. They all know that Luo Bing is a school. To be honest, they and Luo Bing are not in a relationship between superiors and subordinates, but in a delicate relationship similar to friends. After managing the black hole incident, they have regarded each other as recognized partners. No matter what nonsense they were thinking about, Luo Bing didn't care. He just followed Kagaya's space gate, and in a blink of an eye, he came from the industrial island to a wealthy island near Marin Fando. There, Madara Uchiha and Hazuma have been waiting for a long time. It's really nice to see you again. Welcome back, Mr. Luo Bing. Madara Uchiha folded his arms across his chest, never forgetting the traditional virtues of the Uchiha clan playing cool. On the other hand, Jujian still looked like that sloppy man, who kept laughing. I've arranged accommodation for you. Oh, by the way, I forgot to introduce you. This is the palace of the Tianlong people. You may not be familiar with the Tianlong people, but there's really nothing to introduce. By the way, Mr. Luo Bing, do you need me to arrange for Empress Hancock to wash your feet and massage your feet? Madara Uchiha asked with a smile. Who? Luo Bing frowned. Empress, I don't know too well. I heard that she is very famous. I'll just go and catch it, Madara said. Poya Hancock, the only woman who is one of the 7 Wuhais under the king, is standing respectfully in front of Luo Bing with a steaming footbath at the moment. Sitting on the throne, Luo Bing frowned slightly at the beauty in front of him. Obviously, judging from the flashing wheel-eye logo in her pupils, this girl was 100% controlled by Madara's magic trick. This guy, Madara, when will he be doing all these bells and whistles? Luo Bing was a little speechless, but he wasn't too disgusted. Just wash your feet, give a massage, your nerves are tense enough for the day, and it's good to relax appropriately. Crash. The Empress gently rubbed Luo Bing's feet over and over again with her weak and boneless hands. Old girl, if you have more strength, you won't be strong. Luo Bing half squinted his eyes, reminding him from time to time. Perhaps it was because the illusion technique limited the strength of the Empress, or because the old girl was originally weak. Luo Bing always felt that it was not sour enough. It's still not as comfortable as Kagaya-sama's old sister. Luo Bing muttered to himself and fell into a deep sleep. The sound of water clattered. Hancock's eyes suddenly regained clarity, and a drop of cold sweat left on his forehead. What happened? Hancock was stunned for a long time, then hesitantly looked at the man's feet in his hands, and the whole person was stunned. In her impression, Banyan, one of the 5 gods, suddenly broke into the naval headquarters and then simply glared at her, and she instantly fainted, as if trapped in another world. After several hours of struggle, she finally broke through the shackles of that world with her domineering arrogance and regained consciousness. But this is also because the illusion that Uchiha Madara unleashed on her was not very deep, and Madara did not expect that the domineering of this world would have unexpected effects when resisting the illusion. Who is this man? Am I washing his feet? The always domineering female emperor instantly felt horrified. She first glanced around vigilantly, and after finding out that this was a private bedroom, she put down a lot of heart. There was no shackles of Hailu stone iron chains on his body. Hancock clenched his fists and found that all the strength in at the moment was still there, and his clothes were normal, without a trace of mess. That guy named Madara caught me here, so who is this guy? I have never heard of such an existence among the 5 gods. Hancock's head was running fast. She really wanted to escape from this place, but from the current facts, she was not an opponent of the 5 gods at all, and she was subdued by a look before she even fought. And if Madara arrests herself for the man in front of her, then The identity of this guy must be very honorable. You can even make that spot work for him directly. What should I do? Hancock was very entangled in his heart. If she wanted to escape, now is undoubtedly the best time to act, but outside this house, she can't guarantee it. However, at this moment, a crisp explosion resounded in Hancock's ears, instantly scaring her to death. Her body instinctively made a defensive posture, and the foot she held in her hands was also the sound of bang landed in the water basin, rippling violently. "Are you awake, girl?" Luo Bing sat up from the reclining chair and asked with a smile. "You're the one who woke up, right?" Hancock was sweating nervously in an instant. She didn't expect that the man who fell asleep on the chair would wake up at this juncture. And he's also surprisingly good-looking. Pooh. What am I thinking? I am his captive now. An enemy. It seems that recalling the tragic past when she was a slave of the Tianlong people when she was a child, Hancock's face had a haze on her face, but soon, another idea grew up in her heart. It seems nice to be a slave to a man like him. She shook her head and threw the strange thoughts in her head to the side. The Empress looked solemn and looked at the man in front of her with a look of dread. This man is too strange. Getting closer? The thought of making Hancock feel as if he was the ray of light he had worked so hard to follow made Hancock even more horrified. "You. Who are you?" The Empress asked softly, her hands already in a fighting posture. When something goes wrong, she will definitely take the first shot sharply. Catch the thief first, catch the king. The name doesn't matter. The problem is, you keep pressing, don't stop. Oh, by the way, when you were just given the hypnotic ability, the kneading force was too small. Now you can press it as hard as you like. It's okay, don't worry, I'm very stressed. Saying that, Luo Bing lifted his feet up on his own, and his eyes signaled the other party to pick it up obediently. In what life has the Empress suffered this kind of anger? She was furious in an instant. She has a bad personality. How could she have suffered such grievances? Just now she was given the hypnotic ability by the enemy, and now I still want her sober to do this kind of thing. Who is she? She is a queen. Can you bear it? Under the premise of not knowing the true strength of the opponent and the great threat of the 5 gods outside the sky, the female Emperor Hancock decided to endure first. Anyway, he has already washed his feet just now, and it's not too bad now. Most importantly, her sweet fruit ability is charm. If she can charm this man above the 5 gods in the sky, the whole blue sky and sea will not be her final say in the future? Thinking of this, the pressure in the Empress's hand became more attentive. Afterwards, while Luo Bing relaxed her vigilance, she constantly used her sweetheart fruit ability to wink at him. "Sister, do you have eye problems?" Luo Bing asked with a frown. "Gotcha." The Empress' heart was split into 7 or 8 pieces, and the flattering smile on her face instantly stiffened. "Do you have eye problems?" Luo Bing's question from the Seoul version directly made Hancock feel like a cold winter, and he didn't even know how to answer for a moment. Enough. As expected of an empress with a bad character, at this time, even if she could bear it, she couldn't bear it anymore. She immediately threw the stinky feet in her hand into the footbath and then waved her fist directly at Luo Bing. Smashed the door. Melee may not be Hancock's strong point, but now she doesn't know why, but she feels that only when her fist hits the man's face is enough to relieve her anger. Shichichi. The fist is covered with a black-red coating, which is the fist that has been strengthened by the armed color, and it is very hard. For ordinary people, the destructive power must be added with 9,88799 plus. Pity. Luo Bing specifies that he is not an ordinary person. Ling Lai's fist smashed into the man's face without any hindrance, but, surprisingly, not even a trace was smashed, let alone the scene of blood splattering. The only thing that deeply impressed Hancock was the burning pain in his right hand, and the maddening natural question in his ear. Eh? Is this a massage instead? Alright, I just feel that the soaking time is a bit long, but I really want to say something to you, girl. Look at how thin you are, you have no strength at all. This massage is really uncomfortable at all. Luo Bing shook his head helplessly, looked at Hancock who was petrified on the spot, turned around and sighed. The throne below him was suddenly replaced by a soft bed, and he lay down comfortably. "You better step on my back, so maybe I can use all your strength," Luo Bing said in disgust, snapped his fingers, carefully embodied a mobile phone, and clicked on it idly. Empress Hancock. The expression of this woman with a bad personality became terrifying, and the expression on her whole face was like blacken. She is usually kicked when she sees small animals on the roadside. At the moment it looks like she is so pathetic and helpless. He 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 he. Boya Hancock let out a sharp laugh. Her facial expression became more and more broken, and the whole person seemed to be broken. It's a pity that Luo Bing, who had his back to her, didn't have that idea of appreciation. "Step on the back, right? Okay, satisfy you." Hancock took a deep breath and suddenly leaped into the sky with a cruel face, rising dozens of meters high, and the area of the palace was much larger than expected. Otherwise, she designated the forehead is stuck to the ceiling. Aromatic feet. After exhausting all her strength, Hancock finally roared out those 3 words. At the same time, her whole body turned into a beam of meteors, and 1 foot on high heels slashed violently, with the 9 days hanging on the moon. The momentum instantly stomped towards Luo Bing's back. Aromatic feet, the proud skill of Empress Hancock, which can petrify and smash the opponent's body at the moment of kicking the opponent. Whether the opponent has a heart of love or not, it can be petrified. No matter if the opponent is living or non-living. No one is spared. Crack. Another crisp sound came out. Hancock's high heels were broken into pieces, and his crystal-clear feet directly stepped on Luo Bing's back. Comfort. "Okay, old girl, I finally feel a little bit, come again, continue." Luo Bing gave a thumbs up to his back, then squinted his eyes and continued to slide his phone. Boya Hancock, pin 35. How is it possible? 35. Rubbing her red feet, the Empress's eyes flashed with crystal tears. She couldn't believe it. It was impossible. All kinds of emotions appeared on her face. But before she was in a daze for too long, Luo Bing's impatient urging voice started again. Due to the pressure of this incomprehensible man, and perhaps the reason of his unwillingness to admit defeat, the female Emperor Hancock did not care to sort out her panicked emotions, and then launched her own stunt again and again. Fragrant feet. Death to me. Why are you still not dead? Petrification. B********************* D. 35. You're made of iron. Roaring inwardly, the Empress gasped for breath. Her whole body was covered in sweat, and during this period, she also constantly mixed some other attacks while using fragrant feet. For example, Captivero, Kiss Gun, Sweet and Sweet Wind, and so on. Even the domineering face that was forced to be used was used, but unfortunately it still had no effect at all. Do not. It can't be said that it has no effect at all. At least let Luo Bing feel comfortable for a while. At least the Empress was so tired that she lost a little bit of strength, and her legs and feet were shaking, a little lame, probably crutches. Hey, it's a girl after all. I just can't do it in terms of strength. Luo Bing sighed helplessly, threw his tired phone aside, and waved his hand impatiently. Let's go back and forth. The service is not good, and the service attitude is even worse. If I didn't know that you were kidnapped, I might have to complain about you. Empress. Whoa. Unacceptable. So sad. A******. Goddamn B*********** D. The Empress scolded indignantly while crying, dragging her immobile legs and staggering out of the gate of the palace step by step. Madara Uchiha is looking at the moon outside. To be honest, he really misses the moon in his hometown. This is not hypocritical, but there is an inexplicable connection between him and the moon. Once upon a time, it was his dream to put infinite moon reading on the moon, so I don't know if it was because of habit. Madara always looked up at the moon when everything was fine. Hey, if I have a chance, I'll just use the Earth Blast star to get a 5.0 moon. The moon here is really deserted and outrageous. While complaining, Madara Uchiha paid attention to the situation over the palace. Senior Luo is likely to be seriously injured, and he must beware of foreign enemies. Suddenly, Madara was stunned for a moment, and then she wiped the cold sweat from her forehead. Senior Luo, I really don't know how to pity Xiangxiu. Looking at the Empress, who was limping while crying, her clothes were messy and her feet were bare, Madara was stunned and wiped the sweat from her forehead. I didn't expect Senior Luo to be good at this one. It seems that I will have more snacks in the future. Just take it as an answer. In the night, Madara Uchiha's figure gradually disappeared into the void. Ding! God-level Cultivation Technique 9 Ways Divine Dragon Art is being practiced on the phone in the background. Ding! God-level Exercises, Kaition Good Fortune Art is being practiced on the phone in the background. Ding! God-level Cultivation Technique 9 Flames and Different Fire Art is being practiced on the phone in the background. Ding! God-level Cultivation Technique Xingqian Transformation is in the background to hang up and practice. The current practice progress of all exercises is 0.002%, and the transmission speed is 10,000 per second. After getting used to the reminder to hang up in the background every day, Luo Bing was not woken up because of this. On the contrary, early in the morning, he was frowned by the brisk knock on the door. After finally getting a good night's sleep, he was woken up. Luo Bing rubbed his eyes dejectedly. When he opened his eyes, he couldn't help but feel a little dazed. Looking around, there are a lot of sparkling treasures or all kinds of weird things all over the room. Damn. Oops, now I'm not even consciously triggering my fantasy manifesting in my dreams. 14. How can this be done? Luo Bing frowned, because he had practiced too many god-level exercises in the background in a short period of time. His brain is currently in a state of overload, and his self-control is somewhat abnormal. Therefore, it will lead to a series of oolongs such as destroying the world at every turn. Now it seems that this situation has not only not eased down, but it has become more and more headaches. Fortunately, I was vigilant and arranged more than 1,000 seals before. Otherwise, I would not dare to sleep even after a sleep, and I am afraid that I could destroy the universe hundreds of times in my dreams. While thinking about it, Luo Bing sighed, constantly reminding himself of the fact that he is a superhero, and then said impatiently, "Enter." After receiving the order, Madara Uchiha hurriedly opened the door and walked in. And behind him, a cage made up of wooden dungeons is not too small and contains 17 beauties from all over the world. Madara Uchiha, *******. What are you doing? Are you addicted to kidnapping? Luo Bing reprimanded with a frown. Uchiha Madara, I'm not talking about you. I never imagined that you were such a person, and you're actually good at this. 9. I'm so disappointed, Madara. If I hadn't wanted to have a fight with your friend, I would have killed you on the spot. Get back from the precipice, Madara. It's too late to change. Luo Bing roared with anger and righteous words. Madara Uchiha. Isn't this what you like? I tried my best to find it all night, isn't it just for you? What's going on with this situation now? Did I make a mistake? Madara's heart was infinitely wronged, but due to the relationship between each other and his inner hesitation, he squinted his eyes and asked in surprise and doubt, "Wait, you misunderstood. This is for you." F*****K. Luo Bing scolded immediately. I refuse to be in the company of people like you. I didn't expect you to become so bad after not seeing you for a few years. Humph, Madara, you have disappointed me so much. Experience the greatness of maternal love. As he spoke, Luo Bing's eyes radiated golden light, and then a ray of light entered Madara's body with lightning speed. Then, the salted fish spot, who has been holding the tears in the corners of his stomach, constantly rolled over on the ground. Listen to me, explain. Madara Uchiha's eyes turned black, and he lost the ability to think, leaving only various painful adjectives in his entire world. I hope you have a good memory, and I'm doing it for your own good too. Luo Bing sighed and shook his head. He glanced at the huge amounts of cages behind the ice spots, waved his hand, and a hurricane blew past. Don't worry, ladies, now you. Before the words were finished, the hurricane blew through the wooden escape cage, and then the entire wooden escape cage, including the red face inside, instantly turned into dry powder and fell to the ground. Luo Bing, Jingjing. Madara Uchiha who rolls in place. 6. Damn, you are so vicious. It turned out to be heavier than I expected. To be honest, I also refuse to be with you. It took more than a minute for Luo Bing to understand the cause and effect of the matter. After a retrospective time, everything became normal. Definitely. He was also very embarrassed to delete a small part of Madara's memory line. Anyway, this guy won't find out. It turned out to be an oolong. Luo Bing, who had been busy for a long time sending everyone back, silently wiped the cold sweat from his forehead. After he found that his head was in line, his behavior was completely irrelevant to the keywords of reason and thinking. The CPU is too stuck and the operation has become slow. How can this be done? Luo Bing sighed and tested the temperature of his forehead with his hand, and found that it was surprisingly hot. At last, 887, he came to a conclusion. That is, he is sick. Yes, he is sick. And this disease is not an ordinary disease, but a brain-sluggish disease in which the CPU cannot keep up with the processing speed after it suddenly becomes stronger. Or can be understood as Alzheimer's disease. Pfft. When realizing this conclusion, Luo Bing almost spit out a mouthful of blood. Alzheimer's is not so bad. It's actually not that exaggerated, but compared to usual, his brain's ability to run is really a bit feverish. Looking at the progress bar on the hanger in the background, Luo Bing sighed again. 0.002% progress. It seems that he will be in this abnormal behavior for a long time. Sinful. The speed at which I'm getting stronger can't be slowed down a little. While depressed, definitely, Luo Bing did not forget today's major events. That was the day of execution for the son of Roger One Piece. Although this matter is compared to the destruction of the universe 3 times in a day and a half, it really doesn't matter. But they've come. Luo Bing decided to take a look. Marinvondo, Naval Headquarters Base. This is also the Hall of Glory for all the navies. The king is under Kuei-hai, the 4 generals, and all the main forces of the navy are here. Today, this place has become a battlefield of the Third World. Report. Whitebeard's battleship found 100 nautical miles ahead. One after another heralds constantly resounded in every direction of the sea. Everyone's eyes were stern and ready to go. Just because a major event that has attracted worldwide attention is happening, and there are less than 3 hours left before the looming execution time. Everyone, don't let your guard down. A Navy winner shouted to the Navy soldiers below while patrolling. There are still 3 hours, and then everything will be over. There was a tense and solemn atmosphere everywhere in the air. All the naval soldiers held their guns tightly, with the appearance of an imminent enemy. All the famous naval officers obeyed the order and gathered here from all over the world. The half-moon-shaped harbor is surrounded by more than 50 warships, and the eye-catching heavy artillery on the shore is ready to go. And the officially world-famous pirates standing in front of the row of soldiers, going down the Shichibukai, are arranged in order from left to right. Hawkeye Jolliquil Maforger, Joker Don Quixote da Flamingo, Tyrant Bartholomew Bear, Empress Boya Hancock, Moonlight Mariah. Due to the arrest of the crocodile and the defection of Jibei, only 5 people are present in Shichibukai, but the strength of these 5 people alone cannot be underestimated. The coming enemies are not so terrifying anymore, but what makes them feel more at ease is that under the execution stand that stands tall at the end of the square, there are 3 people who symbolize the highest combat power of the Navy. Young Kuzan, Akainu Sakaski, Yellow Ape Polysolino, the 3 generals who let the world pirates hear the news. And within the tight circle of a group of people is the protagonist of this incident, Podcast D. Ace. In order to prevent Ace from being rescued, all the naval forces imaginable at this moment are on guard, quietly waiting for the arrival of the Whitebeard pirates. Whitebeard pirates, nothing to worry about. Everyone on the coastline listens to orders. Do not intercept. Let go all the way. The Navy headquarters issued a supreme order, and the 3 generals knocked Erlang and sat on the throne with their legs high. Their legs were in a posture that ordinary people could not do, and their uniform attitude was somewhat like a star group. Today's sea breeze is surprisingly calm, as if the sea has prepared a bit of tolerance for the upcoming war. I don't understand. I know that the Whitebeard pirates are coming. Why can't we execute the execution earlier? An ignorant Navy asked other people around him in confusion. Shivering. Stupid, what is Ace? The Whitebeard is our goal, can't you understand that? A major shouted angrily. That's right, basically any guy with a brain can see today's plan. This is a conspiracy, and its purpose is to give Whitebeard a big package and remove a thorn in the Navy's heart. Whitebeard must die. Compared with the other 3 emperors, his status is quite special. The naval headquarters will never allow such a leader to exist. And Ace's arrest is the biggest bargaining chip in the Navy's secret plan. Whitebeard must die. And Ace, the son of the previous One Piece Roger, must also die. This is the decision of the Navy's EF. Today's Lady Empress is still so beautiful. It's just that his face looks a little abnormal. Who the hell provoked Lady Empress, damn it? My goddess showed an unhappy expression today. A group of navies whispered. The Empress under the sun had a frosty face, and her eyes were full of displeasure. Fortunately, her little feet have been secretly swollen, otherwise, the waves will be even more turbulent. Report. Another pirate ship appeared at a distance of 100 kilometers. It's very fast. It seems to be a ghost, and it can't be recognized by the naked eye. Chuan Xuanbing hung up the phone bug at the guard post in front and quickly reported in rough clothes. Oh, a particularly fast pirate ship? Can it be as fast as light, hee hee? Kazara shaved his nails, revealing his signature smile. Akainu frowned at the side, his body exuding hot smoke. Today is bound to be a lively day. The appeal of Whitebeard is unimaginable, and Ace, the son of destiny, has also made many close friends, and there are countless partners who have the same goal and move forward together. Today is his execution day, and the pirates who can hardly stand it will come along with this torrent. Report. That pirate ship is approaching within 50 kilometers of the sea. According to the sign above, it is the Straw Hat Gang. The liaison staff spread the latest news with a bit of surprise on their faces. Oh, the Straw Hats? Admiral Sengoku touched his mustache and subconsciously looked at Monkey D. Carp in the distance, with a playful smile on his face. And Carp's laughing face at the moment seemed to be strange in an instant. After being silent for 2 or 3 seconds, he suddenly burst into laughter, laughing backwards and forwards, and it was very uncomfortable to bear. Ha 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 ha, that be asterisk 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 D is too self-sufficient. However, there is a kind, as expected of my grandson. Vice Admiral Garp smiled recklessly, and the subordinates on the side were sweating and bowing their heads. Qianzhao, to be able to make such a move in this atmosphere, Mr. Garp is really unpredictable. And Marshal Sengoku, who was Garp's friend, shook his head. His brows were slightly wrinkled, and then gradually spread out. Obviously, in his eyes, the Straw Hats are just a group of children who can't jump very high, and he won't take it to heart at all. The only thing that worries him is the recent kidnapping of the Draconians. It seems that unpredictable group of 5 gods has recently begun to haunt. There are 3 generals in the Navy, there are 4 emperors in the sea, and in the vast sea, there are still legends of the 5 gods outside the sky. Warring States supported the small braid on his chin that he had cut off, and he could still clearly see the battle 4 years ago. That man named Spot. Unparalleled domineering stance. All this makes the current Warring States recall very frightening. Time passed by little. Within 100 miles of the sea area close to Marin Van Du, the white-bearded pirate ship suddenly accelerated. Everyone on the deck looked solemn, and the leader was a strong man who was nearly 3 meters tall. The word burly was not even enough to describe him, body. He stood there whole, with his white beard fluttering in the wind, staring straight ahead without saying a word. His open chest was covered with large file-sized scars, which were his medals of honor. He is Edward Newgate, also known by the world as Whitebeard. One of the 4 emperors of Whitebeard's new world, He is very powerful and is recognized as the strongest man in the world. Ability is the quick fruit known as the strongest Superman, known as the power to destroy the world. The weapon is Song Yunchi, one of the 12 supreme swordsmen. Whitebeard is not interested in being the pirate king. He just wants to form a family at sea, and the crew calls him Daddy. Aside from all unknown factors, the past few years can be called the era of Whitebeard, and even Garp calls it the king of the sea. Dad, on Kaido's side, can the red hair handle it? The Phoenix Marco frowned slightly and looked behind. Just received the latest news. Not long after they set off, Kaido led his pirate 887 regiment to set up an ambush, but was blocked by the unexpected red-haired pirate regiment, and now the two pirate regiments are 3 miles away from here, fighting over 1,000 nautical miles. Don't worry, Marco, the bearded man said. His eyes closed tightly. No one could see what he was thinking. At the moment, the king of the sea seemed a little too old. Yes, no one stays young forever, and Whitebeard, the king of the sea, is no exception. Go all out. Save Ace. The voice of the Phoenix Marco sounded on the deck, and the crew responded neatly, and their blood boiled. Definitely, there are also extra people who laughed with some hypocrisy. Some were excited, and some were disappointed. Boom boom. 43 pirate groups from the New World leaped forward, clinging to the huge white-bearded pirate ship in front of them, and immediately opened up a new path. Rush A white shadow flashed past. It was a pirate ship that was almost invisible. The only thing that impressed me was the 2 lines of flame tails and the neatly written Bafal lines on the sea. That's the Mary. Fa la 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 la. Luffy's mouth bulged out huge amounts of bags due to the hurricane irrigation. One hand was tightly wrapped around the mast, and the other hand hurriedly pressed the overhead straw hat. The whole person is very excited, and at the same time, his eyes are getting hotter. Unlike Luffy, the rest of the crew's expressions were not so calm. Who? Who can tell me how to stop this thing? Damn it. Nami's roar came from the cabin. The huge amounts of tail flame of the Mary still showed no sign of weakening at all. The key point was that the 2 rocket jet thrusters that Luo Bing realized at will, because it was inconvenient to replace fuel, oil, and other materials. So, the sweet Luo Bing replaces the conventional fuel with an aerodynamic unit. In other words, as long as there is air in the world, this thing can keep going. However, such advanced technology is obviously incomprehensible in this era. Luo Bing only gave them how to start, but forgot to tell them how to stop. In this way, the Mary is like a ghost, approaching the Navy headquarters at high speed. 50 nautical miles, 40 nautical miles, 30 nautical miles, 5 nautical miles. Getting closer. Ace, I'm here to save you. A black shadow swept across the sky, and all the Navy looked up, showing their surprised eyes. Not only the king under Kuehai, but even the 3 generals of the Navy all looked up. Too fast. Those 2 dazzling flame shadows are too fast, so fast that it is unbelievable. A ship with such a speed, how did it do it? Sengoku narrowed his eyes, recalling the fleeting shadow of the ship in his head, and was constantly admiring in his heart. No. Luffy, don't come here. Hurry up. After hearing the familiar voice, Ace was stunned for a moment, then raised his head and screamed desperately. He is very clear in his heart that he who is used for execution is actually a bait. There are too many naval forces in ambush here. If you come here at will, it will only be a death sentence. Luffy's cry came from the sky again. The figure of the Mary flashed by. The distance between Luffy and Ace has changed slightly again. 5 nautical miles, 10 nautical miles, 20 nautical miles. Damn. How can I stop? 35. Ace, wait for me. Nami-chan. Turn the rudder. All Navy, freedom. What's going on here? Why did the rescuer run away? Did you get scared when you saw the number of people here? However, something unexpected happened to everyone. The Mary, which had disappeared, reappeared from a distance, streaked across the execution field like a light, and then galloped straight into the distance again. A cry was left in the sky again, Ace. I'm here again. Ace himself. Although he was a little confused, he still shouted in response to Luffy, "Leave me alone. Let's go." 35. However, at the moment Luffy's group has traveled more than 10 nautical miles, and it is impossible to hear his shouting. So, in the next hour or so, everyone was blinded by Luffy's magical operation. Ace, I'm here to save you. Ace, I'm here again. Ace, wait for me. Damn. Stop me. What exactly is this tactic? Buddha's warring states was dumbfounded, and he didn't come back to his senses for a long time. Does he really show off how much fuel he has? Akainu clenched his fists angrily, clenching his teeth as he watched the pop flashing in the sky, and cursed angrily. He also wanted to catch up, but the speed was too fast, and there was no way. Don't look at me. Huang Yuan shook his head with a helpless look on his face, wondering if it was to release water, or if there was really no way out. Damn, why can't you stop? We've been close to Ace 7 times. I don't care. I'm going to jump straight off later. Luffy's expression collapsed, and now the Mary is driving in the sky. He approached Ace again and again, but passed by again and again. Originally, he was excited about having a brand new Mary that could fly, but now he doesn't think so. Waiting for Luffy. Don't be stupid. The sea is too big, there is only one result of jumping. Either you will be lucky enough to fall on a naval battleship and be surrounded, or you will fall into the sea and die. No way, you are a fruit-capable person, you will lose your strength when you encounter seawater, let alone rescue Ace. Your own situation will be very dangerous. Nami steered the rudder sails one by one. The worst thing is, after Luo Bing's little reinforcement, the sail still stands, and I don't know how he managed to keep it safe and sound even under such huge amounts of air currents. Can you fly lower? I'll reach out and drag Ace away. The collapsed Luffy rubbed his head frantically. His hair was messed up. Well, actually messed up by the wind. Fortunately, his legs were tightly wrapped around the mast. Otherwise, under the huge amounts of force, his entire body would be blown away directly. Chopper and the others hid in the cabin far away, studying the simple red button, which was the start button of the flamethrower, but other than that, they could no longer find the second button. The whole of the Mary seems to have also been quietly reinforced by Luo Bing. Otherwise, at this speed, I am afraid that it will be disintegrated in the air when flying together and thus fragmented. Okay. Luffy, when you increase your attention, Zoro and I will try to use reverse thrust to slow down the Mary, and then follow your method and make sure to pull Isla on board. Sanji helplessly looking at the burning cigarette in his hand. He threw it out angrily. He smokes 1/10 of a cigarette, and the wind takes away 9/10 of it. If you think about it, the wind also has troubles. But no matter what, he bought this cigarette, and thinking about it makes me feel blood loss. No problem, we'll do our best, come on. Captain Zoro tucked into the turban on his forehead, the only way to keep his hairstyle from looking so messy. Okay, leave it to me. Roar, roar, roar. Come on, Baba Papa. Luffy, who was filled with wind as soon as he opened his mouth, continued to mess up the mast. Nami, Sanji, Saron. Forget it, you'd better talk less, or you'll turn into a balloon for a while. Attention, big guy, we are about to approach the execution ground again. Nami put down the sailing telescope in her hand, her nervous palms full of sweat. On the other side, Navy headquarters. Report, the Straw Hats are back, and the Major Scout wiped the hot sweat on his forehead. In the past hour, he had run back and forth 7 or 8 times, and he was really tired. Enough. Under the King Kuei-hai, the 3 admirals of the Navy. What a group of persevering children, oh he or he. Kazari made his signature low voice again. Akainu's forehead is cloudy and the blue veins are soaring. So special. Where is this place? Come and go as you want. And I've gone back and forth 7 times. 7 times. Now it's the 8th time. Unbearable. Boom. With a loud bang, Akainu stood up from the throne with a fiery red smoke. Now he doesn't seem to be in the mood to continue to pose and pretend. He is angry, and he wants to show the Straw Hats some color. All muzzles. Aim for the sky. Don't save me ammo. Boom it. Bomb the shameless Straw Hat Pirates. Akainu was really angry. Thick smoke came out of his nostrils, and even his fists turned into magma. Akainu is the owner of the natural rockberry fruit. He can turn his body parts into scalding lava, and his physical attacks are ineffective against him. He is very powerful. His fire-breathing moves can instantly evaporate ice cubes that are dozens of times larger than those of the giants, and can easily melt the ground, even if a strong general is hit with internal organs, and the body will produce severe burns. It can also create volcanic bombs to attack enemies. Because the magma can swallow the flame and absorb its heat energy, it can also isolate the combustion accelerant so that the flame cannot burn, and the density is greater than that of the fire, so the flame can be extinguished and burned out. S. Nemesis has the highest attack power among the 3 types of devil fruits. Seeking Flowers 0. And the fruit that Ace devoured was the burnt fruit. In other words, in terms of fruit ability, Ace is a younger brother compared to Akainu, and is completely suppressed. However, things like awakening in the later stage of the fruit are not easy to judge. Still depends on the individual. Akiji on the side let out a cold sweat, and a layer of mist spewed from the tip of his nose, but this mist was completely different from Akainu's. Akainu symbolized hotness, while Akiji represented severe cold. Akiji dislikes red dogs very much, which can be seen from the sitting position. 2 people with opposite attributes, one is on the left and the other is on the right, with a wretched yellow-clothed uncle, the yellow monkey, in the middle. As he spoke, the magma on Akainu's arm became thicker and thicker, and the air around him was distorted by this hot evaporation. Soon, a small black dot flashed away from a distance and flew towards the sky. That's the Mary. 2 long tails of flame streak across the sky, resembling the ghost fighter jets of the technological age, but much faster than that. Appeared. Fire. Akainu gave an order, and the gun muzzle that was ready to launch fired a salvo, hitting the air in an instant. Because the speed is too fast, the gunner can only pre-lock an area to strike, but this is enough. Because the Mary can't turn flexibly in the air, it must not be able to avoid this dense area to strike. Boom boom boom. Deafening gunshots sounded one after another. Akainu snorted coldly, and the big fire condensed in his fists was instantly released into the air, and the shells on the side were like fluorescent brilliance in front of his big fire. Damn. Luffy. Get out of the way. Nami screamed anxiously, but before she could finish her words, the Mary sailed directly into the dense sky bombing zone. And, in an instant, the bombing area formed by the cannonballs and the big fire lit up the entire sky. At this time, the sun on the side was overshadowed by the scene. There are heat waves and scorching heat in the air, and the originally clear sky has become cloudy due to the collision of positive and negative ions, as if there is a trend of wind and rain. Luffy. Ace, whose hands and feet were bound by chains, looked at the sky in despair. The sea stone shackles on his body trembled constantly, but no matter how desperately he resisted, the sea symbolizing the nemesis of the fruit ability Lucier still did not change at all, just shaking constantly. Everyone looked nervously at the sky. In that fiery red cumulonimbus cloud, absolutely no creature could survive. Absolutely not. Unless he is a god. Ka 887. There was an inexplicable abnormal sound in the sky. It seemed to be the sound of a broken mirror, so crisp, so overbearing. Then, the Navy below were shocked to find that the entire sky was fragmented like a mirror. What's the matter? The sky has been blown up. A Navy murmured like a dream, and his eyes almost popped out of their sockets. No, it was not caused by the explosion. It was. At the headquarters of the Navy, the 3 generals stood up at the same time, and at the same time, the rest of the kings and the 7 marshalsees also had their eyes dignified and looked towards the sky together. That man is finally here. Akainu snorted coldly and stared into the sky with unruly eyes. Through the layers of shattered lenses, he finally saw the giant man who stretched his arms and smashed the void with his fists, guarding in front of the Straw Hat Pirates. Whitebeard. Waiting for you for a long time. Akainu roared. The whole person rushed towards the sky. His legs also turned into magma in an instant and continuously accelerated towards the ground. That's right, the big man standing in front of the Straw Hat pirate ship with his own power to block the cannon fire from the sky is the nightmare in the hearts of all navies. The strongest man in the world. Edward Newgate Whitebeard. Buzz. 43 pirates from the New World finally arrived at the most critical moment. One by one, they were ready to go, standing on the deck, looking at the Navy with fiery eyes. The earthquake caused by the earthquake fruit lifted the 43 pirate ships hundreds of meters high. This moment, 43 pirates from the New World are like gods, and they will cover the entire Navy headquarters with the sea water under them. Ace, we're here to save you. Screams constantly resounded from the pirate ship. At the moment, Ace on the execution platform already had hot eyes, and hot tears ran down the corners of his eyes. Daddy. Everyone. Hundreds of meters of waves crashed towards the Navy headquarters like a city. In the face of this magnificent power of nature, some Navy who are physically and mentally fragile have already lost their sense of proportion, staring blankly at the waves pressing over their heads, and their guns and weapons inadvertently fell to the ground. It's going to die, it's going to die, it's going to die. The entire Marin Fando boiled up at once, and the Navy seemed to have foreseen the scene of the headquarters being submerged by the sea. Yet at the moment, a gloomy and biting cold wind blew in an instant. Akiji was still so calm, holding a thin sword made of ice in his hand. Half of his body was covered with frost, but the sword was directly inserted into the sea. Ice Age. Kakaka. As his voice fell, Akiji's feet instantly condensed into a thick layer of ice, and then the ice layer began to expand at a rapid pace, as if in the blink of an eye, the entire Marin Vanduo and even the surrounding sea area were all frozen. Living. The huge wave that was several hundred meters high also turned into a dazzling ice sculpture at this moment. It's Kuzan-sama. Kuzan-sama saved us. The Navy immediately boiled, picking up the guns that had fallen on the ground at some point and lifting their weapons. They received great encouragement in their hearts. They looked at the pirates above, and the justice in their hearts was constantly burning. At the moment, Akainu and Whitebeard collided head-on in the sky, and the shock wave set off between them spread instantly, directly shattering the ocean wave ice sculptures in the distance. If they can't make a single blow, the two have a tendency to be evenly matched, but it seems that neither side has used their best. A cry came from far and near, and Marco, who turned into a phoenix, flew towards Ace on the execution platform with all his strength. But before he could fly long, a golden flash appeared in an instant, blocking his path. It's Admiral Kizaru. Ace. Like a cannonball being fired, Luffy rushed out of the Mary. The whole person fell from the sky and rushed towards Ace desperately. Behind him, thousands of pirates also jumped off the ship. It landed along the natural landslide formed by the ice sculptures of the waves. Go! Luffy, bring Ace back. Zoro rushed out of his 3 swords and looked at Hawkeye in the Sea of Chiwu under the king in the distance with burning eyes. That was the goal of his life and the opponent he was destined to surpass. The man with the most outstanding swordsmanship in this world, Hawkeye, the great swordsman. The war seemed to be about to break out. Everyone's blood began to boil. However, at the moment, almost subconsciously, everyone was stunned for a moment, then stopped in place and looked up at the sky suspiciously. Over the Marin Fando Square, an oval golden space with an incomparably dark radius of 1 kilometer opened. The singularity produced by the space distortion swallowed everything, and many buildings and navies of Marin Vadod were drawn to 5.0 by adsorbent due to the abruptly open space gravity. Boom! The sound of spring water beep came, and the golden space gate closed instantly without any sign. At the same time, 5 godlike beings appeared in everyone's field of vision, and they exuded various colors of light, each of which was unique. The 5 gods outside the sky. In front of the 5 gods outside the sky, a handsome-looking man couldn't help shaking his hand with a helpless expression. I only have 1/1,000,000th of the energy, but I didn't expect it to cause such a big movement. Damn. I just want to watch a play in peace. His voice was low, but it still spreads strangely in every corner of the world. That's right. That seems to be the power of law. There are 3 generals in the Navy and 4 emperors at sea. And above the 4 emperors, there seems to be a legend circulating. That legend came from outside the sky. For years ago, a group of existences claiming to be from outside the sky descended. And this group of people, later known as the 5 gods outside the sky. For a long time, the Navy has strictly forbidden to block this news, but until today, everyone present clearly understands one thing. The 5 gods outside the sky. Not a legend. Even. They are not 5 people at all. In the most C position among the 5 people, there is a face that is unfamiliar to the whole world. The 6th person of the 5 gods. Definitely. Maybe for a small group of people, Luo Bing's face isn't that raw. For example, Luffy and his gang, and for example, the Empress. After all, his handsome style of painting is obviously not on the same level as everyone else. Among all living beings, he is the most unique and distinctive one. Even just because of his appearance, he is enough to be regarded as a god. 14. He is the only one who can imagine the limit in people's hearts. Can he be worthy of the flawless title of God? The 5 gods outside the sky haven't left this world yet. Admiral Sengoku's eyelids were constantly beating. The scene from 4 years ago seemed to reverberate in his mind. However, this time, in addition to the 5 gods outside the sky, there seems to be a decision-maker who is above the 5 gods. This made Sengoku's heart beat drums constantly, secretly guessing the real intentions of this group of them. Ty, 5 gods. I didn't expect the legend to be true. Interesting. Whitebeard fell to the ground, looked up at the dazzling light in the air. There was no fear, and no one could let him be afraid, no matter how powerful the opponent is. The entire Marin Fando seemed to be suffocated for a moment. The Navy, who was fortunate enough to have participated in the sudden outer war 4 years ago, held Roar's breath at the moment, not even daring to take a breath. Not to mention the 5 gods outside the sky, it was just a spot that made the Navy headquarters uneasy. If his companions had not stopped him in time, I am afraid that the naval government would simply cease to exist now. Madara Uchiha, the man who exists in the shadows of all the young Navy souls who have seen him with their own eyes. That is a man who can crush the 3 generals at will and treat Marin Fando like an ant. The air was so quiet that it was depressing, and everyone could smell a suffocating question on the tip of their nose. The 5 great gods standing above everyone's heads seemed to be pressing on their shoulders as if there were no giant mountains. As for the one among the 5 gods' men, despite their outstanding looks, are unforgettable, but strangely. He doesn't give a great feeling. But that's exactly how scary he is. He has obviously reached a level that no one can understand. The power level is obviously not one-dimensional. If not, how could the 5 gods outside the sky take his lead? Just when everyone was in a complicated mood and was so overwhelmed that they didn't dare to breathe, a special surprise voice suddenly shouted out, "Brother Luo Bing. Great. Looks like you found your crew. It's amazing." Luffy excitedly waved his hand in the direction of Luo Bing. His stubborn personality obviously did not understand the current situation very well. There is only one thing Luffy wants to understand now. That is, how on earth should the Mary's accelerator stop, Big Brother Luo Bing? Luffy asked frantically, clutching his head. Nami, Sanji, Chopper, Saron. All. Stupid Luffy. This kind of thing. I'll ask later. What time is it now? Rescue Ace. Chopper-chan shouted with a flushed face. Although he is a reindeer, he is not stupid at all at critical moments. God Luo Bing is also a friend who has eaten together, sailed across the sea, a friend. That is a helper. With the power of the 5 gods outside the sky, Rescue Ace is still not easy. Yeah, why didn't I remember? Luffy slapped his forehead and woke up like a dream. Then, he looked at Luo Bing in the sky with hope. Brother Luo Bing, I need your help. As soon as the word came out, all the people on the scene, whether it was the Navy or the pirates, were all excited. For the pirates, if the 5 gods outside the sky are their own group, then it's a fart. You will win directly. And for the Navy, that would probably be a nightmare. Who is this kid? I'm really embarrassed at all, Uchiha Madara murmured, and gave Luffy a lot of interest, then looked at Luo Bing suspiciously, waiting for his instructions. Luffy's character is like this. The more you know about him, the more you will realize that he is very similar to another guy. Ha ha ha, Luo Bing waved his hand, and immediately, everyone slowly landed from the sky. I see, it's Naruto. Orochimaru licked the corner of his mouth and smiled. 887 is really, it seems to be another child of destiny. Otsutsuki Yui nodded in praise, looking at Luffy's eyes with admiration. Don't worry, Luffy, as a friend, I will help you. Luo Bing landed completely on the ground and waved at Luffy. Really, that's great. Luffy jumped up in excitement, and then ran in the direction of Ace excitedly. The Admiral, the 3 generals, and the King's Kuei, including all the Navy, changed their expressions and instantly became cramped and gloomy. Your Excellency, are you openly fighting against the naval government? Akainu looked indignantly at the so-called 5 gods. He was proud of himself and would not be afraid of others. Oh? It seems, you want to dance. Madara Uchiha snorted coldly, folded his arms around his chest, and a complete purple giant with a height of more than 300 meters suddenly appeared and enveloped him. Susanoo, the ultimate body. Then, there was a faint sound in the sky, and 9 meteorites that destroyed the sky and the earth appeared one after another. The yellow monkey's eyelids jumped, and his face changed wildly. Wait. There is something to say. No way. Aside from the 300-meter-high purple giant who looked fierce and powerful, the 9 supernova-like meteorites above his head were really scary. Each one is as big as a Marinvondo. If it falls, let alone the Navy headquarters, I am afraid the whole world will be smashed through. Definitely, smashing through is just an adjective. The meteorite summoned by Madara does not have that great penetrating power. However, the consequences of some series of air shocks, sea shocks, earthquakes, and other crustal changes caused by the landing of the meteorite are difficult to calculate. Not to mention other things, as long as the meteorite hits the ground, it is guaranteed that the world of pirates will enter the era of destruction. All kinds of disasters can be caused all over the world. Moreover, there are still 9 meteorites attacked in this number. I want my life. At this moment, let alone the 3 admirals of the Navy could not sit still. Even the pirates such as Whitebeard were dumbfounded. Brother, you are not trying to target the Navy, you are trying to destroy the world. If these 9 meteorites really fell, no matter what the world would be like, first of all, the tens of thousands of Navy and pirates at the scene of Marinvondo would definitely not be able to survive. Wait. This friend, you have something to say. Stop the meteorite, it's too dangerous. Rao is a man with a big heart like a Whitebeard. He snorted and stopped immediately. Uchiha Madara. In fact, not only all the pirates and navies at the scene were scared to pee. Madara was also a little scared by her own operation. Am I so strong now? 35. How come the meteorite summoned is so big? 35. How come some are still glowing? Did my strength break through again recently? Madara Uchiha pondered in his heart, panicking in his heart. He definitely didn't know that all this was the fault of Luo Bing's lucky halo. Triple Luck is open all day long, and there are already countless meteorites outside the pirate world. He pulled the gravitational force a little, and those meteorite treasures couldn't wait to fall down. Feeling flustered, but Madara didn't show it at all. Isn't there Mr. Luo here? Panic. I'm really sorry, everyone. In fact, there is something wrong with the guy in the red shirt just now. I'm not openly fighting against any organization or government. Although it sounds frustrating and helpless. But there's really no way. I'm here. It is against the whole world. 5. Hee. Akainu. Yellow ape. Green pheasant. White beard. Warring states. As soon as Madara Uchiha's unique remarks came out of his mouth, almost everyone was silent in their hearts. Even Luo Bing on the side looked at him with admiration. Okay, Madara, in the 4 years I've been away, you've become more and more pretentious. Luo Bing admired in his heart, but he didn't reveal it on the surface. He definitely knew about the 9 stars in the sky. What's with the meteorite? Those are all treasures drawn by his lucky halo. It doesn't really have much to do with smut. But, as a friend, it doesn't matter if you occasionally cooperate with him and pretend to be coercive. Madara Uchiha was very happy in his heart, and he was even more happy when he saw the unbelievable look of the old man Hashima on the side. But at the same time he was happy, he was also very afraid in his heart. He turned his head and glanced at Luo Bing's expression. After getting Luo Bing's proper, "don't panic" look, he finally let go of his heart and became more arrogant and domineering. This world is so small that there are so few places to expand and expand, it is barely enough for me to toss alone. Hashira, Kaguya, Yui, Orochimaru, what do you think of my masterpiece? Madara Uchiha turned around and asked the other four around him. It was also at the moment that the human beings on this planet really knew the names of the other four people of the five gods. It's normal. I'm currently researching a star destroyer that can destroy a planet with a single blow. Orochimaru was no longer interested in strength and commented casually. You call this kind of stinky fish and shrimp a masterpiece? Hey, Madara, you are really getting worse and worse. As the enemy of his life, Hakuma definitely said a few words to the good-mouth cannon. Blow hit the old man's arrogance. You can say yes. Kaguya mother and son said perfunctorily. Both of them are sensible people. Tianji Jinxing's technique of using external force to scare people who don't understand the nickname is fine. For the Otsutsuji family, its principle is almost the same as the mirror. Depressed Madara Uchiha. The Julianza meteorite is still landing constantly, and the Navy and pirates on the ground want to cry without tears. Guys, why are you still chatting? Help! Stop talking. Please be yourself. Co-authoring this mighty terror that can destroy the world is not a fart in your eyes. I'm so. Kneel down. The hurricane has already swept across the sea, the meteorite has not yet landed, and the surface has begun to exert the same oppressive force as a level 12 tornado. Many weak navies and pirates have been carried and blown into the sky. The three generals of the Navy looked at each other, nodded at the same time, and shot together, blasting towards the first meteorite that was getting closer and closer to the sky. As a result, the fart was about to pop out, and the number one meteorite didn't even show any signs of slowing down, and it was constantly expanding. Whitebeard and other number one people couldn't help but take action, trying to block the number one meteorite that fell from the sky. But in the end it was useless. Luffy ran to Ace, picked up the long knife and cut off the shackles of the sea tower on Ace's body. No one cared at all, and the guard looked up at the sky and was stunned. This scene is not only staged in Marinbondo. As the meteorite is getting closer and closer, its impact on the world is getting bigger and bigger, and slowly, almost everyone can see the wonder of this century in the sky. This is the disaster of the century. Is our world going to be destroyed? Everyone looked at the top of their heads helplessly, and there was no thought in their hearts. Escape? Escape to where? There is no way to escape. This is a worldwide map cannon. 3,000 nautical miles from here, the red-haired pirate group also looked at their heads in confusion, and in the distance was Kaido's group. They also used the same posture and the same expression pack. Boss, the world is coming to an end. Lucky Lu nibbled at the big drumstick in his hand, and before he died, he wanted to eat one more bite. The red-haired Sanji also stared blankly at the sky. He didn't understand what happened in front of him. There is Marinbondo. But the redhead knew that this time, the whole world would not be spared. Looking at the approaching, fiery red huge meteorite, the redhead sighed. Show me face, stop. Meteorite. Without warning, the 9 destructive meteorites instantly disappeared in the air. Show me face, stop. Meteorite. The red-haired voice stopped, and the meteorite in the sky disappeared instantly. Everything was like a dream. The Julianza destroying heaven and earth meteorite disappeared completely. Except for the noisy sea level, everything seemed to have never happened. Pata. The big chicken leg in Lackey Road's hand fell to the ground, staring at the red hair beside him like a god. It's not just him, all the crew members of the red-haired pirates looked like dementia, in disbelief, looking at the red-haired Sanji. Old boss, you saved the world? Usopp's father, Jesus Boo, stared in shock and asked in disbelief. Red hair. Kaido. Everyone looked surprised. This kind of thing can't be explained by coincidence. The only explanation is the redhead organized it all. Meteorite gave him a face. Depend on what a face this is. Jesus Boo was silent. He recalled that when he was recruited before, his boss seemed to have said this. Since then, he abandoned his wife and children to keep up with the red hair pirates. Could it be that the red-haired Sanji actually has the ability of face fruit? The redhead's heart was also very uneasy. Although he didn't understand why the meteorite disappeared, in the end, it was a good thing. At least the world would not be destroyed because of it. In fact, there is no such thing as face fruit in this world. Give me face, and it's just a redhead mantra. Turning around, the redhead looked at Kaido. Kaido, give me a face. Don't interfere in this matter. Kaido, 35. F***K it. You're going to die. I didn't see the meteorites coming out on the battlefield in front of me. The ghost knows what happened there. Don't you go back to your hometown at this time and wait to die? Humph. Kaido snorted coldly and turned to leave. At this moment, all the crew members of the red-haired pirates looked at their boss and were instantly obsessed. The boss is really a face fruit ability. Actually, not that at all. A few seconds ago. Boss Luo. I can't hold back. Hurry up and take action, otherwise, the world will really be destroyed because of this. Ban Domineering turned around and turned his back to the people, ignoring it. In fact, he was secretly sending a message to Luo Bing. Luo Bing rolled his eyes and snapped his fingers helplessly. The situation changed in an instant, and no holes appeared, but the 9 meteorites in the sky were directly moved into the Shui space. The Shui space is now several times larger than the previous day, and it is more than enough to accommodate these things. Meteorite disappeared? The white-bearded 3 generals rubbed their eyes and looked at the sky in confusion. Everyone, although we come from outside the sky, our purpose is not to destroy or invade this planet. The meteorite just now is just a farce. Okay, now everyone can do their part and start your performances. Luo Bing said. A chair automatically appeared under him, with popcorn in his hand. He casually put on a pair of sunglasses and turned on the movie viewing mode. Akainu. Yellow ape. Green pheasant. White beard. Warring states. Under the King Kuei. Luffy ace. So, what's the situation now? What are we going to do now? At this moment, both the Navy and the pirates were confused. The 2 sides suppressed their tempers and slowly retreated into 2 camps. They watched each other with mixed feelings in their hearts and no longer had the urge to fight. Fight a furry fight. You really don't know what's going on right now. That day, the 6 outer gods sat there quietly eating popcorn, and no one knew their thoughts and intentions, which was too weird. Hurry up and fight. I'm almost finished with popcorn, Luo Bing said vaguely with his cheeks bulging. For flowers, 0. The 2 sides remained motionless and even retreated 2 or 3 meters away from each other. Luo Bing. What do you mean, I came to watch the show? You guys don't play, let me watch a ball. Luo Bing was a little depressed, sighed, and glanced around at the Navy group. All the navies are facing the enemy, except the 3 generals Shichibukai and Sengoku Garp. All the navies lowered their noble heads. The Empress in the Chiwu Sea. Don't look at me, don't look at me, don't look at me, you can't see me. The Empress constantly muttered in her heart. She never imagined that the man she met yesterday was not only so hard and speechless, who knew that his strength was also so perverted. The 9 meteorites that destroyed the world were knocked out by him with a single snap of his fingers, and there was no sign at all. This is so weird too. This is too perverted. Oh, miss, so you're also here. I'm sorry. I kidnapped you last time. You left before I said sorry to you, but you're doing well. Give you a thumbs up. Oh, by the way, I just feel a little uncomfortable now. Come on, I'll pay this time. Is 10 devil fruit enough? Is it enough? 100? I heard that this thing is very popular in your world. Empress. 33. All Navy pirates. What a bad language. What happened to the goddess we longed for? Damn it. I hate it. But To prevent the destruction of the world. To prevent the destruction of the world. Goddess, just go at ease. Woo woo, don't worry, you will always be the goddess in our hearts. Woo woo. A large number of Navy and even pirates shed tears in their hearts. Only the Empress herself had a black line on her head. Damn it. Speak well. Others will misunderstand. But, in the end, she still walked to Luo Bing's side, reluctantly and daring to resist, pressed his shoulders, rubbed his calf, and knocked on his back. And, are 10 devil fruits enough? 100 if not? At first, no one believed this ridiculous nonsense. Until that man pulled a tree out of the void. A devil fruit tree of unknown origin. The fruit tree is covered with large file size and small shapes of different fruits. From that moment on, all the Navy pirates were dumbfounded, until they were sluggish. It's fake, it must be fake. Is it true that devil fruits grow from trees? 35. Impossible, how can there be such a tree? It's a lie. Is this the culmination of One Piece, the treasure that was born from the final island? What's wrong with me? I've been a pirate all my life, and I've been doing nothing all day. What am I doing in the Navy all my life? Seeing this 887 tree full of devil fruits. I suddenly feel that my life has no meaning, no color. Let me be so depressed, I don't deserve to be called it treasure hunter at sea. When I see a book full of devil fruits, I can still be so motionless. I don't deserve to call it a treacherous guardian. I suddenly found that my life was boring and meaningless. It's better to go home and farm the fields. Yeah, Navy brother, I want to understand. Fighting and killing is really meaningless. Go home, marry a wife, and have children. That's right, pirate brothers, no matter how hard we try, we can't reach the weight of other people's bosses. We are cannon fodder when we live. 35. That's right. Brothers Navy. It's not always our charge, but in the face of those powerhouses, we're just small cannon fodder, and there's no point in dying. I want to go home. I'm going home too, I miss my mom. I don't want to be a pirate anymore. I don't want to be in the Navy anymore. Resigned. There is a lot of uproar in the Navy and pirates, and the former opponents have now become the closest confidants. Once upon a time, the blood was full of blood, and now there is not even a fart left. The 3 generals of the Navy were also speechless, and the Whitebeards and the others on the side were not much better. Their gazes stagnated on the tempting devil fruit tree, and the whole person seemed to have a sublimated state of mind. Once upon a time, One Piece Roger's words set off a sailing frenzy in the whole world. People dreamed to be the only one in that world, to be the luckiest, bravest, and most courageous pirate, and some people were persecuted to protect the pirates. Resolutely became a navy. However, when reality came, they realized that, even if there is a treasure, even if there is a chance, but those things are just reserved for the strong, they don't deserve it. There are stronger ones on top of the strong, there are bosses on top of the stronger, and there are lords on top of the bosses. And now, another celestial level. It also takes time to develop monsters. This is also developing hammer development. Do you have the confidence to surpass those outer gods? Do you have the confidence to surpass some powerhouses such as Whitebeard? Wash up and sleep. The world is big. Peace must always be there. Since this weather, many Navy pirates have returned to their hometowns and started their ordinary and warm lives. At least, they are no longer cannon fodder dancing on the tip of a knife. This I can't want. Empress Boya Hancock hurriedly turned her head into a wavy drum. A person can only eat one devil fruit in his life. If she had this one today, the tree is dying. This is to start a fire. She is already a devil fruit ability, and there is absolutely no need to look for new ones, and she knows that with her ability, it is absolutely impossible to keep these wealth. Why are you still humble, like this kind of tree? I collect dozens of trees a day, you're welcome. Luo Bing patted the Empress on the head, signaling her to be so restrained. I really can't. The Empress was about to cry, her big eyes filled with tears of grievance. The gift was rejected. Luo Bing sighed. This is the first time he has been rejected for a gift. In this case. Luffy, do you want devil fruit? I'll give it to you if you want. Luo Bing asked again towards Luffy's Fangshi. Hearing this, Chopper was instantly excited. The symbol of money flashed in his eyes, and the whole deer was so excited that he transformed himself. Then the activity in his heart was almost written on his face. I want, I want, I want. However, Luffy-chan is embarrassed and shy and shook his head. Although he is carefree, he also knows the meaning of hundreds of devil fruits. He is not so cheeky to get this treasure for no reason. You know, Mr. Luo Bing only had one meal on his own boat. Because of the kindness of this meal, Mr. Luo Bing has really given them too many benefits. Moreover, on his own boat, there are still a few useless devil fruits. They were also salvaged by Mr. Luo Bing before. So, Luffy gratefully declined. In the crowd, all the careerists were instantly disappointed. If hundreds of devil fruits fell into the hands of either Luffy or the Empress, they could still try to snatch them, but if the person who owns it, it's the words of this celestial being. Then wash and sleep. Blackbeard Marshal D. Teach's face was twisted, his saliva was constantly flowing, but he still tried to suppress his own greed. Dark fruits can absorb the power of other fruits. If he got these hundreds of devil fruits, then I can't imagine that picture, and even Blackbeard didn't dare to look up at those fruits. He was afraid that he couldn't help but die, and then he would really die. Oh well, then I have to keep it as a landscape tree. Luo Bing sighed, thinking that he had to clean up the useless treasures in the Shui space again. Otherwise, according to this absorption rate, the daily growth of Shui space still seems to be insufficient. Luo Bing's current Shui space is passive and autonomous absorbent is close to his treasure. From the current point of view, this is really difficult. It really doesn't make any sense if you don't fight, so let's go back to your own home. Luo Bing sighed. 5.0 At this moment, a red shadow came quickly from afar, stepping on the air all the way. It's Redhead. Big guy. Give me face. Stop the war. The words came out. All the Navy and pirates rolled their eyes and glanced at him, then each boarded their own pirate ship or battleship and left without stopping. The Red Hair Pirates. F***K. The face fruit is awesome. P.S. In the future, normal updates will be resumed. 2 updates a day. The new book, Marvel, Supervillains, asks for support. This is the 2nd update today. Gee. From today, a new legend has spread on the endless sea. Not about the Luo Bing gang, but the Redhead. Legend has it that the red hair is a man with the fruit of face, and his fruit of face can prevent the meteorite from falling. One sentence makes Kaido retreat, and he has calmed down the war on the top with his own power. Even the sea gave him a face, so that his devil fruit ability would not turn into a landlubber in the water. Give Me Face began to spread widely, and many versions of the legend appeared after that. For example, if you give the redhead face, you will get good luck. No matter in various aspects, there will always be a reward. On the contrary, if you don't give the redhead face, then you will get face doom looms over the fruit. And it owes a debt that will be repaid one day anyway. But there are fewer and fewer strange legends about the 5 gods outside the sky. Even most of the pirates who were not at the scene didn't even know whether the 5 gods outside the sky were real or fake, or even the fact that there was a 6th person. After all, this kind of thing is really disgraceful. The Navy and the pirates coincidentally concealed this matter. And since that day, Luo Bing's group has completely left the Sea of Miracles full of infinite possibilities. 3 months later. Look, there is Otsutsuki Zushing in front. We are finally there. Orochimaru corresponded to the nautical chart and the cosmic radar with a very surprised expression. After traveling at the speed of light for 3 months in the universe, they finally reached the target point. Although, this time came a lot later than expected. But, finally arrived. It's really a thrilling and exciting journey. It's a pity. Passing through the cyber planet, the stored wine has been drank. Alas, Hashimama Wangchio sighed, holding the wine gourd in one hand and his cheek in the other. Among the 5 people who came out of the ninja world, he was the only one who was the saltiest. Like Madara, it seems like he can't run out of energy every day. He doesn't waste a minute and a second, shutting himself up in the gravity training room in the spaceship and constantly pushing himself. Even Orochimaru will occasionally go to warm up, and at the same time develop and improve this gadget that he created. But besides drinking and playing cards, Hashima has no intention of cultivating at all. Xianyu Binyu is referring to him. Go wake up, Mr. Luo Bing. Yui Kagaya's eyes were blurred. Looking at the magnificent planet in front of her, her whole body was fascinated. Once, this was her hometown. It is also her sad place. This woman bears a lot of stories that others don't know about. She used to be the young lady of a nobleman, Zushing Otsutsuki, and her father was a god of war representing justice. Hatred. Since the decline of the family and the disappearance of his father, the enemies of his father have appeared one by one. In order to prevent her from being retaliated against, and to preserve her only seedling, Kagaya's uncle specially requested to send her to a small blue planet far away. It is precisely because it is far enough that Kagaya's safety can be guaranteed. In the past few years, no one has ever looked for that place except for the Otsutsuki Doshi and Jin who were in the past. Otsutsuki Zushing. I'm back. Kagaya clenched her fists with anger in her eyes. The skinny little girl who used to have nothing has now become a hero by virtue of her excellent bloodline with extraordinary abilities. And today is the day she takes everything back. Ding! God-level cultivation technique 9 ways divine dragon art is being practiced on the phone in the background. Ding! God-level exercises, Kaition good fortune art is being practiced on the phone in the background. Ding! God-level cultivation technique 9 flames and different fire art is being practiced on the phone in the background. Ding! God-level cultivation technique Xingqian transformation is in the background to hang up and practice. The current practice progress of all exercises is 0.156%, and the transmission speed is 10,000 seconds. Listening to the latest broadcast in his mind, Luo Bing slowly woke up from his deep sleep. Mr. Luo Bing, you have slept for 3 months, Yui Otsutsuki said respectfully from the side. Time flies so fast, I feel like I just squinted. Luo Bing stretched and sighed weakly. Boom. The entire universe is once again caught in the torment of rebirth and destruction. Luo Bing. Am I so loud? Is it because you haven't brushed your teeth for a long time? Reluctantly, he snapped his fingers, the golden pointer appeared skillfully, and the world once again returned to its original state. Still not cautious enough. Luo Bing calmed down the runaway divine power and smiled awkwardly. Just because he had just woken up, he was a little careless about his power control. It may be because the progress bar of hundreds of god-level exercises has changed, and he has to reduce his energy output again. 3 months ago, the same proportion of energy that could live a normal life has now reached the point of destroying 887 and destroying the universe. It's scary. Live as a cosmic reset button, I'm also gone. Rolling his eyes, Luo Bing walked out of his room, and Yui, who was beside him, was no longer surprised by this. Although he didn't know how many times he died today, but, unquestionably, he just absolutely died again. Sweat. This is also the main reason for the salted fish in Kianshizuma. But any normal person can't stand such a blow. Banana came out of the gravity room immediately after hearing the news of Luo Bing's awakening. His body was covered in sweat, but the whole person was even more radiant. This effort, this determination, who is he who is not a strong man? Not everyone is like Luo Bing. Salted fish, salted fish. Suddenly one day, the salt can't hold it anymore. Alert! Alert! Quantum defenses detected in the area ahead. Breakthrough. Her wonderful voice sounded again on Friday. F***K it. Luo Bing rubbed his sleepy eyes, raised his fingers lazily, and pointed forward. Today is still an unremarkable day in the chronicle of the universe on the planet Otsutsuki. Wood, the young and hard-working leader of the Divine Tree research team, was seriously looking at a report on the desktop with a solemn expression. The statistical results of the new species of sacred trees are out. Ha ha. The 32 divine tree seeds that were sent to the destination point were successfully expanded and completely destroyed the life planet where it was located. In just over a few years, this is simply too fast, too fast. There are still more in the research room. The other white-haired Otsutsuki Jupiters were full of joy in their brows. It's a perfect seed. Not only does it take a long time to grow and grow, but it also destroys the ecological environment of the planet where it is located. At the same time, the transformed combat power is much more formidable than the previous Baiju army. And this amazing conversion rate. It's unimaginable, and the zombie powerhouses selected from the group of losers are also particularly satisfying. This is the biggest surprise of Jupiter Otsutsuki in this century. Another researcher looking at the report in his hand, he couldn't help but smile. This batch of cloned divine tree seeds has 33 seeds. Why did only 22 successfully develop and destroy the local planet, and what happened to the other one? While the divine tree scientists were excited, they did not forget to consider gains and losses, curiously asked the leadership group above. Some small accidents, maybe the seeds of the divine tree were discovered just after they were planted, and the attendant sent. What is it called? An old man with golden eyes seems to have a poor memory, or he didn't pay attention to those lowliest guardians at all, and asked curiously. He is Takashi Otsutsuki. Otsutsuki Wood's face was stiff, looking at the report in his hand, worried about gain and loss. Listening to the discussion room full of laughter and laughter in the research room, Otsutsuki Wood only felt that the coldness in his heart was even worse. The more laughter and laughter in the research room, the colder Otsutsuki Wood's heart became. Gradually, his teeth bit his lip, and a trace of blood was swallowed in his stomach. The cold data in his hands, the disappearance of life, all reminded Otsutsuki Wood that he lived on a not-so-cruel and cold planet, and what an evil and cold-blooded race he was born in. It's a piece of life. We destroyed their homes at will. Still smirking here. Still showing off his warring states. What a twisted world this is. Otsutsuki Wood's eyes shed 2 tears of blood, and when he opened it again, there were circles of light blue ripples in his eyes. At this moment, because of despair and powerlessness in his heart, Otsutsuki Wood, who is not very talented in martial arts, forcibly evolved the most basic eye of reincarnation. It's just, no one can appreciate the price and significance of his evolution. This feeling? An old man in the research room frowned slightly. Wood, have you evolved the eye of reincarnation? The old man's eyes flashed a little bit of busyness, and then he shouted out in surprise. Ha ha, Wood, you must be too excited. Your strength will naturally break through. Our family is like this. As long as we are idealistic, the spirit and the body are highly bonded, and a resonance reaction occurs, our divine pupils will be advanced. Wood, I didn't expect that your ability to practice is so poor, and you can actually give birth to the eye of reincarnation. This is really a rare case. I left my serum sample in the research room. I have nothing to do to study it. Maybe I can let our lowest level cannon fodder slaves also evolve a pair of reincarnation eyes. Haha. The old man said happily. The good things are really one after another, so let me report the latest research to the elders, and then let's find a place to celebrate together. How about it? The old man with the golden glasses spoke, and the others cheered Roar's response. Not everyone can stand the dullness of the lab. They also have to relax occasionally. Otsutsuki Wood did not speak, although he was the youngest and most talented Otsutsuki genetic bioscientist in this century, but the words of others were mild, and there was no force of his own behind him. He is nothing but the title of genius. As long as he walks out of the laboratory, his status is like some of the lowest slaves. Seniors, I'm tired. I went back to rest, and I won't be gathering with everyone, Otsutsuki Wood said, and walked out of the research room lonely. No one was going to keep him. A group of so-called seniors were filled with sneer and ridicule. Pretentious? Oh, have his good fruit to taste. Wood's heart is still too kind. As a pure-blood Otsutsukumoto clan, I am really ashamed of him. Forget it, bro. Let's go for a drink. By the way, I heard that a new group of young slaves have come to Hongmenlo recently, and many of them are still little babies. Or 9. Haha, let's go. After walking out of the door of the research room, Otsutsuki Wood still looked like he couldn't let go. Deficient in talent, his white eyes evolved into reincarnation eyes. Delightful? If it was in the past, Otsutsuki Wood have been excited to run 5 or 6 laps on the playground, and he would not be able to sleep at night after the surprise. But now, in his heart there is only anger, only pity, only pain. No joy. The cursed eye. The cursed race. Go to hell. Puff. A string of bright red blood was left behind, and Otsutsumu Wood's right index finger and middle finger were deeply immersed in the eye sockets. Hot tears and blood flowed down his cheeks, and his whole person gradually turned into a bloody man. Pedestrians on the street gave him a suppressed look, then left with a sneer. Who doesn't know that Otsutsuki Wood is a cultivator? Although he is a genius in research, he cannot hide his title of rubbish. Is this frustrating? What a good show. No one paid attention, and even some people didn't even look at him, hurriedly skipped him, and continued to do their duty. In the sky, a flight of aircraft swept across, and Wood's heart gradually fell into a dead silence. Here, it's hell. Step by step, step by step, step by step. I don't know when Wood walked into his home, a small house mixed between the poor and the rich. Brother Wood, what's the matter with you? It's okay, Brother Wood, your eyes. A group of dirty children immediately stopped playing and running over anxiously. These are the Qian Jiao, children of the ghetto, and also, or orphans. Most of their parents are some big tube wood bottom, commonly known as cannon fodder. Seeing their favorite Brother Wood, who was the best to them, had blood and tears in his eyes, the children burst into tears, and some even couldn't help crying. But their blood vessels were low and didn't cause any eye-related changes. Stop crying, haha, I'm fine. In the future, this institute, I'm quitting. The most talented Otsutsuki biologist of this century has died. Then another rebel was born. A beam of sunlight shone through the layers of barrier defenses of Otsutsuki Zushing and fell on Otsutsuki Wood. He laughed. His smile was gentle. Facing this group of suffering children, he couldn't bear to bring his dark side to them. It will be fine. Most definitely. I will always believe that that day will come. Where there is light, there is darkness. The twins of darkness and light alternate with the sun and the moon, endlessly. Perhaps 89/10 of the people on the Otsutsuji's star are pure evil, but there are still 1/10 of the people who have their hearts toward the bright ones. This race without love. In fact, in some corners, love still exists, and it is more implemented and more profound. Death in the secret realm of Roar Howling Canyon. A young man covered in blood gasped for breath and lay on the cold ground weakly. Around him, there is a constant backlog of tens of thousands of ancient dragon corpses. Among them, there are some monsters that have never been heard of, and the Tree of God originally. It's really hard to deal with, the latest model of the 12-tailed corrupt god tree. My pupil power intercepted 200% of the power of the source, and I managed to kill 132 of them. Otsutsuki Genji muttered with a solemn expression. It's already very good, Genji, after all. The abilities of those corrupted dragons and alien beasts have been greatly increased in all aspects. A figure appeared out of thin air in the Roar Howling Canyon. Completely different from other clansmen, this young man who spoke gave a warm feeling of sunshine, and 903. What is particularly striking is, this young man with blonde hair. Brother Jinmu, you're here. Genji struggled to get up from the ground, looked at the blonde young man beside him, and grinned. I've come a long time ago. Seeing that you are training too seriously, I didn't bother you, hehe. Jinmu smiled and waved his hand. All the scenery around him, including the corpse of the dragon and the corpse of the corrupted god tree, completely disappeared. The two also stood again in a vast and barren underground training ground. Roar! The training secret realm formed by infinite monthly reading is getting more and more real, thanks to the latest data provided by Senior Wood. Otsutsuki Genji smiled, stretched his waist lazily, and made a crackling sound. Speaking of wood, Otsutsuki Kaniki's eyes dimmed. He must be very sad today. Today is the day the research report is retrieved. Otsutsuki Genji was stunned, and the smile on his face disappeared instantly. Brother Jinmu, how long do we have to wait? I'm already very strong. Let's start acting. Overthrow the elders and overthrow this sinful world. Otsutsuki Genji excitedly held the blade in his hand. A pair of tensei and perseverance were written in the glazed tensiken. You are very strong. But, from the overall situation, your strength alone is not enough to see. The elders have hundreds of millions of white-eyed soldiers, as well as those inspection missions, the ruling legion, and several others. Billionaires' summoning army and divine tree legion. Our strength is still very weak. Without the absolute ability to confront the organization, if it is exposed, then the results that generations of rebels have planned for tens of thousands of years will be lost. Otsutsuki Kaneki said. This blonde man is the leader of this rebellion, a thorn in the eyes of the elders, a thorn in the flesh. It is he who, in this world full of despair, has opened up a little hope for those Otsutsuki people who still have a conscience. Although he looks young, for the Otsutsuki people with a long lifespan, this year he is more than 1,000 years old. And Otsutsuki Genji, a young man who seems to be full of enthusiasm, has already crossed the threshold of 500 years old. However, from the overall age group of the Otsutsuki clan, they are young adults. I see, Brother Jinmu. But I'm just not reconciled. When I think that many of our clansmen are still under oppression and slavery, I can't sleep, and I feel uncomfortable. The sword was stuck on the icy ground, and the whole person frowned and sat on the icy ground, sulking. Genji, well managed. 99 foot. Otsutsuki Kaneki was stunned for a moment, and then a trace of guilt and intolerance flashed across his face. What's wrong? Brother Jinmu? Genji looked up at Jinmu in confusion, confused. The latest information he destroyed his eyes. Jinmu said in a lost voice. Senior Wood? Why is this happening? Senior Wood is too impulsive. Did those old guys from the research group do something? 35 Genji suddenly stood up from the ground, raised the sword in his hand, and was about to kill him. Trend. But Kaneki held him down and shook his head at him. I understand, Wood. He's the kind of person who can't hold more sand in his eyes. Ugh. But he is a little impulsive. This is not good for the overall situation, and it is very likely that Wood's existence will be noticed by people with ulterior motives, Jinmu said, frowning. The big picture, the big picture. What time is it? Brother, you are still thinking about the big picture. I can't take it anymore. I can't take it anymore. I want to act independently. Genji. Calm down. Don't be stupid. The young and vigorous Genji held his head in his hands, his anger overflowing from his body. But at this moment, alert, alert, attacked by unknown person. Alert, alert, attacked by unknown person. Genji and Kaneki, who were arguing, were stunned at the same time, and in the gap between the poor and the rich, Otsutsuki Wood, who had empty eyes, was also stunned. Not only these three people, but almost all the humans and other beings living on planet Otsutsuki were stunned at the same time, looking up at the sky in disbelief. This is Zuxing's defense system? Who is so desperate? Crazy? Genji stared at Otsutsuki Kaneki in a stunned manner. The two exchanged glances and instantly disappeared in place. What's the matter? Otsutsuki Wood stared blankly at the sky, although he lost his eyes, but through his mental power, he still saw the outside world. Oh, Orochimaru, your Star Destroyer cannon is not very powerful, and you didn't blast off the three-dimensional defense. Luo Bing looked at Orochimaru, who couldn't hide his face, and laughed and teased. I was careless, Hazuma. Raise the energy level to the highest. 35. I'm going to use a sun-level destruction beam. Orochimaru snorted angrily. Is it a little risky? We are too close. If it is a sun-level beam of destruction. Shinyu Zuma glanced hesitantly at Luo Bing beside him. That's right, we have a marketplace. Haha, I forgot. Luo Bing, 6. A little light suddenly appeared in the dim universe. Then, this light quickly expanded, illuminating the entire nearby star field. Energy charge 20%. Energy charge 40%. Energy charge 60%. The violent heat energy flooded the entire star field, and the sun-level destruction beam is the masterpiece of Orochimaru. Before again, only its true power has been tested virtually. That means, This is the first time it has been put into actual combat. Buzzing. Gamma rays and plasma are intertwined, and the uncatchable light seems to have a life form at this moment. At the same time, above the star Otsutsuki, all life forms seem to see two suns in the sky. Although this is not a special and ordinary case, many people are aware of the alarm issued by the air defense system before. What? That's the enemy's attack. They're still charging dash. Damn, what level of attack is this? Can Zuxing's defense hold on? Don't worry, the ancestral star barrier is absolutely safe. There is the blessing of the hungry ghost on it. Any attack from the enemy will be absorbed. Yes, it must be fine. In the cosmic starry sky, the pillars on the spacecraft were stabbed by the intense beams and could not open their eyes. What the hell are you doing, Orochimaru? Do you want me to become blind? Hazuma muttered dissatisfiedly. The light was too bright, and although it did not spread the temperature in, the intense brightness made the existence of the column unbearable. Orochimaru smiled slightly and said softly indifferently, "Don't worry, I'm ready." Then, he unhurriedly took out 6 pairs of sunglasses from a drawer, and after he brought 1 pair, he distributed the remaining 5 pairs to everyone. There was silence inside the ship. Is this what you mean by preparation? Is it a little too simple? Mobin with sunglasses turned black. Even so, he could still feel the strong light. Although it was a little dim, he still felt a little tingling in his eyes. The others weren't much better, except Luo Bing. He looked at the 5 people wearing sunglasses with great interest and turned a camera into his hands and snapped a few photos as souvenirs. Only, everything seems to be exposed. Don't worry, I'm still ready. Orochimaru calmly helped his sunglasses and then pressed a button again. ZZ. After a sound of electronic equipment turning, a robotic arm suddenly appeared outside the cockpit of the spaceship where the 6 people were. The robotic arm took out a pitch-black, giant sunglasses from the spaceship's upper warehouse storage space and then, "Darling, bring it." Spot. Between the columns. Kagaya Yui. When Luo Bing saw this operation, he instantly laughed, leaned back and forth, patted Orochimaru on the shoulder, and said, "You are such a genius. You even put sunglasses on the spacecraft. Tell me, how did you do?" Want? Orochimaru's face did not change. Temporary decision, but very effective. It was quite effective. I can't see anything clearly now. How about we eat stewed snake soup tonight? Ban's face has black lines and blue veins burst out on his head. His most powerful source is his own eyes. If he is blinded by Orochimaru, he swears that he will be at odds with this guy. Don't eat wild game. You are not blind. Luo Bing rolled his eyes, signaling everyone to be at ease. Yes, it's just that the sunglasses outside the spaceship are too strong. This is within my expectation. The black paint was obtained from the planet Cyborg, and it is very effective. Orochimaru also explained it and then took it off. Sunglasses on the eye sockets. Madara took off his sunglasses in confusion, and his vision recovered a little. Although it was still dull, he could see things anyway, which meant that his eyes had no problems at all. 1. In that case, why did you let us wear our own sunglasses? Isn't that unnecessary? Madara Uchiha roared and asked. Flowers 0. Orochimaru frowned. I'm sorry, I bought too much, don't waste it. Madara Uchiha, in. The atmosphere in the spaceship began to become active again. But at the moment, a group of Otsutsuki people outside the spaceship are not so optimistic. Damn. This brightness is getting stronger and stronger. Once this kind of strong energy explodes, the external barrier will definitely not be able to stop it. In a dome-shaped safe house, a group of elders and top executives stared at the big screen in front of them, watching the data jumping on it, anxious in their hearts. Who is the enemy? No spaceship can be spared from an attack of such energy. Point 0. Is this a suicide attack? In front of the big screen, several old men with gorgeous white beards looked at each other, and their eyes were filled with disbelief. No matter what, open the different dimensional space channel and pull out all the combat power. Yes, yes. Soon, the owner of the purple 9-hooked jade wheel, the Fire-Eye Daetongmu tribe, took the lead and then instantly got into his own small world. Swish. This is a world made up of ice, and there are tens of thousands of soldiers in the world who are completing their daily training tasks according to the rules. Lord, Lord, Lord. When the young man in white with horns walked into this world, all the creatures knelt down without exception and looked at the man in the sky with admiration. Ancestral Star 368 guards, follow me. Yes. 35. The horned man in white waved his hand gently, and the gravitational force released. His cuff instantly swallowed hundreds of thousands of people on the ground and disappeared in this ice space in an instant. At the same time, things like this are happening in every corner of the world passage. The originally sparse and wide Otsutsuki Zushing suddenly burst out with a large number of troops. In the sky, the different dimensions opened by hundreds of holes have not been fully closed, and then a new channel of different dimensions has been opened again. And pupil space. This is something that is familiar to the Otsutsuji clan. Among the Otsutsuji clan, 1 out of every 10,000 offspring can give birth to extraordinary space ability, and this kind of space ability, whether it is used for combat or for storing loot, is very portable and beneficial. And the ambitious Otsutsuki clan uses these pupil space more to raise soldiers. It is another pupil space, which is different from most other pupil spaces. It is deserted and uninhabited. Looking around, you can only see the tall trees of Songli. This emerald majestic tree will give you the illusion of a moment of comfort and tranquility. But this is the most dangerous place for the Otsutsuki clan. Wake up. Divine trees. The stage that belongs to your 903 has arrived. A horned humanoid with red eyes and a white scarf who could not tell the difference between men and women abruptly came to this space and waved his own hands. Roar. 35. Ho-ho-ho. 35. The earth trembled, and the peaceful heaven turned into hell in an instant. One after another cracks appeared on the horizon, tentacles were pulled from the ground, and the originally quiet body of the divine tree instantly turned into a demon waving 10 arms one by one. Ten-tailed god tree Otsutsuki has the lowest level and the most war gun truck. It's just an alien invasion. There's no need to be so nervous, but I'm curious, which race is this? 99 foot. In the most heavily guarded and luxuriously decorated place of the Otsutsuji clan, a young man with red hair asked with a flat face. He has no horns on his head, which is the same as a normal human being, except for his enviable flowing red hair, which doesn't seem to be anything special. If there's something special about it, that is. Under his body knelt a row of elder members of Otsutsuki. And the identity of this person. It is self-evident. He is the Emperor Otsutsuki of this generation Otsutsuki-en. But more people call him the Red Devil, because of his hair color and more because of his nature. The elves don't have the guts, and the phantom beasts don't have the strength. From the current point of view, the race that can condense such energy. The only possibility is the machine race, the elder said tremblingly. His eyes did not dare to stare the figure of the man on the throne, only dared to look up at the soles of his shoes. Mechanics. The red-haired man frowned. I've never heard of it. Indeed, because of the special physiological structure of the mechanical race, they have not planted any level of divine trees in their territory, and they will pay us a large amount of materials and equipment every year. It stands to reason that it can't be them. But other than that, I can't think of any other race in the universe, the elder said truthfully with his head down. The red-haired man nodded and smiled lightly. Anyway, it will be gone after the event. What he described was an understatement, as if destroying a race was a very common thing for him. Follow your orders, my king. Energy condensation 1000%. Up to the solar level standard, start launching. Boom. After an earth-shaking shock, the entire Otsutsuji planet deviates hundreds of millions of kilometers toward the rear, and the entire ball is constantly drifting toward the universe. At this time, the defensive force field on planet Otsutsuki Muzu was also completely reimbursed and fragmented because of this sun-level destruction beam. The spaceship that Luo Bing and others were riding and also emitted thick smoke. Wonderful performance. I didn't expect that one day I would be beaten up here. Ha ha ha. The red-haired man laughed mockingly at himself. then picked up the offering fruit on the side and ate a few bites. His offering table is full of magical tree fruits of various colors and shapes. It was only after destroying a living planet that a divine tree energy fruit could be condensed, but the red-haired man at the moment ate these things as snacks before meals. After completely swallowing a divine tree fruit, the full, red-haired man's black pupils soared all the way, and a faint golden light shone on the stage. Golden Samsara Eye. Several great elders looked at the king in front of him with admiration, and their eyes were radiant with the legendary Golden Samsara Eye. "Let me see. Who is the other party?" the red-haired man said, squinting his eyes. His realization instantly penetrated the void, penetrated the fog of the atmosphere, and directly saw the essence. Then, he froze in place. "6 people," he said in disbelief, and then looked towards the farther line of defense. No. Still none. He has been looking at the void, has been looking at the black hole, has been looking at the end of the black hole. He found nothing. Only those 6. That weird, 6 people. One of the guys. I don't know if it's intentional or not, but he's actually beckoning Roar to him. How could there be only 6 people? The elder asked in disbelief. Only 6 people dare to invade Otsutsuji's star? Are you crazy? What kind of lunatic really is there? The red-haired man sighed and slowly closed his eyes. The golden color in his eyes gradually disappeared. Forget it. I'll leave it to you. Oh, by the way, don't kill them directly. I'm still a little interested in them. 5.0, the red-haired man said, and then gradually fell asleep and even started snoring. The 9 elders retreated in cold sweat, anger welling up in their hearts. How dare you? How dare it be only 6 people? 39. This is a humiliation to Otsutsuki. 35. The elders just walked out. Outside, the neatly arranged army turned their heads in an instant, waiting for the elders' instructions. Humph. The first elder looked at the 6 figures in the sky getting closer and closer, and his heart was about to explode. Just because of these 6 people, he almost used the entire clan's forces. It's really outrageous. Don't kill them first. Let them come down. I want to see if they are crazy or not. The elder said angrily. Thousands of dimension holes in the sky opened, and they were the pupils of the Otsutsuki elite. The space gate is constantly transporting batches of formations. Thousands of cave openings are transported at the same time. Constantly, there are white robes and horns of the Otsutsuki clansmen flashing at the gate. They waved their sleeves, and a large number of Otsutsuki elite soldiers appeared. In just a moment, the city space below was filled with all kinds of Otsutsuki soldiers, of which the white-eyed soldiers accounted for 80% of the ninjutsu, and the rest were all reincarnation-eyed soldiers and sacred tree monsters and so on. The space-shifting operation of flipping the sleeves is very similar to the universe in the sleeves of myths and legends. Madara Uchiha once imagined the prosperity of Otsutsuki Zushin, where there may be the existence of the 10-tailed god tree, and there may be a small group of Samsara warriors. However, when he saw with his own eyes the dense army of Samsara eyes and the army of the divine tree, he suddenly realized something. The Otsutsuki Zushin he fantasized about was still too rudimentary after all. To put it simply, the group of Otsutsuki soldiers under him, no matter who they are, can turn the world upside down when placed in the ninja world. At this moment, Otsutsuki Yui seemed to understand her mother's idea that she would rather kill her relatives righteously than be cruel and insist on cultivating Baiju soldiers. It's unbelievable. What a scale this is. Is it really a level that a racial power can achieve? At the moment, Kagaya's heart was also very uneasy. She landed slowly with the 5 people. Her beautiful eyes looked at the unfamiliar and familiar environment in front of her, and her whole heart was like an ice cellar. She knew that her Zushin was very strong, but she didn't realize that with her experience and qualifications at that time, the Otsutsuki Zushin she knew and contacted was only the tip of the iceberg. Or, not even the tip of the iceberg. Such a race. Can it really be defeated? At this moment, Kagaya seemed to understand why her uncle would rather kneel down to the great elder and ask her to be sent to a remote planet to be a small divine tree guardian, rather than raise an army to resist. Because that's downright delusional. Looking at the 6 people in the sky getting closer and closer, on the platform of the ground castle, the great elder frowned hesitation, looking at the group, reading thousands of years of memories back and forth, and finally seemed to have thought of something. A look on his face. Weird. Who am I? Isn't this Otsutsuki Ninya's daughter? Interesting. She should be his descendants, but, the degeneration of her bloodline is so serious, and that's right, she should be combined with the local aborigines. 39. It's a shame for the Otsutsuki clan. The great elder showed contempt, and in this moment, they had already investigated the source of the attack they had just obtained. It's not a light of energy released by an individual, but a powerful spaceship. And now, the spaceship was also basically in a scrapped state. Kagaya, in the elite soldier regiment, a middle-aged man with white hair and horns with outstanding temperament sighed. He watched in surprise and horror at the 6 people who landed in the sky. Tears inadvertently flashed from the corners of his eyes, and clenched the sharp spear in his hand. Kagaya's uncle, the commander of the 5,000 Samsara warriors, the Baron of Darkness Otsutsuki Ningri. At this moment, Otsutsuki Ningri's heart was ashes. He didn't expect to see his little niece again in this life, and he didn't expect the 2 of them would meet here. How stupid. Kagaya, why did you come back? 35. Otsutsuki Ningri's eyes were full of tears, and red blood was left in his pupils. Uncle. Kagaya also saw the majestic man. He is so much older than before. Interesting. The elder giggled, grabbed a special technological fantasy unilateral eye from the void on the side, and put it on the side ear. The combat power is 120,000. The combat power is 150,000. The combat power is 30,000. The combat power. 90,000. The combat power. Oh? 300,000. The great elder looked at Madara Uchiha in the crowd with surprise. Unexpectedly. This young man is a hybrid with black hair. Unexpectedly, he has 300,000 combat power, even surpassing his grandmother Kagaya, and even comparable to Otsutsuki. Elite fighters. How did he do that? Being a hybrid? If he enters the baptism of the ancestral star True Blood pool, how much combat power can he increase? Can you become a commander? Or a grand commander? If he is given thousands of years of growth, will he also be able to become a lord of the small world? The first elder shook his head and smiled. The older he got, the more bored he became, and he went back to think about these non-existent things. While thinking about it, the first elder focused his attention on the center of the 6 people. It was a handsome young man. 903. To be frank, his appearance made the elders very jealous. But it's really strange. He doesn't seem to have any Otsutsuki's blood flowing through him. So, he's a different race? Maybe Kagaya's husband? No wonder Kagaya would like this kind of character. After all, she is really outstanding. The first elder thought to himself, suddenly surprised, and looked at the data in the combat effectiveness tester in disbelief. 0? How's that possible? Is he a piece of shit? The very abrupt 0 coup on the LCD screen startled the great elder, and he turned around and glanced at the great lords beside him. 10 million, 103 million, 11 million. That's right. The combat effectiveness tester is still running normally, but why? This young man's combat strength is 0. The great elder is puzzled. He has seen many races and encountered many strange creatures. Even the worst only has a combat strength of 5, but this handsome young man in front of him has a combat strength of 0. This is really surprising. It's just ridiculous. The surprise of the first elder aroused the attention of the other elders. They turned their heads one after another and looked at the elder with a cautious look. What the hell is going on? Is the opponent's combat effectiveness amazing? Is it a very strong enemy? The first elder smiled strangely and explained, "This is the first time in my life that I have seen a living body with 0 combat power, and I just lost my temper." With his explanation, the faces of the 8 great elders around him became even more bizarre. Strange goods with 0 combat power? Does this universe really exist? Ghosts? It's really amazing how big the universe is. It seems that there will be a lot of jokes that can be added to the dull life when we chat and meet in the future. In another hidden dimensional space, Kaneki and Otsutsuki Genji hid in the cracks of the dimension. Behind them, millions of Otsutsuki rebels and various orc companions gathered, curiously watching the scene in front of them, watching the landing from the sky. The 6. Jinmu's dimensional attribute is very special. His lethality is not even that of Genji, but his spatial attribute is indeed concealed. This point, even if the Red Devil of Otsutsuki Yen personally shot, he would definitely not be able to discover their existence. Not only Jinmu, his father, grandfather, his generation's spatial attributes have all been inherited after generations of efforts. The hidden space they are in is more solid. This is also the resistance army can be an Otsutsuji Zushin key to surviving. 6 people. 6 people dare to provoke Zushin Otsutsuki. What are they trying to do? 39 Genji turned to look at Kaneki beside him with a strange expression on his face. Jinmu shook his head. They didn't understand. That's Kagaya. It's Kagaya who disappeared from Zushin more than 1,000 years ago. 35 Jinmu recognized it. When they were young, they had contact. At that time, the other party was still very gentle and pitiful. Girl. And her father, Jinmu, is more familiar. Otsutsuki Ninye, heroic member of the resistance army, and was also the right-hand man of Kaneki's father at that time. However, in the 1,000-year mission, Kaneki's father was trapped due to the tricks of the elders and others. In order to organize, Kagaya's father had to reveal his identity in that battle, and he chose to self-destruct to rescue Kaneki without hesitation. Father. But, facing the layout carefully planned by the elders, Jinmu's father still failed to get out of the predicament. Afterwards, in order to make the elders and the others truly believe that the rebel army has completely disappeared, Jinmu's mother chose to avoid the world and no longer intervene in any external events. And that decision directly led to the arrest and execution of all the rebels who remained in Zushin Otsutsuki. Kagaya's fate begins from that moment. It has also become confusing. I'm sorry for their family. Jinmu frowned as he looked at Kagaya, who had returned from a distance. Brother Jinmu, are you trying to save them? You have to figure it out. Now the Great Elder and the others are all outside. The Legion, the Divine Tree. Once the war starts, the consequences will be unimaginable. At this time, Genji calmed down and discouraged Jinmu on the side. It's not time to start the war. Our strength is not enough. Otsutsuki Jinshi's usual roar breathed out, his eyes piercing. If I shoot and the old monster Otsutsuki at the moment doesn't see this, I have 0.1 seconds to act. There is only one chance of this kind, and I can only save one. If there are more, even I can't stand it. Otsutsuki Kaneki said. But in doing so, our entire rebel organization will be exposed, and any action we want to carry out will become extremely difficult from today on. But in this case, I have to take action again. Kagaya and her family are kind to the organization. We have hurt her once, and we chose to sit back and ignore it when she needed us most. This time, I can't watch it anymore. Kaneki gritted his teeth and clenched his fists. Listen to you, big brother Jinmu, I will listen to you. If we choose to look from afar, what are the rebels? K the whole situation. Fight. Genji's blood surged up, and the strong blood permeated. Fight. Millions of troops waved their arms behind them, and the eyes of this group of young people were full of courage and hope. Jinmu slowly closed his eyes, and a drop of cold sweat dripped from his head. He only has one chance to shoot, and he must not make mistakes. Must not be wrong. He's so stressed that he's having trouble breathing right now. Outside world. Although I don't know where you got the spaceship from, but I think you're lucky. Unfortunately, you have made an unfortunate choice. Rebel Kagaya Heimware is your inspector? Where are Otsutsuki Jinshi and Taoya, are you? Here to die this time. The old man instantly turned into a beast that chose people and devoured him, and a pair of demonic blood-red samsara eyes stared at the group of 6 in front of him. On his forehead, a tightly closed demon pupil is also slowly opening. Elder. Kagaya smiled, glanced at Mr. Luo Bing beside him, heaved a sigh of relief, and felt a lot more at ease. She opened her mouth and said word by word, "I'm here this time. For revenge." 99. The air fell silent again. After a long time, "I don't know who's," Poochie interrupted this tranquil scripture. "I'm sorry, ha ha ha, I'm sorry, I really can't help it." The sixth elder laughed like no one else was around. "Kueyeji, do you know what you're talking about?" A loud shout came, but it was Kagaya's uncle, Otsutsuki Ningri. With a pale face, he flew under the castle and fell to his knees in horror. "Elders, please ask for atonement. This child has been in the universe for more than 1,000 years. 80% of the time, he was blinded by demons. Please ask the elders to hand her over to me. Ningri will definitely not live up to the expectations of the elders." Otsutsuki Ningri knelt on both knees and said tremblingly. Although he knew that his request was so absurd and uninhibited, at this time, he couldn't control that much. He would rather win that hope among the 10 million impossibles than watch his niece send to death. "Uncle, stand up. Stand up straight, he's not worthy," Kagaya hurriedly shouted. "Shut up. How did Ningi give birth to such a rebel girl? Can't you tell the situation in front of you? Hurry up and kneel down to atone for the elders." 35 Otsutsuki Ningri shouted with tears in her eyes. Ningri Otsutsuki's words hurt Kagaya's heart. Kagaya knew that her uncle gave up her dignity so completely to protect her. More than 1,000 years have passed, but Kagaya's impression of family affection will never be erased. She clearly remembered that her uncle was a person who loved face and was very dignified. But it was such a person who knelt down twice in front of the great elder, not to mention this time in front of his clansmen, and even in front of his subordinates. "Uncle." Kagaya burst into tears. Yui, who was beside him, looked at this uncle and grandfather he had never seen before, and the string in his heart was also touched. At the moment, let alone Yui, even Madara was furious. From the original point of view, Otsutsuki Ningri is also regarded as Madara Uchiha's grandfather. Seeing his own family being so humiliated, Madara Uchiha couldn't swallow this breath at all. "Enough. What are you laughing at, you little bastards? It's just that you are a little older than me and have more resources than me. What's so good about it? Give me a few more decades, and I, Madara Uchiha, will beat your fathers even if they don't know each other." Uchiha Madara said, cursing for the first time. "It's a pity, you don't have decades, and you don't even have time for today." The sixth elder was not angry at all, and smiled and stroked his white beard. "Yes." Uchiha nodded and said in a low voice, "I also give this sentence to you, this immortal." The sixth elder's brows jumped, and the corners of his mouth raised a dangerous arc. The mouth is arrogant and stubborn. It seems that there is no need to talk nonsense with you. Come on. Take them all to me. With the order of the sixth elder, the situation changed in an instant. Thunder and lightning surged, and a Daetongmya clansman covered with thunder and lightning flashed away from the crowd, flew out, and immediately rushed to the area where the 6 Luo Bing were located. "I can't beat it, it's up to you, Boss Luo." Ban's mouth glanced at the corners of his mouth and looked at Luo Bing, who was beside him. "This big boss is their confidence." "Don't worry, little meaning." Luo Bing nodded and twisted his neck. At this time, Otsutsuki Kaniki's eyes lit up. "I can't handle that much anymore." Swish! Swish! A golden shadow suddenly flashed out of the void. Jinmu's eyes locked on Kagaya, and he stretched out his hands to grab it in her direction. "Who?" The elder's expression changed, and he discovered the strange qualitative change in the space. Immediately afterwards, a red light burst out from the palace's recuperation room, and the red devil disappeared in a flash, his face ferocious, and his whole body exuded a terrifying aura. "Traitor! Still alive." Otsutsuki Yen teleported towards Jinmu at a speed invisible to the naked eye. His speed was too fast. Even before his voice came out, the whole person had already reached Jinmu's side. "It's too late. Brother Kaniki." Otsutsuji Genji watched nervously in the inner world. Just in that moment, tear. The sound of clothes being torn to pieces came out. "Success!" Jinmu's face showed cold sweat, and at the most critical time, he returned to the inner world with a figure wrapped in it. Damn it. The Otsutsuki Flame Space Domain was completely released, grabbed a node in an instant, and then the whole person turned into a red glow and swooped away. Huh. The entire space node was closed, and the red devil slammed into the void, directly ripping apart all the nearby space. But he still lost the shadow of Jinmu in the end. The space attribute of Jinmu is really special. He does not exist in the interlayer with space, and his space range is completely within the inner space of the entire world. Great. It worked. Genji shook his fist in surprise, and then he looked at Kaneki excitedly. Otsutsuki Genji was completely stunned in place. Jinmu, who was on the side, saw his expression, and suddenly had a bad premonition in his heart. Then, he looked at the person who was rescued beside him in disbelief. Seeing this, he almost didn't react on the spot. Men. That handsome guy. How can this happen? Jinmu looked at the man beside him in confusion. Although the situation was urgent just now, he still clearly remembered that he did not catch the wrong target. This is how the same thing. Hey, I admire a man like you who praises me as handsome as soon as we meet. Luo Bing waved at Jinmu in front of him. Jinmu. Genji. Outside world. The dazed man looked at Luo Bing's disappearing shadow, and his whole body instantly crushed. Wait. Big brother Luo slipped away. What the hell? No way. With Madara's eyesight, although he had just discovered a strange spatial fluctuation, he had no idea what happened at that moment. Madara's eyes rolled, and his heart began to beat drums in an instant. If Boss Luo just ran away, then are they dead? Damn traitor. The planet is blocked and martial law. I want to dig them out inch by inch. Otsutsuki Yan's anger spurted, condensed the real form, and the people present saw a side composed of blood and energy. Of the sea. The overwhelming pressure swept through the sky, and in that instant, many low-level soldiers couldn't bear it and vomited blood and died. Domineering. Open. Madara Uchiha waved his arms, and as soon as he reached the invisible aura formed around him, it turned into an aura wall, which could resist the leaked blood sea phantom. This is the skill he learned in the pirate world. No one is more suitable for using domineering than Madara, but he has never used it before. This was the first time it was used in actual combat, but the situation was quite reluctant. Drops of sweat quickly appeared on Madara's forehead. Under the monstrous blood, he couldn't hold on for long. It's over. It's all over. I actually saved the wrong person. Jinmu's eyes were dull, and he gritted his teeth fiercely. Then what should we do? Brother Jinmu Genji was also anxiously beside him. There's no other way. In order to prevent the Red Devil from breaking into this place, I have already opened the rule for the next life. Now we won't be able to get out for at least 100 years, not even me. Jinmu gasped heavily. There was a flash of unbearableness in the eyes. Huh. Just as Genji and Jinmu were chatting eagerly, Luo Bing narrowed his eyes, stepped out of the inner space, and instantly came to the Red Devil's side. Reach out. It grabbed his neck in an instant. Hey, put away your disgusting body odor, you scared my friend. Luo Bing's eyes were cold, looking at Otsutsuki Mayan in front of him as if he were looking at a dead thing. At this moment, the hustle and bustle of the world faded away. There seems to be only one figure left in the bright sky, and that person seems to be the only one between heaven and earth. And that supreme existence on Otsutsuji Tsuksing was being erected in the air by the man with one hand around his neck. Everything seems to be like a dream, generally unreal. Illusion. Solution. Illusion. Solution. The first elder and the others clenched their handprints in horror, and the whole person was so flustered that they were at a loss. How can that be? This is impossible. Lord Yen. Lord Yen dash. The third elder shouted in disbelief. He constantly rubbed his eyes. Blood and tears flowed from the corners of his eyes without knowing it. The sea of blood shrank instantly, as if encountering some great terror, and disappeared directly. Ha ha ha. I'll just say it, Mr. Luo won't leave us alone, so don't worry now haha. Madara Uchiha at the moment was very proud. He can be regarded as a bad breath in scrupulously provoking the group of elders. But at the moment, no one paid attention to his sarcasm. Everyone was staring at the scene in the sky in disbelief. The Red Devil was defeated. Kagaya's uncle Otsutsuki Ningri stared at the sky dully. His mind went blank, and he murmured this sentence repeatedly, as if he was already demented. Definitely, there are many more serious people than him. For all the Otsutsuki people, the Red Devil is the belief in their hearts. And now, belief has collapsed. And it collapsed so easily. Just like the top of Mount Tai, everything is so destructive. Even the Red Devil can't even resist. His whole face is flushed, and it seems that he can't breathe. But at his level, where does Roar need to suck? Obviously frightened. You. Who the hell are you? The Red Devil was dripping with cold sweat. He wanted to resist and struggle, but his whole body seemed to be caught in an unfathomable mud, and it was so difficult for him to even speak. Not to mention the stubborn resistance. I'm your father, child. Luo Bing still had that bohemian expression, like a child who would never grow up. Uchiha's face darkened. Boss Luo. I always feel that you are taking advantage of me. If Boss Luo is the father of this old B******************** D who has lived for tens of thousands of years, then according to the blood relationship, what is he? Darling grandson? K off. My descendants are not as ugly as you. Luo Bing gave Madara Uchiha a contemptuous look. Spot. Damn, don't think about it so easily. Otsutsuki Yen said word by word, his eyes gradually flashing golden light. It's the golden samsara eye. It's the golden samsara eye. The eye of supremacy. Master Yen won't be so easily. As the elder said, he suddenly lost his voice as if his throat was choked. Because at the moment, Luo Bing was looking at him with a dull look, with golden light shining in his eyes. Is this what you're talking about, old man? I've updated this version 800 years ago. Oh, by the way, do you want to see what's on this? As he spoke, Luo Bing smiled wickedly. His golden pupils slowly revolved, replaced by a glass-colored kaleidoscope of light. See? Huh. One to the left and one to the right. Two glazed pupils grab people's attention. The great elder just glanced at it, as if the soul had been absorbed by the entire absorbent. It's not like... That's it. Boom. An old figure fell to the ground. It was the great elder. At the moment his body penetrated, all the skeleton, no upgrades. After 2 or 3 seconds, it was directly replaced by a blue smoke, subsequently evaporated. Damn it. What kind of trick is this? Who will die? Madara Uchiha was startled, then scratched his head. Why is he okay? You should probably understand why I'm such a salted fish. Otsutsuki Yui glanced blankly, then flew in the direction of his uncle, bent down and stretched out his hand to support him. Grandpa, don't worry. Since my mother and I dare to come back, we have absolute confidence. Yui smiled gently, looking at Ningri Otsutsuki in front of him. For flowers 0. Uncle. What's your name, child? Otsutsuki Ningri felt the touch of family love connected by blood, looked up at Yui and Kagaya on the side, tears in his eyes flow. The death of the great elder stimulated all the surviving elders, who instantly understood something and looked up into the sky. This is an irresistible powerhouse. Even if they have hundreds of millions of troops, how many backers can't resist him? Number 7. Their line is over. In the inner world, Otsutsuki Genji and Kaneki stared at the scenery outside with dull eyes. In less than 10 seconds. 0. The things that happened in the outside world were one after another, and the two of them were already numb. Behind him, millions of troops are also watching stupidly. Their brains are no longer enough. What happened? Am I not awake? Brother Jinmu, am I still reading Infinite Monthly? Otsutsuki Genji stared blankly at Kaneki beside him. Kaneki looked at him with the same eyes, and the two looked at each other, speechless. Outside world. You are considered a very strong existence in this universe. It would be a pity to kill you, Luo Bing said lightly, looking at Otsutsuki Yen in front of him. Otsutsuki Yan's eyes like dead ashes gradually revealed a glimmer of hope. But Luo Bing's words continued to ring in his ears. But it's a pity, it's a pity. Boom. As his voice fell, Otsutsuki Yan turned into a cloud of smoke, and he didn't even make a sound, and the whole thing disappeared in the sky. Even Luo Bing didn't bother to absorb the energy and pupil power in him. Too little. For Luo Bing now, the energy he gets in 1 second is more than the sum of his whole body. Boss Luo. I, Madara Uchiha, would like to call you the strongest in the world. Ha ha ha. Madara Uchiha roared loudly. Luo Bing rolled his eyes at him, a little helpless. Do you want to tell me? And since the Red Devil was annihilated in this world, the whole world seems to be different. Roar. A large number of sacred tree monsters roared and roared. Immediately afterwards, the pale golden streamers of their pupils flashed away, and they looked around in confusion. Their expressions lost the dullness they had before, and they looked around anxiously. Definitely, not only these monster-tailed beasts, but the top group of Lord-level characters in the Otsutsuji instance all hugged their heads in pain. A golden light flashed in their pupils, and their consciousness and reason gradually recovered. This kind of situation happened one after another, and even the remaining 8 elders screamed out with their heads held. Controlled by pupil power, it turns out that their lives are all controlled by copying. It's really scary. Madara Uchiha looked around at the chaotic 903 and couldn't help but feel a little sigh. That's right, this is the biggest conspiracy at the top. A trace of fear flashed in Jin Mu's eyes. Since the death of the Red Devil, the pupil power that bound most geniuses and high-level leaders has gradually dissipated, and many people have also understood something in an instant and looked at their hands in disbelief. After the memory regained consciousness, the elders felt a little rejoicing while resentful. It was too terrifying. Before, they had been living in the shadow of the Red Devil, and they didn't even realize it. Now that the Red Devil died, the rear guards he arranged came to the surface one by one. So, a surprise flashed in the eyes of the 6th elder. He thought that he was going to die before. What a joke. The existence of such a powerful Red Devil is in the hands of that man without any resistance. How can he still survive as a mere elder? But now there is a glimmer of hope in his heart. He is under control, which is undoubtedly a good reason to shirk responsibility. Next, as long as he complains and sells miserably, there is a high possibility of avoiding punishment. Thinking of this, the 6th elder knelt on his knees and looked up in Luo Bing's direction. My lord, I did a lot of evil things before, but at that time I was under control. You, Lord, don't care about the villains. Just take my life away. I will definitely. Crack. The 6th elder who was crying was like a mirror with cracks all over his body. Before he could finish speaking, his whole body shattered into pieces, then turned into smoke, and completely disappeared between the world. Remaining elders. How to do this? Is it impossible to die today? Everything is the Red Devil's fault. It's not fair for you to do this, an elder bravely shouted. Fair. Luo Bing sneered and continued to wave his hand. The remaining 7 elders all turned into flying smoke and evaporated without warning. I'll give you a fair chance. Go down and find that red hair to settle accounts. After saying a sentence, Luo Bing turned his head to look at the army of nearly hundreds of millions and countless small worlds in the cave. A glaze flashed in his eyes. Then, he waved his hand again, and there were thousands of people from the Otsutsuji tribe. Die. Without warning, they didn't even send their last words and turned into ashes at the same time. At the moment of data, no fish slipped through the net. Still want to hide? Still want to pretend to be innocent? All in vain. Today is the day of reckoning. Many Otsutsuji people looked at the godlike man in the sky with horror on their faces, constantly beating drums in their hearts. They didn't understand what happened. Their close friends or superiors disappeared silently one by one. There are even some with beautiful faces who have been hiding the deepest great kindness and have not been able to escape such consequences. Is it your turn next? The people of the Otsutsuki tribe were worried, tormented, and anxiously awaiting the coming of the judgment. It was so torturous. If he was going to die in the end, it would be better to turn into flying smoke early and completely wiped out. Looking at it like this now, it is really torturous. Unexpectedly, Luo Bing in the air turned his head and showed a smile. The reckoning is over, the rest of you, although not all of them are good guys, but in general, sins don't end in death. I'll give you a chance to atone for your sins. From today, Madara Uchiha is the new chief of Otsutsuki. Did you hear clearly? The air instantly became silent, and everyone present was stunned at the same time, and then their faces showed joy, and then they shouted the name of Uchiha Madara loudly. This sudden scene made Madara Uchiha a little dazed. It's over? I've become a patriarch. Madara was under a lot of pressure, and looking at the hundreds of millions of clansmen and tailed beasts who survived, his heart was beating in an instant. However, Madara is Madara, and although she is very flustered, she cannot help but have a hint of pride. He's seen a lot of big scenes. What's the big deal? What if his patriarch's strength is low? His boss is awesome. In the inner space. Tear. The door to the inner space was completely opened, and Kaneki and Genji looked at Luo Bing, who suddenly broke in, excited and nervous in their hearts. The knot? It's over? Jinmu asked excitedly. Genji, the hot-blooded young man on the side of 5.0, didn't dare to take a breath and looked at Luo Bing in front of him with longing. It's over. In the future you two will help Ban. Do you have any opinions? Luo Bing asked softly. Opinion? Even if there is an opinion, it is no opinion. What's more, Kaneki and Genji didn't have any strange thoughts in their hearts. They were fighting for Otsutsuki, fighting for peace. Although everything was caught off guard, it was far more perfect than what they had imagined. This is simply a picture that one would not dare to dream of. Yes, Your Excellency. Kaneki and Genji both knelt down and took orders. Follow your instructions. The millions of troops behind him also knelt down at the same time, each with warm eyes, believing Luo Bing as a god. A month later, Luo Bing and Orochimaru stood in front of the gate of the future full of sci-fi atmosphere and exchanged something. It's done. This time, thanks to Mr. Luo's help, Orochimaru wiped the sweat from his forehead, happy like a child. Crossing the interstellar space gate, with your current strength, even without my help, you can complete it within a year or two. Luo Bing patted Orochimaru on the shoulder and said with a smile, the advanced technology of the mechanic is really great. If I have the opportunity, I really want to meet the leader of the other party and discuss related technologies with each other. Orochimaru adjusted his glasses and wrote pride on his face. Yeah, I'm complimenting you. You're still stinking. Where's Madara? Still in the blood pool. Luo Bing rolled his eyes helplessly and casually tested the stability of the portal in front of him and asked inadvertently, yeah, Madara is very arrogant. Ever since I heard about the blood pool that can make his bloodline evolve and grow rapidly, he has been unable to bear it. He is a cultivating lunatic, and he is also very proud. He can't stand being the patriarch, but he is weaker than the clan. Orochimaru shook his head and said with a smile. Ha ha, Luo Bing seemed to think about what happened and laughed out loud regardless of his image. No wonder that guy in Hazuma has been clamoring to go back to the ninja world recently. It seems that he can't stand being Madara's sparring partner. Yes. Orochimaru smiled and nodded. It's almost time. Connect the ninja world and Otsutsuki Zushing. Luo Bing put away his smile and immediately ordered. Follow your orders. Lord Luo Bing. Chi chi chi. The oval sci-fi gate began to turn, and the whole sky changed for a while. Boom. 35. Boom. Boom. Dozens of crystal-clear horses were sent from the distant sky. That was the energy support provided by dozens of super-giant Tensigans. In order to connect Zhu Xing with the ninja world, Orochimaru has made a lot of effort in this regard. Look. Tensaizen is activated. Mr. Orochimaru's plan should be successful. Otsutsuki would regained his eyes, and in front of him sat neatly row upon row of smiling students. Now the project of Shinshu research has been stopped. However, the subject of biological research is still unfolding normally. But Wood, the most talented biologist of this century, chose to leave the laboratory and enter the classroom. He believes that it is not enough to achieve results in research. It is more important to educate and cultivate the values and hearts of the new generation of Otsutsumu people. Let's go. Let's go and see. Everyone has to learn scientific knowledge, and they will be as great as Uncle Orochimaru in the future. Ha ha. Otsutsuki would laughed and walked out of the classroom with a group of students. This group of students, about every 5 or 6 years old, but the scary thing is, every one of them has reincarnation eyes. This is the background of the Otsutsuki clan. Santani's energy chain. It seems that Orochimaru-senpai's project has been successful. Genji said in surprise. I've long wanted to see where the patriarch lives. Let's go. Go and see. There were various voices on the streets of Zuxing, and they all admired the new senior Orochimaru. In this place of Chongwu, Orochimaru's technology is also unique. In this month, he not only developed the gate of time and space, but also did a lot of small technology distracted, which is very popular among the local Otsutsumu people. Sought after. Orochimaru has a tendency to become a star scientist recently. Huh? It seems that Orochimaru's research has been successful. Hashimoto, let's go back to the ninja world. Madara, who was in control of Zhu Xing's situation, suddenly opened his eyes. The viscous blood flowed away from him and patted him on the shoulders of the pillars beside him. He said with a smile, "You don't practice anymore?" Hazuma rolled his eyes at him and asked speechlessly, "Haha, I'll be fine for a while." It's not a waste of time. Banana smiled, and now he has undergone earth-shaking changes compared to a month ago. Ninja world is not too comfortable. 7 generations. This is the latest information. Nara Shikamaru appears in Naruto's office. Today's Konoha village is dozens of times larger than before, not to mention the high-level combat power. There is Sasuke. There is Naruto. There is Obito. There is Kakashi, Tsunade, and Jiraiya, Minato, Itachi, etc. Even the resurrected Yahiko and Nagato, Konan have joined Konoha village. But Naruto has been worried about one thing recently. Hashtag. The enemy from the Muntotoro Otsutsuki Kid. At the beginning, Luo Bing's follower of the Supreme Magic Book came all the way to the moon, met a friend of Shiren by chance, and then asked him for directions, and finally absorbed the giant Tensigen, and got into the secret space where Kagaya was sealed. And then, the world was nuclear flat. The children who gave up their loved ones were completely forgotten by Luo Bing. And Shiren children also became cautious because of that incident. Now, he has been secretly developing for such a long time, and he has become a new generation of big bosses, and he is a more difficult opponent for Naruto. Luo Bing and his party of 903 traveled in the universe for 6 years and stayed in the pirate world for 4 years. In the past 10 years, the world of ninja has also undergone earth-shaking changes. It stands to reason that a mere Otsutsuki Totoro should not pose any threat to the current Konoha and even the ninja world. But unfortunately, Todo Otsutsuki seems to have a right-hand man by his side. Moreover, he is also from the Otsutsuki clan. He was one of the characters sent to Earth along with Kagaya and Momoya Kim. It's just that his existence is hidden, no one knows about it, and the only known elders have been turned into flying smoke by Luo Bing. Big brother Luo has been gone for 10 years. Naruto sighed. After he became the 7th Hokage, he realized how heavy the burden was on him. Fortunately, with the help of Daddy Minato, otherwise, Naruto is guaranteed to be locked in the office all day long to deal with documents. Otsutsuki Todorin, it's not easy to handle. The mysterious man beside him is not easy to deal with. Naruto was worried, glanced at the photo frame on the desk, and smiled. There are not only photos of the 7th edition collective, but also photos of his family. Nagato, Kushina, Naruto, Hinata, and Bo and Sunflower. Bofome Borin, a new generation of supernova in Konoha village. The 7th Hokage is his father, the 4th Hokage is his grandfather. He is the disciple of the 6th Hokage, the disciple of the 3rd Hokage. It can be said that it is a veritable 2nd and 3rd generation of fire, and it is a collection of thousands of pets. But the blogger doesn't want to be a Hokage like Dad and Grandpa. It may be that their family has produced too many Hokage, making this baby feel that there is no challenge. It is also possible that the appearance of dad and grandpa sitting in the office all day processing documents stimulated young bloggers. Soapwoofing Boren was determined to be a free ninja like Mr. Luo Bing since he was a child. Obviously, he's thinking about farting, but who can't have a little dream? On the majestic Hokage rock, Boren read the book in his hand with a straw in his mouth, and his face became more and more blush, definitely. This is not the one that Uncle Kakashi gave him, that it was confiscated by my mother long ago, and since then my mother's face has changed when she looks at the former Hokage. Almost put him on the no-entry list. Definitely. All this is still a sin. Grandma Kushina also smashed the door of his courtyard. And the book that Boren is reading now is called Luo Bing Biography. Simple and rude, the man who single-handedly pacified the ninja world and changed the pattern of the world. Since his legend spread, the most indispensable thing in the entire ninja world is his autobiography. Although many are suspected of exaggerating ginseng water, there are 9 out of 10 biographies that are true. They didn't dare to write nonsense or make up rumors, but they just retouched the writing and so on, which directly brought the mysterious existence of Luo Bing to the sky. But that's it. When the author named Kishimoto released this book, a large number of ninjas from all over the world complained that he was not enough. Far from enough. What are you doing? Didn't portray Luo Tianxin's demeanor at all? Go to hell. Stop insulting my idol. Kishimoto was very helpless. He wanted to cry without tears. He swears that he has racked his brains to tout, portray, and elevate the role of Luo Bing, but he still can't satisfy the big guy. Who's to blame? I can only blame the person who invented the text for not inventing a better one adjective. Hey, Boren, you're reading that book again. You've read it dozens of times. A girl with red spectacles jumped over from a distance, with black hair and wearing a Uchiha clan. Serve. Uchiha Sasuke's daughter Uchiha Sasuke. Maybe the father used his eyes too much. Daughter Sarana was born with myopia. As a Uchiha family. I was born with short-sightedness, and no one has this gene. Perhaps the scene is very common on Otsutsuki Muzu, but in Konoha village, it is indeed a very rare thing. Yo, Xiaona, good morning. Boren licked his fingers, flipped the pages of the paper, turned his head and said roar with a smile at Zoriana. Blonde hair comes from the powerful genes of the Wave family. Unlike Naruto, Boren has been cute since he was a child. At least he is much more handsome than his own father. He never wears shabby clothes, but prefers to dress up. Go to Uncle Kakashi's goal. This is a ninja. The hair has to be suede. Look at Uncle Sasuke, how handsome. Although the current Uncle Sasuke doesn't care much about his hair, his temperament is developing more and more in the direction of Uncle Madara. Zorana, who was affectionately called Roar Xiaona by bloggers, blushed slightly, and she couldn't help thinking of the jokes she made at her parents' gathering when she was young. Said to order a doll to kiss or something. Zorana's memory is very good. Although she didn't understand what a baby girl meant at that time, she now knows what she should know. Morning, it's noon now. Zoriana silently supported her forehead, and 3 black lines appeared on her head. Quack quack. The 3 crows flew across the sky, seeming to be muttering the old lines again. Stupid, stupid, stupid. Don't worry about so many details. By the way, Xiaona, has the teacher returned from the mission? I just have a problem in ninjutsu and want to ask him for advice. The blogger sorted out the books, put a bookmark on it, and put it on his own ninja inside the bag. He looked at Sarana with a look of hope. Since there is no such man in the ninja world, Boren chose to study with Sasuke, who is similar in style to that man, and became his disciple. It is said that the styles are similar. In fact, it is because Sasuke has been aiming at that man and chasing after him. I have to admit that. Sakura likes this type. 66 Dad and Uncle Itachi have not heard from them for half a month. Oh, by the way, Uncle Obito seems to have gone to the Hokage office a few days ago, and he should have brought the latest news. Speaking of, Boren, you ask me about this kind of thing. Why don't you ask the 7th Hokage-sama, my dad? Huh. He doesn't care about his family at all, Zoriana said, her face full of resentment. Don't mention it, my dad doesn't tell me anything. In his eyes, I'm just a little kid who will never grow up. Che, it's boring. Well, but I'm getting used to it. After all, a man who can endure loneliness is the best ninja. Bo-rin extended his thumb and read the lines with pride. The name of the famous phrase in the second paragraph of chapter 35 of Luo Bing biography, right? Zoriana was speechless. Have you seen it too? The blogger looked surprised. My mother reads it every night. Nua's good. There is a legend of Sasuke on the market, but I have never seen her buy it. Zoriana raised her forehead again. Sometimes I wonder, whose daughter-in-law am I even? The blogger laughed awkwardly, but the movement of scratching his head was surprisingly consistent with Naruto's childhood. Saranapa smiled and took out the bento box from behind. Didn't have lunch, I made too much to finish, so. Thank you so much, Shiona, my stomach has been growling. The blogger unceremoniously ended up with the bento box and then ate it in big gulps. At the moment, the wind was very quiet and sweet, and Zoriana looked at the blogger who was gulps in front of her, and a trace of joy flashed in her heart. 18. The sweet moment didn't last long at all. The sky, gradually, darkened. At first it was dim, then, it was pitch black. What happened? Solar eclipse changes? The Konoha Shimbun didn't report last night? 35. Woo-woo. On Konoha's light rail, travelers and tourists from far away looked at the sky above their heads strangely, frowning slightly. Times are developing and Konoha is also progressing. Just a few decades have passed, and the Dedu Technology Group formed by the pharmacist has suddenly become a behemoth. As the name suggests, it is taken from the big snake pill, and there is also Daodu, maybe because there is only one word for do. It sounds a bit strange. In the past 10 years, Keiru also completed the metamorphosis of his life, relying on the technical manual left by Mr. Orochimaru and the records of his insights. He became the richest person in the ninja world. None of them. Different from other small technology groups, Dedu Group not only has a technology business, but also a variety of strange businesses. For example, Dirty Earth Reincarnation One-Day Rental, a horror amusement park famous for all kinds of snakes. I heard there is a snake road roller coaster on it. Another example, Dedu Group has also expanded its film and television business, real estate business, and countless varieties. No way. Technology development really needs $903. Do was forced to become the richest man in the ninja world. In today's ninja world, the daimyo no longer has such great power. Although the country still retains, the throne has lived up to its name, and the daimyo is at best a mascot in today's society. Due to the emergence of the group and the birth of various new occupations, the status of the ninja is not as prominent as before. Because there is no war and no sacrifice, the level of ninjas is getting lower and lower, and many people have given up the ninja profession and changed their careers to do other things. Chaos fist big. Prosperity, money is expensive. The dim sky instantly attracted the attention of many people. Swish, 2 golden flashes flew out from the Hokage building and the residential building. One is Naruto and the other is Namake's Minato. The golden double glitter of Konoha. What happened, Naruto? Minato frowned slightly as he looked at the eerie sky. Naruto on the side didn't seem to have recovered from the complicated file business, looked up at the sky, and shook his head slightly, buffa. In the distance, Sasuke and his party, who were rushing to Konoha, observed a strange change in the sky at the same time. Swish, swish, a few more figures flashed out. They're all old acquaintances. Vortex Nagato, Jiraiya, Tsunade, Konan, Yahiko, Do, Uchiha Shursui, as well as the Nara family, the Hinata family, the Uchiha family, and so on. Is it that guy Otsutsuki Sharon? 2. The founder of the Dedu Group asked with a bad expression. If anyone in this ninja world, apart from the Hokage lineage, detests Torin Otsutsuki, it is definitely this guy. Every time a satellite built with expensive funds is launched, it will be destroyed by the random rotation brought by the little b*** d of Shuren. It's so disgusting. If it weren't for the fact that the Earth was far away from the moon, Do would have driven his pseudo-spaceship to kill him long ago. That's right, it's fake. Although the technology of the ninja world is developing rapidly, if you want to use the existing materials and craftsmanship to make a spaceship that can be used for space flight exploration, it is still far from enough. Sharon? No. Maybe it's not him. I didn't feel his chakra breath. I'm too familiar with his breath. Naruto shook his head and bit his lip. Namake's Minato frowned, staring at the pitch-black sky. The space element of his body suddenly became active. Shoo! A figure flashed. Sasuke and Obito Uchiha Itachi slowly arrived late and landed beside Naruto. Do you feel it too, Minato-senpai? Sasuke asked humbly. Yeah. Very rich space element. Minato nodded and looked at everyone. Dad, Grandpa, Father, Uncle, 35. Bofeng and Uchiha Sarana jumped over from Hokage Rock not far away and shouted at the same time. Vlogger, Corona. Naruto and Sasuke shouted at the same time, and a trace of tenderness flashed in their eyes. What the hell happened? Dad? It won't be the end of the world, right? Boren frowned and looked at the pitch-black sky. The thick darkness gave him a kind of uneasy psychological feeling, and his eyes were open subconsciously, but still did not find any abnormal situation. But this is the most unusual place. It's okay, don't worry, Naruto comforted softly, turning his head to look at Shikamaru beside him. At this time, Shikamaru took out a flip phone from the ninja bag, frowned and pressed it 2 or 3 times, then connected and handed it to Naruto. Hey, Naruto. What happened to you, Konoha? I saw that the sky over your side was getting dark in Sand Ninja Village. It doesn't matter, Naruto. I can send support here at any time, Gaara asked worriedly. Road. We're here? Don't you have it? Naruto grabbed the information in Gaara's words and asked back. Everything is normal on my side, but the wind and sand are a bit loud and the signal is not very good. Hey Naruto, can you hear me? This is easy. The call signal was cut off by the power of location. At the same time, the light rail that Konoha slowly started also stopped. A power surge is happening all over Konoha. All the electronic devices related to technology fail at the same time, lose the signal, and the screen turns into a piece of snow. Fortunately, there were no casualties. This is a scientific and technological means of advanced civilization. I clearly remember that when the teacher's spaceship started, there were power surges in several surrounding power plants. Tu said excitedly. Could it be that the teacher and the others are back? Tu looked at the sky in disbelief. His heart was fiery. Big brother Luo is back. Naruto and Sasuke glanced at each other with disbelief in their hearts. But if the spaceship came back, it shouldn't have created the current scene. Do frowned. Although there were many guesses in his heart, the tablet he carried with him gave him some relatively objective data. Look at these layers. The darkness now covers the mid-atmosphere, covering the surrounding 500 kilometers, including Konoha. My ground radar data tells me that there is no shadow of any spacecraft in the atmosphere at all. It all seems to be formed overnight. You look at these positrons and negatives. We know that when the positive and negative electrons collide, cumulonimbus clouds will form. And the negative electrons in this have a small probability of generating sunspot changes, but there are sunspot grains all over the cloud now. This active. Talking to himself. Not only Naruto and Sasuke, but everyone who listened to his narration turned dark at the same time. Note, it's not that they realize the seriousness of the gaffe, but they don't understand it at all. What are you talking about? Naruto looked at Kao in a depressing look. Although he was more excited to see the other party talking, he still had the heart to interrupt. Can you say something we can understand? Sasuke said angrily. Pocket, positive. Tu is speechless. The whole ninja world, let alone a confidant, doesn't even have anyone who can understand him. This is really sad. Master Orochimaru. Come back soon. Alas. In general, this is more like a strange weather change, probably with the sun. Forget it, I won't explain it. You understand that the current situation is very abnormal. Dosai sighed and said helplessly. Why do you need to say that? Everyone can understand that the sky is abnormal now. It's a shame that you're still a science expert, and you've been talking about it for a long time, and you've come to this conclusion? Jilai also looked at Do with contempt, thinking that this guy is joking. Hesitant to say anything. What did I say? You didn't understand it. Why are you still relying on me? Irritated. You people with low IQ. This snake is going to be mad at you. Okay, everyone calm down, Do. Is there any solution? Yinayu, the head of the resurrected orphanage, looked at Do gently, stretched out his hand, and touched Do's head like a child. Do blushed instantly. He was an orphan since he was a child and was adopted by the Konoha orphanage. Yunayu's position in her heart was like that of a mother. Since Yunayu was resurrected, he regarded himself as Yunayu's own son, although, judging from the current situation, the two are about the same age. Mom, I'm sorry, I don't know either. Do raised his eyes, feeling a little lost. But I'm very sure that this storm will not cause too much harm to Konoha, Do said with a serious face. So, this weird sky was formed naturally. When will it disappear? Could it be that we will always live in darkness in the future? Naruto said worriedly. The weather like this must have formed naturally, and I can guarantee that it won't last for a long time. Don't worry. 7th generation, the pharmacist said confidently. Is that so? Naruto fell into deep confusion. In a way, this might be a good thing, Naruto. Minato suddenly stood up and said with a smile. 3 question marks flashed above Naruto's head, looking at his father in surprise. Yes, Naruto, this mutation has caused our entire Konoha space element to skyrocket. It will be easier to cultivate and understand the perception of space in this environment. Sasuke Uchiha also stood up and said. That's right, the space attribute is too rare. Since the 2nd generation developed the Flying Thor, only a few of us in Konoha have mastered this technique. Ability and space integration are very important reasons. Obito also said on the side. It's like this, because I once had an eye with Obito and felt the speciality of Kamui space, so it was so easy for me to learn to fly Thor later. Casey also said at this time. After so many people's suggestions and unanimous approval, Naruto probably understood, and then he also had a happy expression on his face. If I can learn space ninjutsu, won't it be more convenient to work and go home in the future? Naruto suddenly slapped his forehead and shouted. Wave Wind Water Gate. Sasuke. Flowers 0. The Senju Tobarama who just arrived. Kakashi. Jing Jing. Belt Soil. Jing Jing. Stupid. Space ninjutsu is not for you to do this. You can give it a try. Minato boy's spatial ability is higher than mine. Naruto, as his son, maybe you shouldn't be bad, Shansho Tobarama said in a timely manner. Furthermore, with some of us present to teach, Naruto, maybe you can learn faster. Obito also nodded and smiled. Yoshi. Then what are you waiting for? Here I am. 35. While speaking, Naruto made a seal with one hand, and the smoke of bang 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 blew from all around. In an instant, thousands of Naruto appeared in all directions of Konoha. Point 0. I finally saw it again. Naruto's unique way of practicing ninjutsu. Kakashi wanted to cry without tears. On the side, Bo-Ren's mouth grew so big that his eyes were about to pop out. He never imagined that his father's strength would be so strong. Entering can summon so many shadow duplication. OMG. I can only summon 4. Come on. Naruto shouted, and thousands of shadow duplications jumped towards the clouds. Don't be so impulsive, Naruto. There's no need to get so close. Minato shouted as a black line flashed across his brows. Then, just as his voice just came out, a strong and powerful surge of electricity rushed out. In an instant, thousands of Naruto duplications all turned into smoke. This guy is still so reckless. Sakura and Hinata, who rushed over, looked helpless. Pain. I seem to understand the feeling of space. Really? I feel that the space is getting clearer and clearer. Naruto looked over his head in surprise. Beside, a group of people looked at the top of their heads with solemn expressions, and they all held Roar's breath. Since the smoke of Naruto's duplication dissipated, a behemoth like a big mouth appeared in front of them. No, it's not that you feel clear. It really became clear. What the hell is this? And There were a few drops of cold sweat on Zorana's forehead. She obediently hid behind her father and looked up at the changing scene in the sky. Even Roar's breathing began to rush. What is happening? Not only Zorana, but everyone who saw the scene had the same unbelievable face. In the sky, after the smoke gradually dissipated, an arch like the mouth of the abyss suddenly appeared without any sign, as if it existed before. A mirage? No. This is not an illusion, this is real. Do widened his eyes, supported the frame of his glasses that was about to fall off, and swallowed hard. That side of the void. It's really not easy to complete this thing, but the Thor's Bifrost principle you gave me is very useful. By the way, what brand of 903 is Thor's? 99-Yuan asked curiously. Hammer Luo Bing glanced at Orochimaru, without further explanation. Although he was confused, he nodded vaguely, and then recruited Roar to enter the tunnel one by one with the Otsutsuki tour group behind him. Why didn't you go in first? This is a success after a few months of hard work. You are not the first to set foot, so you can bear it. Luo Bing looked at the Orochimaru in front of him in surprise. Orochimaru smiled to himself and explained in a low voice, I'm afraid of being unstable. If something goes wrong in the middle, I have to save it and find a way to improve it. Luo Bing has a black line on his face. Are you afraid of death when you co-author? The sightseeing group formed by Otsutsuki would excitedly walked into the time-space tunnel, apparently without the self-knowledge of a guinea pig. However, that being said, Orochimaru is really confident in his design, and all the data have been repeated and refined thousands of times, and it is impossible for any accident to happen. Buzz. Konoha Village. Naruto and the others were dumbfounded one by one. At first, they were amazed by the bizarre secondary changes in the sky. And then, they were completely speechless. Because children with reincarnation eyes emerged from the hole, holding hands, like a spring outing. The key is reincarnation eye. Sasuke touched his single reincarnation eye, and then looked at the group of children in front of him who looked like little dolls. This is so special. Brothers still messed up. Why do children have reincarnation eyes? It's fake. It's a lie. Shikamaru's brows stretched open, as if thinking of something, but he was a little uncertain. He bit his thumb cover and continued to watch the development of the situation. More and more Otsutsuki people came out of the hole, and they all looked at the world curiously. This ninja world is where Patriarch Madara was born. So small. Otsutsuki would landed in Konoha with the first batch of students, and he also looked around curiously. In Otsutsuki Zushing, the clansmen are very monotonous. Generally speaking, they are all white clan clothes, then white hair and double horns on their heads. And this ninja world is indeed different. There are people with all kinds of hair and skin colors. Unlike the monotonous ancestors, the world here seems to be more colorful. In fact, at the time of the Konoha New Year festival, many businesses have not closed their stalls on the ground. If it weren't for the previous power surge, Konoha at the moment would have been the busiest time of the year. It's time. It seems that they belong to the Otsutsuki clan. But, teacher, didn't they go to rob Otsutsuki's nest? Did it fail? 39. And then the other party came to the house? Do frowned and guessed. They don't seem to be malicious. Naruto shook his head. At this time, as a shadow, although the size of the people who came was huge, he had no intention of retreating. QA, if necessary, please. Naruto looked at the old man in his heart, and Jioe also stood up from the prone position, with a solemn expression on the fox's face. Hundreds of Otsutsuki people. And most of them are just children. The background of this big tube wood is really unusual. However, I haven't waited for Naruto and others to make any moves. At the open door, several familiar figures slowly walked out. Brother Luo. Asterisk. Naruto and Sasuke shouted excitedly. Sakura and the others on the side covered their mouths in disbelief. Came back. That man is back. Beside them, Bo and Zoriana watched curiously, and they were a little stunned by the scene in front of them. The legendary man is back? Really come back? Hey, Naruto, Sasuke, big guy, long time no see. Luo Bing made a move with a smile, roar, and slowly landed from the air. Haha, Ninja World, Madara Uchiha, I'm back. A domineering cry came out, and the shadows of many people drilled out of the open void door. The most notable of them are Madara Uchiha and Chisho Hazuma. Behind Madara stood a dense group of people from the Otsutsuji tribe. Teacher. Seeing hot tears in his eyes, he ran towards Orochimaru. And Naruto and Sasuke. Like a child, he ran towards Luo Bing. It's amazing, Sasuke, Naruto, you've all become fathers? I thought it was a day of disaster, but I didn't expect. It suddenly turned into such a warm scene of 5.0. It was a bit of a surprise. On the moon. It's today. 35. My Tensigen is full. Let's act Ichikuin. The mature Otsutsuki Tototo shouted towards the man with two horns beside him. Okay, let's get started. Our plan. So, on that critical black and white day, Totsuki Otsutsuki and Otsutsuki descended on Konoha in one go. Then, they saw countless Otsutsuki people with reincarnation eyes. Yo, little devil, you're getting bigger too. Luo Bing made a move roar in the direction of Totsuki Otsutsuki. For a while, Sharon's handsome face instantly distorted and solidified. How did I meet him? That devil. Todo Otsutsuki, who was named by Luo Bing, had dull eyes and despair written on his face. Beside him, Otsutsuki's expression became a little weird. These are from the Otsutsuji clan. Great. Sharon. Our comrades are here. This is the Otsutsuji Zushing I told you about. Great. They're here to pick me up. Ishir with enthusiasm and excitement in his eyes. At the beginning, he and Kagaya, Jin, Taoya, and others all came in the same way, and it was destined to be a group of people who were in charge of the route, and Otsutsuki, he came to this planet with the tasks ordered by the elders layer by layer. In his heart, he was very unwilling. But he did not dare to disobey the order. He had no choice, and now, just when he thought that he would die of old age on this backward planet all his life, his clansmen came to him one by one across the gate of time and space. Move. So impressed. At the moment, the pride and sense of honor in the heart of Otsutsuki is almost breaking through the sky. He looked at the crowd behind Uchiha Madara, and the sharp-eyed Otsutsuki recognized many commanding-level heroes in an instant, and immediately rushed up with tears in his eyes. Commander Ming. Commander Foam. Commander Wu. It's me. Otsutsuki Ishir. It's great. I didn't expect to see all the leaders in my lifetime. I'm so happy. Lord Commander. Where is the Great Elder? Where is the Great Elder? Is my mission completed? Can I go back to the ancestral star? For thousands of years, I have been thinking about Zhu Xing, go home. I want to go home. 35. Otsutsuki started to cry as he spoke, no doubt showing his longing. Several leaders. With embarrassed expressions on their faces, several leaders looked at Patriarch Uchiha Madara beside him. Uchiha Madara? Hee, your kid is back in the family now, right? Not bad. The old man has been following you. I can see that you are a talented person, you can rest assured. Now that the clan is back, we are unified in this ninja world. I will give advice to the elders, and let the ninja world be yours. What do you think? Otsutsuki happily patted Madara Uchiha on the shoulder, and in front of many clansmen, at the moment, he seemed extremely of superiority and relaxation. Uchiha Madara. Then I have to thank you for your promotion. With a dark face, Madara looked at Otsutsuki Ichishi indifferently, and the column next to him was holding back his laughter, almost not holding back. That's definitely Madara. You are now aware of the prosperity of our family. I know your heart must be hit hard, but don't worry. Everyone came here like this. One day, you will surpass me. First inspectors and inspectors have worked hard for thousands of years, and after accumulating experience and family contribution to a certain level, you can be promoted. While speaking, Otsutsuki turned around and looked at Todo Otsutsuki. Kid Shirin, you're the same. Your Tensian is a rare ability in our race, and you also have great potential for development. Otsutsuki said excitedly, and the Totsuki Otsutsuki on the side had already trembled with fright. Xia Ren pointed to Luo Bing, who was watching the play in the distance, and asked, He What's his condition? Otsutsuki 1 style. In fact, the night that the formula came out, he missed a lot of things in the ninja world. He definitely couldn't stay on the earth and just watch it like this. Since Kagaya was sealed, he has also moved towards the surrounding solar system from time to time. Jogging. After all, he needs to practice hard on his own. After he came back, the ninja world was already settled, and Luo Bing's group at that time was no longer on this planet. And the blood-connected clan that Otsutsuki finally found was also Otsutsuki Isle. However, he knew everything from the reliable records of the ninja world. Understand the events, the beginning and the end of the years he left. As a result, Otsutsuki turned his head and glanced at Luo Bing disdainfully. A foreign race, it seems that it has become our worship now, but your kid is also considered a glorious ancestor, and being able to become the worship of the Otsutsuki clan is a blessing that you have cultivated in your life. Treasure it well, boy. As long as you concentrate on doing things for Otsutsuki, we will not treat you badly. In the future, when your contribution reaches a certain level, I will ask the elders. I think about it. I am here. The planet has learned one thing, that is, intermarriage with an alien. The children born are not necessarily worse than the pure-blooded Otsutsuki people. When the time comes, I will ask the great elder to give you a marriage, and I will give you the girl of Daetongmu. Hehe, you were also a part of the Daetongmu family at that time, haha. Otsutsuki said in a single manner, and Yuzai flew to Luo Bing's side and then patted him on the shoulder. Don't thank the old man too much, boy. Don't get carried away just because of my promise. Everything in the future depends on your own efforts and your contribution to the ethnic group. That's all I can do for you, old man. Otsutsuki said in a style, and Yuzai stroked his chin. Below, the ninja world group of people were dumbfounded and looked at all this for unknown reasons. It seems that a conclusion can be drawn from the words of the nemesis Otsutsuki Ichishi. That is, the current situation seems to be very unfavorable for the ninja world. This group of people seems to be like destroying the entire ninja world with such ease. 903 and Mr. Luo Bing and Madara. It seems that they also belong to the Otsutsuji clan. How can this be done? How can this be good? Luo Bing. Uchiha Madara. Thousands of hands. Orochimaru. You can sing this one-man show well. The idiots on the side seem to have believed it. Shuren's impression of Luo Bing was too deep when he was young. It was like a dream demon in his heart. But now, after going through Otsutsuki and the mud, his pressure gradually eased, and the corners of his mouth came naturally. A superior smile appeared. Shut up. Don't be disrespectful to Mr. Luo Bing and Patriarch Ban. Otsutsuki couldn't help it and immediately shouted angrily. Several leaders on the side saw that would seem to want to strengthen his power. He couldn't help it anymore. He immediately stood up, waved his hand, and imprisoned Otsutsuki in place, scolding angrily. The great elder is already dead. Now Madame Madara is our patriarch. 35. And Mr. Luo Bing. He is the god of our tribe. You. 35 foot. In one sentence, the entire ninja world is fried. When several leaders shouted angrily one after another, Otsutsuki's smile instantly solidified, and then his head went down. He froze in place, completely unaware of what was going on. Every word spoken by several commanders circled in his mind like a super echo cannon. The elder is dead? The new patriarch is Madara Uchiha? What about the old patriarch? Lord Yen? What about the invincible Lord Yen? This alien Mr. Luo Bing is the god of Uchiha? Otsutsuki's head went down, and Otsutsuki Shuren, who had just started to smile, was also dumbfounded. He turned his head to look at Otsutsuki, who was in a daze, then turned to look at Otsutsuki's group and took a look. In the direction of position C, a small heart couldn't bear the excitement of this roller coaster in an instant, and it also went down. No, one-of-a-kind bro. Don't make fun of me. What's going on here? Aren't our Otsutsuji clan invincible? You and I are playing so well. How can it be like this? Buzz. Several more figures walked out through the space door. It was Kagaya Ji and Yuyi's group, and behind them, there were also quite a few commanders. Yui looked at Shuren with a kind smile in her eyes. Huh, This is the descendant of Yumura, and he is the only clan left by his younger brother. He looks quite handsome, but why does he look a little awkward? Yu Yi's group looked at Madara and the others. Since they had just arrived, he still didn't understand what happened. 6 Path Immortals. The people in the ninja world suddenly recognized the man who had the most influence on the ninja world. After all, the entire ninja world was a little bit of evolution from his ninja sect. A trivial thing happened. It's not a big deal. Senju Hashirama, a good old man, rounded up the situation. He turned his head and gestured to spot next to him. Madara had a black line on his face. Although he was very unhappy, he also knew that Shurtren was the only descendant of Hanamura, and, because he was young, he would not care about him. Come on, pull this one out and chop it. Madara ordered, but after thinking about it, it seemed that his methods were too brutal. He shook his head and continued. Forget it, doesn't he want to go home? Put him in Zushing prison and let him stay there for thousands of years. The pattern is different, and now many things are trivial in Madara Uchiha's eyes. To be honest, it would be a pity to kill a living treasure like Seong Otsutsuki, who was full of pride in the ethnic group. Yes, Patriarch. A commander took command in an instant, waved his sleeves, and Otsutsuki disappeared. Then he turned around and stepped back into the gate of time and space. The people who eat melons in the ninja world. 5. The plot seems to be developing too fast, and the heads of this group of melon eaters haven't turned around yet. Banana slowly landed on the ground, looking at the faces of this group of people eating melons, not to mention more relaxed and happy in his heart. Hehe. You didn't let me be a Hokage back then, but now I don't care about it. I'm the Patriarch. The Patriarch of the Otsutsuki clan. Are you frightened? Are you dumbfounded? You have nothing to say? Sometimes, you have to admit. Madara has a bit of a childish temper. Luo Bing silently raised his forehead, and a smile appeared on the corner of his mouth. He waved his hand, and a few lights and shadows scattered in the world, and then condensed into a human form. Otsutsuki Himura, the second Hokage Senju Tobirama, Uchiha Izuna. People who have long disappeared in history have come back to life. They frowned and looked around, as if their memory was still in the distant past. Father. Mother 6th Hokage Kakashi looked at Hatake Shigeru and the female relatives beside her. Brother Senju Azuma looked at Senju Tobirama beside him. Brother. Haha, you are back. Madara was equally ecstatic. Yui looked at Himura in the distance, and her children Azura and Indra. A smile appeared on the corner of her mouth. Reunion. It must be like a reunion. Harmful. Luo Bing stretched and waved to the crowd. His back disappeared into the air with a slightly lonely back. It seems that the day when he should be reunited too. Supreme Space Magic Book. I will find you this time. 3 days passed quickly. During these 3 days, the sightseeing group formed by the ninja world also visited Otsutsuji Zushing in a friendly and novel way. Naruto, F***K. Millions of divine trees. Borin, Dad, be sensible. What the hell? A lot. Tsunade and Jiraiya looked at the Wanli Palace under construction in front of them in astonishment and asked speechlessly, what place is this building? The hard-working Otsutsuki carpenter wiped the sweat from his forehead and closed the samsara eye who was measuring the data of the horizontal wood. Tsunade-sama, Jiraiya-sama, this is the blockade that Hasama-sama ordered to build. Oh, by the way, the name was named by Lord Luotian. I heard it's called Las Vegas. Tsunade was instantly excited after hearing this. His face flushed red. After listening to it, Jiraiya was instantly excited. He secretly asked, can we expand such a big bathing place? The kind where men and women bathe together. Before he could finish a sentence, Tsunade sent a violent punch that knocked Jiraiya into the sky. This is the world of my dreams. Yahiko, Nagato, Konan, and the 3 of them wandered around the new world, exclaiming in admiration. Teacher's skill is really my life's goal. It's amazing. Looking at the latest technology on the market, Douta's eyes shone with light. In the pond of true blood, Madara Uchiha and Sasuke endured the pain and soaked in pain, but they didn't give themselves any time to relax. Abito walked on the vast field holding Yuan Yelin's hand, watching the butterflies flying all over the sky and smiling sweetly to each other. Kakashi on the side was stuffed with a mouthful of dog food and took off his mask silently, roar sucking in the fresh air. Hatake, Tsukumo, and Shikahisa were playing chess and fighting for a long time because of one-word hesitation. At the moment, too many people are doing different things. But the same thing is, they don't have anguish in their hearts, at least now. Their hearts are all wrapped in love. At the same time, no one said goodbye, no one knew. A goodbye is happening in this universe. Goodbye, big guy. Very happy to meet all of you. Luo Bing grabbed the dishonest space magic book in his hand and finally glanced at the ninja world who left too many memories, and then he slowly disappeared into this universe. The universe is vast and infinite, and it contains infinite galaxies, infinite stories, infinite lives, and infinite legends. 1. In some people's eyes, the universe is not big enough. Not gorgeous enough, not gorgeous enough, not mysterious enough, not worth mentioning. Such people, one is a lunatic, the other is a lunatic among lunatics, a lunatic who has lived for too many years and has no meaning to live. There is a channel between the universe and the universe. Luo Bing can travel from one universe to another universe, at first relying on the supreme space magic book. And now, he can easily do this on his own. Break the cosmic wall and break the dimensional barrier. Any universe is open to him. The place containing Earth, Jupiter, Mercury, and Saturn is called the solar system, and the place containing the solar system is called the Milky Way. Hashtag. The place that holds the universe is also called Roar. Why? Every place seems to have a word for every place, but in this place people call it all. One word is all. It means everything. Quan contains countless universes, and it is on a coordinate that cannot be mentioned and cannot be told within Quan 903. Those who are locked inside call it the White World Prison. At the moment, the time flow in the White Realm space ended just 10 seconds after Luo Bing left. Hateful. Damn little loach. Damn. In the White World, the Lord's roar resounded throughout the entire world. In the interlayer space, several guards who looked like big-headed dolls were sweating coldly. The intelligent halo they wore accurately told them that at the moment lured the anger of adults. After all, this is the second time that the man has escaped. For the Juggernaut, this obviously made him lose face. The uproar didn't last long, and the master seemed to have regained his composure. The two pairs of big hands in the void disappeared. In less than a breath, he caught two more prisoners and threw them into the prison. The two of them look okay, but their hairstyles are a bit killing matte, obviously not in the same style as DeChao and Tony on the side. To be honest, after being trapped here for so long, the big guys are basically used to characters with various styles of painting being arrested. Since the two newcomers were relatively close to Tony in the brand new and completely different Infinite Gems armor, he kindly made a move roar at each other. Hey, inmates, how are you? Where are you from? Are you panicking now and want to escape? It's okay, don't worry. As an old senior and an old senior who has helped others escape from prison twice, I'm honored to tell you, wash and sleep, don't waste energy, pay attention to the white crystals under your feet, that thing will turn you into a cocoon. The new two kill mat youths. Who are you? One of the slaughter mat, who was wearing a yellow training suit, asked suspiciously. Huh? The thinking on the side was greatly surprised, and then said in shock, the rule of the time-space tide has changed again. This time, the time-space bubble in our area seems to be closer. Hey Tony, can you hear me? Tony? After a 10-second delay, Tony finally said, well, okay, I feel it. I'm adapting to the new time rule. It's fine now. We should be able to communicate normally. That's good. I'm so lucky. Talking like this can save a lot of physical strength. Roar let out a long sigh, and the white cocoon had wrapped around his waist. What the hell is this place? Who are you? The two cute newbies asked quietly. The strength of the two of them seems to be very strong, and it can be seen that they quickly adapted to this strange environment, unlike most people, who can't even speak, Bifa, when they just entered here. This is the prison, the White World prison. Don't talk. Let me guess. Are you saving the world? Or have you saved the world and then inexplicably got caught by a big hand? Tony asked. Also, it's not that great anymore, ha. Killer Matt, who was wearing a yellow training suit, patted his head embarrassedly. Cut, don't be long-winded. How can I get out of here? The short man in special armor asked impatiently. His tone was not good, but Tony and Dachau didn't mind either. Over the years, they have gained a lot of knowledge. If nothing else, just look at the other direction behind them. There are many people who are the big men who destroy the world. One side hero, the big boss behind the scenes. They are very fierce, but they still can't get up if they don't get here. You were assigned to our area. It can be seen that you should be decent characters. Well, the rebels are all locked there. Due to the relationship between the time and space barriers, you may not be able to see clearly. Maybe there are your old acquaintances in it. What? Tony laughed dryly, his tone a little helpless. I know you want to ask a lot of questions, such as who is in charge here, why should you be arrested, or why should you be brought in, but I can tell you a unified answer. We don't know. Tony sighed. He wanted to make a shrug, but unfortunately, he couldn't do it with his body frozen. So, I advise you, it's better to save your physical strength. There is no food here. We must save every bit of our strength and welcome the arrival of the final war. Thinking Dachau said immediately. The last war. The two killing Matt frowned at the same time, a little puzzled. Yeah, I'm not sure, but some old guys who are locked here with more experience than us say. There will be a battle eventually. It seems that the master of the big hand wants to pick out the top of our group. What's coming? Or, is he just trying to absorb us completely, noticing the calluses on me and Tony? Turn your head to look in the other direction. Many people have become cocoons. I heard that they have been eliminated, and they have completely turned into nourishment. Thinking Dachau said with a pursed mouth. Hearing what he said, the two killer Mats seemed to realize something, turned around and looked around, frowning one after another. Excuse me. You just said that someone escaped from here twice. How did they do it, and how long ago? Kill Matt in a yellow training suit asked Tony. Tony rolled his eyes. That's a good question. How should I tell you? This friend of mine is a guy full of miracles, haha. Tony's words instantly aroused two new interests. People who are locked up here, especially newcomers, are always the most concerned about how to get out. My friend escaped twice. The first time he cut off his legs and used his own space to escape, Tony said, and then his eyes signaled the two cute new ones to look in one direction. Well, then, see, the legs are still there. Tony pointed with his eyes and said, cut off his own legs and then escaped. What a ruthless character. The short shaman's eyelids jumped, and he was shocked. Afterwards, he snorted again, as if proving someone else. Sundara said, I can do it too. Dachau and Tony rolled their eyes and sighed. If you can get away at the cost of cutting off a pair of legs, that's too easy. Before you came, we had a demon dude ahead of us who split his body into 35,000 pieces, fled in different directions, and finally died, Tony said. Dachau nodded. Before there was a more powerful one. He was an elemental soul life, and Sundara was very talented. He thought he was destined to be extraordinary, and tried to use the soul astral method to possessing others' bodyguards to escape from prison. Yeah, that one is amazing. We watched him walk out of his personal prison and break through the void barrier. We thought he succeeded, but in the end he didn't even have a fart, Tony said with a sigh. Yes, we are all the strongest in our respective universes. We think we are invincible and unstoppable, but there are still many universes that are higher than ours. The power of their universes crushes us in more than one dimension. We have seen too many big bosses' sassy operations, but in the end, except for my brother, they all failed. Dachau's tone was somewhat envious. So, newcomers, no matter how strong you are in the original universe and how confident you are in your own strength, I advise you to save your strength and not mess around. It's easy to get into trouble. No, it's easy to get wrong, Tony retorted. Con. The two killers were shocked when they heard the words. You said that friend of yours escaped twice? He was caught again? How did he do it? He escaped twice? This must be a big guy, Kill Matt, who was wearing a yellow training suit, asked cautiously. The boss is right, my brother is amazing. Can you imagine that he can still make exquisite food in this ghost place? To tell the truth, the days he was here should have been the most comfortable time for us these years, alas. Dachao said, sighing. Don't mention the food, I'm hungry when I mention it. I've never eaten it before, but now I think about it. Tony 3 had tears on his face. Looking at the bewildered two, Tony continued, my brother escaped faster the second time, and didn't even have any time to prepare, TSK. He seems to be getting stronger and stronger, and he is about to treat this as a back garden. I'm sure he'll be able to take us out next time. Tony gasped, hope in his eyes. He must be very powerful. His legs have not been wrapped in white cocoons yet. It must have been hundreds of years, right? The short Kilmat's tone finally softened. Not like that. The flow of time is different here. Actually, my brother escaped 3 minutes ago. Ahem. By the way, he escaped for the first time 8 minutes ago. So, those legs only experienced 8 minutes of corrosion. Tony smiled awkwardly. Huh. The two killing Matt's eyes widened. So, that person escaped a minute before they didn't come. This is normal. The flow rate of the world here is different from the outside world. According to my brother, he has lived outside for 4 years, and he only came here for 4 minutes. Dachao took the words and said, I see. This is the reverse time house. Killing Matt in the yellow training suit looked at the short killing Matt beside him and seemed to understand something. So to speak, time house, well, a good explanation. Tony nodded, and then he didn't say anything further. After clearing the confusion for the newcomer, his mission has also been achieved. There is only so much he can help, and there is nothing he can do about the rest. Last time, when he helped Luo Bing escape, he used a lot of energy, and now Tony has to save a little energy from infinite gems. Okay, as long as you are decent, Tony, and I kindly remind you, but the real decision is up to you. You can also try it. If you have a special escape method, that would be the best. However, don't be stubborn. Don't think about hitting it out. It's unrealistic to use strong steel. If you really have that strength, you won't be caught, Dachao said at the end, and then he began to shut up. Eyes, don't speak anymore. Kakarot? What should we do? The short slaughtered Matt hesitation looked at the yellow training suit slaughtered Matt. Or, we still save our strength and put Vegeta. I feel more and more calluses on my feet. Damn. Vegeta looked down at his shoes. Kakarot, let's get together. What? Goku was stunned for a moment. The fusion that Vegeta said was really surprising. Point 0. We couldn't have been wrong when we were caught. At that time, it was only the Super Saiyan elementary level state. Now, we become Super Saiyan God at the same time, and then we merged. The Super Saiyan God Gogeta form can definitely break this place. Gita calculated something in his heart. He was not willing to be trapped here for the rest of his life. But when we were caught, even Lord Weiss didn't dare to act rashly. And Beerus Senpai also hid in fear at the time. Sun Wukong said, feeling a little unconfident in his heart. Don't we just wait like this? Why don't we fight and make a decision later? Believe me, Kakarot, I still have 2 fairy beans left on my body. Even if we fail, we will not lose our strength and wait to die. As he spoke, North Pole looked at his waist and nodded to Sun Wukong beside him. The flow of time here is too slow. Even if we stay here for a day before going out, all our family members outside are dead. Just think about Kiki, Gohan, Goten, and the others. Vegeta's eyes were solemn, as if thinking of my wife and children. Okay, listen to you, Vegeta. Sun Wukong's expression also began to become serious. Can you still use the ultimate inspiration technique after the fusion? 35. I don't know, I'll try. Okay. The control of the body will let you lead, and I will assist. After the two communicated, they exerted force at the same time. Drink. Drink. 2 black-haired Kilmat turned into a blonde Kilmat. And the combat power of Monkey King and Vegeta cannot be viewed with normal data. When they transform, their combat power will increase exponentially by dozens of times and hundreds of times. It seems that for science, there is no problem that cannot be solved by one transformation. If it cannot be solved by one transformation, then the second transformation body. The fighting system of Monkey King and Vegeta is very special. They're especially strong when they are strong. When Goku, the god of Super Saiyan, Red, and Beerus, the god of destruction, almost destroyed the entire universe when they fought against the waves. But in the early days, Sun Wukong was bizarre because of heart disease. It's ridiculous. Moreover, the Saiyans are not like other big brothers in the universe. They can live for millions of years at every turn, hundreds of billions of years, and they can survive the changes of the universe. 03-inch died. But these weaknesses are all gone after Goku and Vegeta truly acquired godhood and became the god of Saiyans. After turning into Saiyan gods, their power system is completely different from before. It can be said that they, like the Realm King, the god of destruction, etc., possess the vitality of immortality and have surpassed mortals. Drink. Drink. Lightning streaks spread around the two of them. At the same time, after they reached the Super Second Stage, the expressions of the two people became less and less. Every time the Super Race transformed, it would change. Even more ruthless, even Goku is no exception. What a powerful energy, Tony. Do you think they can succeed? Dacho turned his head to look at Tony with a serious face and looked at the pair of cute newcomers in front of him with a slightly curious expression. It's hard to say. If it's just this power, it shouldn't, but in my opinion, they shouldn't be over yet, Tony said seriously. Drink. Drink. As Tony's voice fell, Goku and Vegeta shouted again. The golden hair spread to their waists, and the huge breath formed a storm, twisting the surrounding space. At this time, the inmates in other areas also looked at it. If it can be accompanied by popcorn and Coke, it will definitely be a good show. The third stage of Super Saiyan, this form increases the strength and strength, but it will also be one level slower than the speed of Super Saiyan. Ready? Vegeta. 35. After saying a sentence, Goku and Vegeta burst out again, and the breath of the whole body was like returning to the original, and they all converged. Then, Goku and Vegeta with blue hair appeared in front of everyone. I didn't expect it would be so difficult to change into Super Saiyan mode in this environment, but fortunately, I feel that the white crystals on my feet can no longer affect me. Come on, Kakarot, fit. Vegeta said lightly. As he said that, he flicked his boots, and his eyes became more and more fierce. Come on. Sun Wukong responded. Then, the two of them made a strange movement at the same time. After adjusting the strength of their chi, their fingertips collided, and a dazzling golden light burst out. Buzzing. Success. After the light disappeared, a particularly magnetic man said, Goku and Vegeta could still be seen from his face, but in terms of temperament, he seemed to have transformed into a brand new person. Super Saiyan Gogeta mode. So strong, maybe. They can really succeed, Dachao muttered, covering his eyes with one hand. At the same time, a big empty hand in the sky is breaking out of the world. It is obvious that Goku and Vegeta have wasted too much time in this move. It took them nearly a minute to complete the transformation and integration. And this time is long enough for Void to go back and forth dozens of times. Come on. Vegeta shouted loudly, breaking through the personal prison and rushing towards the Sky Dome. Boom. 99. A deafening sound came out, and the light formed by Gogeta directly collided with the big hands of the Void. Then, damn, what kind of power is this? A scream came out, Void's big hand paused, and then pinched Gogeta's body. Pfft. Blood flowed from his mouth. The mighty Gogeta in the palm of the big hand of the Void is like the monkey covered by the Wuzishin, unable to move at all. The fusion was forced to disband in an instant. Void's big hand directly defeated Vegeta with a destructive force and put the two of them back in a personal prison. Afterwards, he didn't care about the problem that the two of them could be transformed again if they were too close and disappeared directly. Air. Puff. Puff. Goku and Vegeta vomited blood at the same time and fell to the ground weakened, with disbelief in their eyes. In this white world prison, the master behind the big hand of the Void is invincible. I should have guessed this long ago. This may be an unclear rule. Tony frowned at Goku and Vegeta in his hands. His brows were furrowed. Are you all right? Da Chao's eyes turned red, and then a red beam of light shone on Vegeta and Sun Wukong respectively. The expressions of the two people illuminated by the beam of light gradually improved. Next, Vegeta took out the fairy beans from his pocket, and the two shared the food. It's so strong, it just doesn't make sense. The Super Saiyan Gogeta mode only made that giant hand stop for a while. Vegeta gritted his teeth, still in disbelief. Tony shook his head and said seriously, "No, you are already amazing." When the 6 infinite gems exploded, it only made him pause for a while, and it didn't even last long for you. It's not that you are weak, it's that he is too strong to be unreasonable, alas. 5.0. Tony said and sighed. His belief in escaping became weaker and weaker. Sun Wukong and Vegeta, who were much stronger than him, couldn't do anything, not to mention him. Tony is just a mortal, and he was able to infiltrate this group of bigwigs with the help of his infinite gems armor. If it is outside, he may still have time to study a set of anti-void giant hand armor for the void giant hand, but being trapped here and unable to move, his brain full of wisdom has no effect at all. It's too difficult. Da Chao was also a little discouraged. However, at this moment, a place beside the two of them gradually began to distort. Then, a figure instantly appeared in the vision of the 4 of them. Marvel Special Universe 1027. Go back in time to the moment when Luo Bing was ready to follow Tony 2 to his world. I don't like saying goodbye very much. Maybe we'll meet again later. Tony 2 waved at the crowd, especially in the direction of his parents. Howard Stark knew that his son in another world was going to leave and came here specially to say goodbye. I hope your world also has a perfect ending. Tony patted Tony 2 on the shoulder. The two looked at each other, although they often quarreled with each other and couldn't see each other, but at the moment there was a sense of sympathy. After all, he was in another parallel world, and Tony's feelings in his heart were even more complicated. I want to be as perfect as possible, but I don't admit that it's the end. The story will always continue. When I read fairy tales, I often think that at the end of the story, the prince and princess lived happily together. Nice ending. And then, when the story stops and the author draws the end, what will the world of the story be like? Will it collapse? Or will it remain in that moment forever? Tony 2 asked with a smile. You know that kind of thing. Luo Bing smiled, patted Tua 14Ni2 on the shoulder, and waved to the partner behind him. The two gradually disappeared in front of the tide of time and space. Finally gone. That guy, to be honest, sometimes I really annoy him. Don't you think he's arrogant? Tony let out a long roar sigh and turned to look at the big guy behind him. Come on, Tony, aren't you conceited? Thor rolled his eyes silently, shook the Meow hammer in his right hand, and frowned. It's time for us to go back too. To be honest, although I'm very reluctant to let this world go, but after all, we still have to go home. The blonde Gwen girl Spider-Man stretched her waist and faced everyone around her. The guy waved his hand. Well, it's better for me to go back to my own black and white universe. Shadow Spider-Man took off his hat very gentlemanly and bowed to the big guy. Goodbye everyone, hee from the future universe of 14,512. Penny Parker sat on her mechanical spider armor, and, beside her, the Spider-Man, who hummed, also put his cartoon hammer in it in the dimensional pocket. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1, 0. Everyone looked at the direction of the Cosmos Channel with a puzzled look and frowned. Something's wrong. Logically speaking, Captain Luo Bing will return in 5 seconds. This is an accident. Dr. Banner raised his eyes in confusion. No one is more reliable than my brother-in-law, and he will definitely not be surprised, Thor said, putting down the wine glass in his hand, and his face became dignified. Spider-Man from the parallel universe looked hesitantly at the void passage that had not been closed. According to the plan, after Luo Bing went to Tonatuo's world, he would return to the main world here in 5 seconds, and then send them back to the parallel universe in turn. But now, obviously something went wrong. This guy won't be in other worlds? Sky took a few steps forward, frowning at the edge of the entrance of the dimension passage. Polaris, Wanda, and the others held Roar's breath, and their worried expressions became more and more solemn. Everyone, there must be something wrong. No, I'm going to Tonituo's universe to see. Wait for me to come back. Tony's cynical face also took a bit of decisiveness. He glanced at the supporter beside him, air and surprise, then nodded to Chi-Chi, and then slammed into the world channel. Wait, Tony! Natasha Romanoff shouted, about to follow in his footsteps. However, the moment Tony just walked into the world channel, boom! The whole world has become different. When the story no longer continues and the author draws a full stop, what will the story world look like? It collapses? Or will it remain in that moment forever? This is where? Tony took off his helmet with difficulty. His smart control system was completely paralyzed, and JRVIS also lost any sound. Zizi. There were tiny electric arcs all over his body, which was the sequelae after he came out of the cosmic tunnel. It was the same with Tony too at the time. Basically, 80% of the whole body armor has been damaged. Now, Tony himself has experienced this feeling and, even, his state is not as good as Tony too at that time. The yellow sand rolled into the eyes, and various dilapidated buildings appeared in front of Tony, either leaning or collapsing. Cough cough. The sand was so strong that it poured into Tony's entire Roar's inhalation for a while, and he struggled to tear off a piece of it, blocking his nostrils. Ahem, this is Avengers Mansion. After a long while, when Tony gradually woke up, he realized the situation in front of him in a trance. Tony couldn't believe the dilapidated scene in front of him. The whole city seemed to have turned into a dead city. He climbed into the side building with both hands on the ground, coughing nonstop, and just after he entered the rock mass, a new storm swept through the ruined city again, and all the way to the distance. Squeak, oops. The thick foundation of the Avengers building made a distorted sound, as if the old building would collapse at some point. What happened in Tonituo's world? Did the boss's plan fail? Tony resisted the nausea and walked deeper step by step. He was going to the basement, where he knew the supplies he needed. Found. Tony activated the old-fashioned ground sink button, and despite years of storms, some parts of the facility were well-stocked. Squeak. Descending all the way down to the material storage room on the 6th underground floor, Tony threw the rags in his hand aside, and the greedy roar sucked in the air here. 903. It's weird. The layout here is exactly the same as the Avengers building in my world. Maybe this is the parallel space similarities. While muttering, Tony came to his own steel base. According to his thoughts, his fingerprints and pupils were exactly the same as those of Tony too, and he had permission to enter here. However, the base did not let him down. Tony relied on pupil recognition to enter his exclusive space, looked at the various Mark Series armors and sports cars placed in the glass case, and smiled softly while thinking about it. This Tony too, going into keeping some of the little habits of life exactly the same as mine is scary. Looking at several sets of Mark Series armors that disappeared from the display case, as well as the broken cabinet, Tony rubbed his eyebrows, feeling more and more how bad this world was. Where's the boss? Why is the world like this? Boss, still didn't stop Thanos in this world. JRVS? The JRVS of this world? Are you still there? 35. Oh, by the way, Tony too doesn't use JRVS. It's Friday. Hey, Friday? Friday? Are you there? Tony shouted towards the open space. Zizi. The sound of electric current came out, and the lights in the display cabinets all turned on. At the same time, Tony also heard the voice that was very familiar to him. Mr. Stark, hello, JRVS is at your service. 10 minutes later. Tony looked at the pieces of information on the holographic projection in front of him in disbelief, and slumped on the ground in a trance. This is not Tony TWO's world. This is our world. No, it's impossible. How can it be like this? How can it be like this? In Noda's basement, Tony cried out in despair. Yes, Mr. Stark. First, it's December 25th, 2100. Merry Christmas, Mr. Stark, you disappeared. 80 years. Ziz, JRVS, his voice echoed intermittently in this space. There was no response. Tony stared blankly ahead, his pupils gradually dilated. 80 years, 80 years. Pepper, Morgan, what the hell am I missing? Tony thumped the wall feebly, and he was completely gone a touch of anger. 80 years. The boss hasn't come back. It probably won't come back. After I left, the whole world was destroyed in a storm. I shouldn't have gone off. I shouldn't have acted on my own. It's my fault. It's all my fault. Do not. Tony couldn't forgive himself, looked at the wall in despair. He wanted to die, but he would never allow himself to die like this. It can be reversed. It can be reversed. As long as I go back to 80 years ago. Keep the boss. Don't let him go to Tony 2's world. Tony's eyes became more and more crazy. His brain nerves were running wildly. He looked into the distance and saw the current with the existing materials. He definitely put together such a handful. Make a time-space shuttle machine by himself. Mr. Stark, things may not be as bad as you think. Maybe. A little bit worse than you think, Jarvis said, and he seemed to have overcome some difficulties, and his speaking speed became normal. What do you mean? Tony asked Jarvis, looking up. A blue phantom flashed in the sky, a human body composed of Jarvis's data stream, a young and elegant gentleman whose face was that of Howard's right-hand man, Jarvis. Yes, a long time ago, Jarvis was a real human being who was Howard's housekeeper. And when the artificial intelligence was created, Tony gave it the name and likeness of the former housekeeper. The storm came too fast. Not only the Earth, all the universes are facing this disaster. Not even the Asgard domain was spared. A few months after you left, your daughter Miss Morgan was born. The environment was very bad at that time. The Avengers took Madame Pepper to Asgard in order to allow her to give birth normally. My daughter, Morgan. Haha, I have a daughter. I have a daughter. Tony laughed, usually shedding tears, this tough guy of steel. He was so desperate just now it could make him cry, but now he couldn't help shedding tears. 80 years. My daughter, is she still alive? She must. Get married and have kids, has a big family. Who is her husband? Where is the B******************************? D? Is it good for her? Did anyone tell that B****************************************** D? Dare to Tony. Stark's daughter is not good. He will surely die miserably. 35. Tony said, and lowered his head weakly, with mixed feelings in his heart, and a bleak smile appeared on the corner of his mouth. In fact, your daughter is still alive, Mr. Stark, and she is only 8 years old now, Jarvis continued. Tony raised his head suspiciously. He didn't understand what Jarvis meant. 80 years later, his daughter is only 8 years old? Why do you say that? Jarvis, tell me clearly everything that happened after I left. Tony sat up from the ground, frowning and looking at the holographic projection in confusion. Okay, Mr. Stark. 3 years after you left, 99% of the species on Earth have gone extinct, and the total human population is less than 10,000. Dr. Banner tried to use a time machine to go back to the past, but unfortunately, it failed. 3 years and 5 months later, all the Avengers have moved off Earth, looking for a planet to live in. 8 years later, very suddenly, there is no death in this universe. Everyone can be resurrected after death, they say, because the goddess of death has been imprisoned. Not only that, there is no order in this universe. There is no time, therefore. Everyone's growth has stopped, and your daughter has also stopped at the age of 8. 20 years later, the world has many entrances to different universes out of thin air, and chaos begins. 35. After listening to Jarvis's story, Tony fell silent, and he asked in anticipation and disbelief, So, the Avengers are still alive? Yes, Mr. Stark, they were alive at least 12 years ago. But since then, I have lost their signal, and now there is only a copy of me left here, and my core data body has been on their ride. On the ship, Jarvis said truthfully. Yes, yes. Tony shook his fist excitedly. This is undoubtedly the best news he has heard today. I will find them, I will. Jarvis. I'm going to build a spaceship. Haha, we still have hope. Tony laughed wildly, took off the shattered armor, and threw himself into the laboratory excitedly. A small seaside island in the Jialon galaxy, like a fairyland. Sky wiped the tears from the corners of his eyes, looked at the photo in his hand, and smiled. Beside her, Polaris comforted softly and sighed helplessly. 80 years, you say? Where did he go? I don't know. This heartless man. Polaris ruffled the green hair in front of his forehead. The once short hair had reached his waist. It's beautiful. Unfortunately, the person who appreciates her the most is no longer there. Is Sister Hella back? Sky asked aloud. No, she's still chasing the devil's footprints, chasing the rainbow sea. Nua's good. By the way, Dea passed the news a few days ago, saying that she met the one from the Fire Alliance. Alita? Heartbroken's little lover. Polaris Lorna smiled helplessly. If he can come back, it's okay to find him a few little lovers. Aunt Sky, Aunt Lorna, Mommy called you to eat. A cute little lily flew over in a Mark Series ambulance armor. How many times have I told you, Morgan? I'm going to call you sister. She's 80 years old, and she's still so naughty. Ha ha. A string of silver bell-like laughter was left on the beach. White World Prison. An illusory figure walked out of the space door. Brother. Luo Bing. 99. Tony 3 and Thinking Big shouted out excitedly. On the side, Sun Wukong and Vegeta also looked at the passcode in shock. Baijia Prison, Supreme Space. After all, this is the third time that Luo Bing has entered this extremely dangerous place. However, the first 2 times, he was arrested and entered, but this time is different. He came in on his own initiative. Dare to take the initiative, Luo Bing is naturally very confident in his own strength. In addition, he finally found the Supreme Space Magic Book in a place not far from the Naruto world, so now he is like no one, even if he is modest and assumes 10,000, if Luo Xian loses to the Supreme Space Master. If so, he can easily escape. But this assumption doesn't hold at all, because even Luo Bing doesn't know how strong he is now. Ding! All God-level exercises progress 15%. The situation changed when Luo Bing appeared in the white world space. In the distance, the shadow of the big hand in the void came directly out of the sky. It was obviously surprised. It seemed that he didn't know why the escaped human came back. But it's good to be back. There is no need for 903 to try to catch him. SHHHHH. Hundreds of glass-like void barriers trapped Luo Bing in the direction, and the water surrounding him was blocked in an instant. The space and time around him and all the laws were modified and strengthened. Even the part with Tony Da Chao and the others was shrouded in a great mysterious formation, and the layers of light formation were condensed to the extreme, as thick as a 1,000-layer cake. Hee. I think you're still running. A smug laughter came from the void, and then the big hand escaped again, seemingly disappearing. But in fact, it did not go far, but looked at the situation here from a distance, lest the slick human run away again. Again and again, not again. This can involve face issues. If it is slipped away by this human being again, wouldn't the face of its master be lost? How many layers of defense is this shit? That big hand is not a thing anymore, brother. Why are you, Buffa, back? Tony scolded depressedly, looking puzzled to Luo Bing. Not to mention the thousands of layers of defense, you must know that the Super Saiyan Gogeta just struggled to break one layer, and it was a weak ordinary barrier. The thick barrier that was relayed by the 2 big hands in the void is too solid, and the degree of solidification is incomparable with the previous one. It is conceivable that it also seems to waste a lot of effort. Fortunately, we are in a large formation, and we can communicate normally, brother. How many years have you escaped outside this time? Da Chao also asked curiously. Hearing this, Sun Wukong and Vegeta also looked in the direction of Luo Bing. However, because of the barriers of space, they couldn't see clearly, and it was vaguely like they had been hit by a mosaic. Don't worry, I'm fine. I'm here to save you all, Luo Bing said, letting go of his perception, feeling the strength of the barrier around him, and he knew it at a glance. An ending like this, whether it is 1 layer, thousands or 10,000 layers, is meaningless to him. Because He could just blow this whole thing down with a fart. Save. Tony and Chao widened their eyes at the same time. Rescue. Vegeta and Goku's eyeballs suddenly glowed. Save. The White Realm Lord, who was hidden behind the scenes in the void, had a look of contempt. He didn't think this human could get out of his 1,000-layer isolation means, let alone that human, even himself, who wanted to breaking through so many defensive barriers would take at least an epoch as a time unit. I'm still bragging, my array is endless. Even if you destroy one, another will be born, and it's impossible to get out. Sundara, the master of the White World, snorted coldly, and then he silently moved towards the villain camp. Looking at one place, I instantly had a headache. If there is no peace of mind between the decent and the villain, can't we wait honestly for the final selection? Alas. The master of the White Realm sighed and then flew towards the villain's side. Thousands of layers of defensive barrier were thrown down again, and Baijia dominated the distressed drop of blood. These are the wealth that he has recorded in his life. He didn't expect to lose 50% of it today. And the one who was covered by him again was a relatively unique master in the villain camp. However, since he was too far away from Luo Bing's direction, the two had no chance to meet. F***K, you are a white pig, and you have added defense to lousy. Don't you know how to block the sunbathing of the master? Under the thousands of layers of defense nets, a young man dressed in white with a handsome appearance like a monster yelled and cursed. He lay leisurely on a reclining chair. Paved. There were several big villains standing beside the young man in black, but they were all women. Some were pinching his shoulders and beating his back, and some were feeding him fruit in fear. The young man in white mumbled scoldingly. Immediately, a line of subtitles appeared in front of the ruler of the White World, which was exactly the words scolded by the young man. White pig, it dares to call me a pig. The ruler of the White World was so angry that he almost fainted. But even so, the master of the White World calmed down, ignored what happened in the space, and turned his head into the void. He won't be fooled. He will not be caught by this man in white as a pig ride like last time. Absolute. Before leaving, the master of the White World turned his head and glanced fearfully at the place where Luo Bing was in the right direction, and Luo Bing, who was dressed in black, also smiled slightly at it. The ruler of the White Realm shivered suddenly and instantly moved away from this place of right and wrong. While walking, while still cursing. F***K it. A decent black one, a villain white one, neither of the two guys is easy to mess with. Two people surnamed Luo are really not things. In the villain camp. The handsome and beautiful young man in white originally planned to shred the thousands of layers of defense above, but he didn't know what to think, shook his head, and sighed helplessly. Forget it, don't scare it, such a good coolie. In case you play if it breaks, you won't have to play anymore. As he spoke, the young man stretched his back and snapped his fingers casually, and a piano with black and white keys appeared in front of him. The young man sat gracefully on the reclining chair, his 10 fingers as green as jade casually tapping on the piano keys. For a moment, all the villain camps were intoxicated, with a hint of red light in their eyes, as if they were all captured by the sound of the piano. In the distance, from the Marvel 0524 Special Universe, Thanos, who has the heart of the universe, bowed respectfully, with a look of reverence. Lord Luo Xian, it's time for lunch. Final choice. Luo Bing thoughtfully repeated what the Lord of the White Realm said. His cold eyes rolled, wondering what he was thinking. At the level of Luo Bing, let alone the muttering of the master of the White World, and even what he is thinking, as long as Luo Bing is willing, he can know everything in a single thought. It seems that my decision to not destroy the White World space was right. The master of the White World is plotting something, or the characters behind him are plotting something. But what kind of guy is that villain Luo Xian? Strange. I can't see through him. Besides, I dislike him for no reason. What a weird law ability. It can quietly affect my mood a little bit. Luo Bing touched his chin, his eyes pierced the void, smashed all the falsehood, and looked straight at the end of the villain's camp. At that moment, Luo Xian, the man in white who was eating, paused. He wiped the corners of his mouth, put down the knife and fork in his hand. Half of the dragon liver and phoenix marrow on the dining table had been wiped out. He stared curiously. Come over. Luo Bing? Huh, such a strange guy. I have a good feeling in my heart for no reason. This is definitely a terrifying man. The eyes of the two exchanged, and the corners of their mouths raised a slight arc at the same time. Afterwards, the eyes of the two of them retracted at the same time, and they stopped paying attention to each other. Tony 3, let me ask you, you've been here for a long time. How much do you know about Luo Xian from the villain camp? Nia Henin number 1, let me ask you, you've been here for a long time. How much do you know about Luo Bing from the decent camp? Heart of the universe Thanos, who? Wholehearted infinite gems armor Tony, who? Luo Bing. Luo Xian. Forget it, at his level, you can only say his name when he wants to. The two surnamed Luo shook their heads at the same time. The lines and ideas were ingeniously unified at this moment. Let's wait and see. It shouldn't take long, 3 days at most, Luo Bing said to himself. No one could understand what he was saying, and then he looked at the surrounding environment and took care of himself. Snapped his fingers. Snapped. Facing the ocean, spring and blossom. A mirage like a fairyland appeared, and then replaced the original location within 100 kilometers of Luo Bing. At that moment, all the white crystals wrapped around Tony, Da Chao, and Goku Vegeta faded away, and they turned into sand grains and spread on the ground. I'm free. Tony and Da Chao looked at their hands in disbelief, their faces sluggish. Not only these 4 people, all the decent characters within 100 kilometers were released from their personal prisons and looked around at a loss. The next door is sunbathing, and we can't be left behind. This party my treat. As he spoke, Luo Bing stood on the roof of the castle, with barbecue grills and fine wine falling from the sky. Luo Bing snapped his fingers again, and the sun appeared above his head, hanging in the distance. What kind of means is this? Vegeta looked at the wine at hand like a dementia, and looked at the fairyland-like beauty around him, and then he looked at the more than 1,000 defenses above his head in astonishment. Barrier. Does that thing really exist? In the deepest part of the villain camp, the young man in white was also stunned for a moment. He looked at Luo Bing's direction in confusion, and the corner of his mouth twitched. What a waste. Seeking flowers 0. Yeah, let me be forgiving once. Bai Luo Xian said, and snapped his fingers helplessly. All kinds of food appeared, and the villains beside him immediately cheered roar. White World Prison is huge. Very, very big. Luo Bing in black and Luo Xian in white occupied a place of 100 miles at the same time, changed the terrain, and enjoyed the food happily by the decent and villain in the circle. 18. The decent and villain who are not in this range are so dumbfounded. F***K. What are you doing? Did I fall into an illusion again? Can someone explain to me? Why are they having a party? We're still locked up here. Point 0. Mom, is this really a prison? If it wasn't for half of my body, I wouldn't believe it. I must be dreaming. Yes, maybe I have reached the end of my life. I can't hold on anymore. 3 days later. A phantom flashed. The barriers of the White World prison were slightly raised, and the hard-working White World Lord returned with 2 prisoners again, with a happy smile on his face. While walking, he was still muttering in his heart. 90,000 universes have been selected, and a total of 4,999 decent and 4,999 villains have been captured. With these 2 I brought this time, the mission is finally completed. B. The Lord of the White Realm observed 2 groups partying in their own space. Immediately after that, his happy face darkened instantly. Unacceptable. Unacceptable. Damn it. What do you think of me here? P.S. Recommend the new book, Marvel. Supervillain. The protagonist Luo Xian. Follow everyone's advice. Pay special attention to and avoid many poisonous points in this book. Guarantee good looks. Welcome to appreciate and... I am unremarkable, the ruler of the White World. I was born to be the ruler above the thousands of universes. The White World space is my life space, and it is also my companion. I have been given a task since I was born, and it will be my lifelong pursuit. That is, to pick the strongest one out of 999,999 vast universes. And that strongest person will become the master that I serve in my life Huang. To complete this task, I spent too much time. I can't figure it out myself, because this experiment of mine failed countless times and went through countless reincarnations. In order to choose the strongest, I have chosen one by one across time and space. I also tried to traverse tens of millions of universes, appearing in front of people with great ability, as his guardian, step by step 903 cultivator. He grew up. In that experiment, I duplication billions of millions and changed into a person, sometimes a grandfather hidden in a ring, sometimes a willow tree falling from the sky, sometimes a tomb keeper of an ancient tomb of gods and demons, and sometimes just an unremarkable sweeper of a temple. If there is no boss, I will become a boss. If there is no adventure, I will create adventure. If there is no backstage, I will become their backstage. I have also incarnated into various treasures, various artifacts, various technologies, one knife 999, 10 times the explosion rate, copy ability, infinite evolution, etc. But, without exception, that experiment failed again. So, I gave up the cultivated way of cultivation and thought hard again trying to find the next way to choose. That's it. An era has passed. I am so lonely. Whenever an experiment fails, I will be bored and condense into a grain of sand in the white world space. I don't know how long it will take, and my empty, almost endless white world space is also filled with white sand. This epic times, I intend to take some different means of selection. I'm making progress, I'm learning, and even though I'm stupid, I've learned something after so much time. For example, things like the Colosseum. So, this time, in my plan, I plan to select the highest quality growable universes from the billions of universes, and then select some of the best top performers from this batch of universes. Whether it's a villain or a righteous one. I rounded up this impossible number of 10,000, and then sent them to the arena to fight, using the method of raising goo to select the strongest of the strongest. But this plan is not easy to implement. There are too many universes, and the abilities born in each universe are different, but it is their own power, external force, or wisdom. Only those who can survive are the strongest in my ideal. At this time, the sand from my experiments that failed each time can come in handy. They first come to the level 1 screening, and the strongest who are not strong will naturally turn into nourishment for the other strongest to absorb. To this end, I was busy again for a few epochs. Basically, in one day, I can bring 6 of the strongest in the universe. 18. Basically, in one day, the number of strongest people who were swallowed by the white sand in the white realm space was almost 5, *** 99999. Making up 10,000. I thought it was a very easy thing, but I didn't expect it to become the biggest problem now. However, I have patience and I can do it. Moreover, judging from my rich experience, this time, the possibility of picking out the Huang from these strongest. It is as high as 0.09%. What an amazing success rate this is. The odds are way beyond my previous experiments, and I am very confident in this plan. Every day I work diligently, I am not afraid of hard work, and I even slowly like this sense of accomplishment. Every time I capture the strongest person in the world, I am extraordinarily happy, and there is a glimmer of hope in my heart. That's it. I catch. Finally, I caught more than 9,000 pros and cons. It's getting closer and closer to the day when my final experiment is achieved. It's getting more and more exciting. One day, I caught a very special decent. He was nothing special at first, ordinary, but he had a very strange space escape method. Let him escape, but it's nothing. Time means nothing to me at all. I can still get him in. Sure enough, under the squatting guard of my billions of duplications, he fell into my trap again. But what I didn't expect was, he ran again. Faster than the last time. So irritating. But at the same time, I am a little surprised. His growth rate is too fast. Maybe he is the one I am looking for. But something unexpected happened to me again. when I captured a supervillain again and was going to throw him in the villain camp, but I suddenly found the number of villains seems to be a little wrong. Why is there one more? Eh? I should have no problem with math, but is there an extra man among the villains? How did he get in? This is my White Realm space? For the first time in my long life, I see a villain who has thrown himself into the net. I'm very excited. I've never seen someone come to my world on their own initiative. And this. It also proves that the man in white surnamed Luo is very strong. Yes, that's what I'm looking for. I rushed down with joy, wanting to use my own data eyes to review the man's identity. Then, I got beat 5.0. I'm so excited. I finally know what pain feels like. And then, I was ridden. I'm not so excited anymore, because that man called me White Pig. What the hell kind of villain is this? Fortunately, this is my world. I easily left the devil's palm, and to my delight, the decent black-clothed man who played in that space is back. Ha ha, it's so good. Wait. How did he get back? The master of the white world was instantly confused when he looked at the two parties with different parties in the North and South Poles. When I'm a party tube here. Cole. In the secret space of Baijia, several guards who looked like big-headed dolls flew out anxiously. You're finally back. Lord Master. You don't come back. I'm afraid these two guys are going to fall out. The big-headed doll guards don't have a name. They are just beings made when the white world dominates boredom. The whole body is made of white sand. The product of transformation has a vague meaning of five-dimensional life. Baijia dominates with a black face. Just like Carbon, he is not blind. He can see the situation in front of him clearly. But after living for so long, this is the first time that something beyond his expectations has really happened. Could it be that one of these two is exactly the person I'm looking for? The ruler of Baijia pondered in his heart, his eyes rolling, not knowing what he was thinking. He pondered for a while, looked at the two new starters beside his hands, and then smiled coldly. Whether it is or not, leave it to fate. It's about time. 35. The ruler of the white world clenched his fists slightly. Boom. The entire Baijia prison changed dramatically, and the space barrier that imprisoned all the prisoners disappeared. An indescribable force swept across the entire White Realm space, and in an instant, the space changed, and all the beings living in the White Realm space were moved over and condensed together. At this time, the true god dominated by the white world was revealed to everyone for the first time. I see myself. No. This should be a big trick. Everyone sees him and sees himself. 35. A Cosmos boss immediately reacted, smacked his tongue secretly, and peeped around vigilantly. At this time, the so-called regional separation between the good and the bad no longer exists, and everyone is close to each other, no more than 2 meters away from each other, and they are all watching the scene with palpitations. The final battle is really coming? Some villain bosses subconsciously put away their violent aura. At this juncture, no one wants to be targeted by others. After being locked up in Baijia prison for so long, those lawless and arrogant bosses also learn to be human with their tails tucked in at the moment. Otherwise, it's really not good to live. Shoo. The white space suddenly became extremely dark, and there was only one person who dominated the white world in the sky. At the moment, he was emitting thousands of rays of light, making people dare not look directly. In this space, he is the sole ruler of the Supreme. All the rules here are made by him. What did he say? What is it? Perhaps you have guessed something. Yes, the final battle. From now on until the end, only one living being is allowed to survive in this space, and that person will become the invincible strongest person in the universe, and at the same time will become my master, Huang. I don't want to say more. If you want to live, fight. You 10,000 people are all at the top of the universe, and now it's time to test you. Become wild. Or die. After Baijia Zhuge finished speaking, the atmosphere instantly became suffocating. Big guy, look at me, I'll look at you. Some are friends I met in Baijia prison, and some are old friends I met outside. At the moment, but let them fight each other? Haha. If nothing else, no one dares to be the first to act stupidly. It is not because they are not ruthless, but the first person to do it. It is bound to consume the maximum physical energy and energy. It is difficult to say whether they can persevere to the end. In an instant, everyone looked at Luo Xian and Luo Bing, the two most eye-catching beings in this space. They wanted to see what the two men had in mind. Wait, it's over? Bai Zuzu, are you not going to arrest someone? Bai Luo Xian asked in surprise. At the moment, Luo Xian looked very depressed, although no one knew what he was depressed about. To collect 10,000, this is my ultimate goal. If this experiment is still unsuccessful, I will change another method, hehe. Let's start. Bai GM Master Qing Mao said lightly, and then looking down with interest. Luo Xian in white. Damn it, you said it so early. If you said it earlier, I'd kill a few first, so that you won't get together. You're a jerk. Why didn't you say it earlier? Ruler of the White Realm. Enough. What are you still doing? Only one person can survive. You have made up your mind. And, I tell you, under my rule, by killing the opponent, you can get all the power of the opponent, which will make you stronger. What are you waiting for? As soon as this statement came out, everyone on the field was eager to move, and secretly they were already selecting opponents who could successfully raid. If I kill the flame element life and absorb his power, my strength will increase greatly. At that time, I will undergo 18 life evolutions, and at that time, I can't imagine how powerful I am. This is great. I can definitely become that Huang. A cold-faced elemental life looked vigilantly at the strongest flame element in the distance. And that guy is also looking at him secretly, and both sides regard the other as a stepping stone to advance. The atmosphere on the field became more and more strange. Luo Bing coughed dryly and asked with a smile, that, Xiao Bai, what the hell is Huang? Ruler of the White Realm. What kind of name is this little white called Roar? Calling a dog. Believe it or not, I will go crazy. I will kill you. I know this, Bai Luo Xian said. Huang is actually a realm, but I prefer to call it transcendence because it's easier to understand. The so-called transcendence means to transcend all rules, transcend time, transcend space, transcend all things, and even transcend own. The transcendent can roam wherever he wants. Basically, there is nothing he can't do. Unfortunately, the next one is a transcendence. That is Huang. Bai Luo Xian pursed his lips, seemingly helpless. You lied to a ghost. The ruler of Baijie glanced at Luo Xian with a cold eye, with a mixture of laughter and laughter in his heart, and he almost didn't laugh out loud. So, Luo Bing nodded. He has never known how far his strength has reached, and now he has another way of saying it at a higher level. Hashtag. When Luo Bing opened his eyes, no one noticed anything unusual about him. It was as if nothing had changed, and his aura had not increased in any way. Suddenly, many people changed their expressions when they saw him. Brother, what are you doing? Let's not brag like this. Also, even if you're bragging, then you have to spit out your breath to express your intentions. You just keep your eyes closed and open like this. How are you fooling a ghost? Some people whispered, although they felt that they were being played with, but they didn't dare to talk loudly, let alone make the slightest questioning voice. After all, that Luo Bing's strength lies there. He was someone who could throw a party during the blockade of Baijia prison, comparable to that of Luo Xian in white. Although they are upset, they are not stupid either. If this guy named Luo Bing is a hater who hates evil and will destroy your entire clan if he speaks ill of him, who will they turn to reason with? Although, now the master of the white world has said that it is time for a decisive battle of life and death. But they didn't dare to challenge this seemingly impossible man for the first time. Everyone has their own thoughts. They have secretly selected their opponents. As a big boss of level universe, they all have there should be caution. But it seems that no one has noticed the expression of the Lord of the White Realm, and it is impossible to say that. With their strength, it is naturally impossible to see the true expression of the Lord of the White World. That was just so interesting. His entire face now seems to be filled with various emotions, and even suddenly over-emotional causes imbalance, and then becomes facial paralysis. Others may not understand wild. The process of converting to wild is not clear at all. But he is fat and clear and understands. This is the task that he has shouldered since he was born. Shit. You must be kidding me. I absolutely don't believe it. This is impossible. The master of the white world has become autistic in his heart. He has been experimenting for many years, let alone becoming a wasteland, and he has not even cultivated a fake wasteland. Although the success rate of this experiment is as high as 0.09%. Isn't this special final experiment not started yet? What does this mean? Am I dreaming? I heard that low-level people at ordinary life level can dream. Am I metamorphosis into low-level people? Bai Ping would rather believe that his metamorphosis has become a low-level person than the fact that Luo Bing has become a wild. But for this, Luo Xian in white seemed to accept it easily. I always thought that you were originally a transcendence, but I didn't expect you to be advanced until now. It's amazing. When I became Huang, it took more than half a month. It was really exhausting. You only spent 1.53223 seconds? 35 by Luo Xian TSK surprised. I couldn't understand the man in black in front of me more and more. I, actually, have too much energy and have been in a state of obsession with exploding bodies. Luo Bing shook his head in embarrassment and smiled bitterly, then sighed. Actually, almost every day, I secretly release all the energy in my body, otherwise there is a danger of exploding. I've tried many seals layer after layer, but they're getting stronger every second, and I'm also very distressed. To tell you the truth, a few days ago, I created a record that I didn't expect, that is. Because of my unstable energy control, I destroyed my universe by more than 3,000 within a minute. Second rate. Maybe it's because I have destroyed the universe too many times. I am saving the universe that was destroyed by myself every day, so my current space and time law ability has reached a level that I can't imagine. Knowing that there is still a wildness on the divine realm, I couldn't help breaking through immediately. Sure enough, the energy in my body is not so violent now, Luo Bing said with an embarrassed smile. 3. Luo Xian in white, whose eyes gradually became dull. Brother, you figure out your position? I am the invincible boss of the universe? Aren't you going too far? Hey, you destroyed your own universe 3,000 times a minute? Where do you put my villain's face? Tell me, where do you put my face? I am now. The universe has not been destroyed once. I'm so P***********D. Bai Luo Xian growled, with a depressed look on his face, as if remembering something sad. Luo Bing. I didn't mean it, but, as the villain, it's a bit embarrassing that the universe has not been destroyed once. Definitely, I don't really advocate that the villain will destroy the universe, because it means my job volume will increase. I'm tired enough to deal with my own troubles, Luo Bing said, spreading his hands helplessly. After listening to Bai Luo Xian, he took a deep roar inhalation and let out a long sigh. Actually, at the beginning, I also wanted to be a good person, but I was forced to be a villain boss. 35. But my boss is too unqualified, Luo Xian said, his face gradually becoming more resentful. I don't know why I deliberately want to do evil things, but in the end, everything will weirdly turn into good things. How dare you believe this? Bai Luo Xian covered his face, as if a little ashamed. Luo Bing in black was stunned for a while, then he smiled. Are you laughing at me? Bai Luo Xian frowned, his face covered with haze. No. Don't get me wrong, I just think, every time I try to save the world, try to do good, it's always a little too hard, and, you know. Luo Bing halfway through the sentence, and then stop, the things after that don't seem worth showing off. Come on, it seems that we have a good relationship. Nua's good. It's a coincidence. Since that's the case, why don't we find a place to do it and talk? I've been so bored recently. Maybe this is the price of invincibility. Boring. Bai Luo Xian said, kicking open the door of the White World prison. Just had this idea. Luo Bing, dressed in black, nodded and smiled, making a gesture of please. Now, we all have stories, so, is there wine? The two said in unison, then snapped their fingers at the same time. The brilliance of the golden light fantasy and the brilliance of the black light fantasy flashed at the same time, and 2 pots of fine wine appeared in their hands. It seems that there is, haha. While chatting and laughing, the figures of the two passed through the black hole and disappeared under the eyes of 10,000 people. Tens of thousands of people still staying at the scene to prepare for the final showdown, counting by Chuan and the life of the intelligent, big-headed doll that he fabricated at will. There were still no less than 10,000 melon eaters left on the field. Leave, just go away? A certain shadow-shaped universe boss asked in his heart. No. These two just left so easily. Chaos Demon was full of question marks. I understand. Now the blockade of the White World prison is gone, so the space can be easily broken. It must be like this. A decent Cosmos boss slapped his forehead, and his smart head never had a single hair. You know the shit. People are the kind of people who come and leave when they want. Someone retorted, that person had the honor to attend the prison party a few days ago. Not to mention how impressive that scene was, it was the first time that he turned into a super fanboy of Luo Xian and Luo Bing. But isn't the master of the White World here? A certain big man with long hair on his head tilted his head, and his fierce face at the moment turned out to be extra cute. Listening to what he said, all the talents reacted and looked at the White World ruler in the sky with disbelief. Dominate the boss. Can you give me some reaction? This is your territory. It's not that you just announced the rule. You let people slip away before it even started. Do you still want to meet? Could it be that the master deliberately let them go? At this time, even the big-headed doll made by Fatty looked at his master in amazement. He didn't understand why the master had not responded. Is it asleep? Could it be? A certain decent boss let out a long sigh of wisdom. What do you understand, yet a 903 Athena? Prometheus from the small universe, looking at the incarnation of Athena, the goddess of wisdom in his universe, asked with a look of surprise. Before Athena spoke, another goddess of wisdom from the universe said with a sneer, obviously, only one person is allowed to survive here, and those two bosses definitely don't want to stay here and kill. Since they have the ability to escape from here, they are naturally unwilling to be pawns on the chessboard, said the goddess of wisdom. Don't say it's so nice, Métis. What is a chess piece on the chessboard? We're the trapped beasts in the Colosseum now. I can understand that the two people just sang and played so hard, just to relax the vigilance of the ruler of the world, and then join forces to escape from here. That must be the case. Fortunately, I was blown away by them, destroying the universe 3,000 times in 1 minute. I'm just drunk, I see. The title of my cunning god ancestor can be given to both of them. Yes. A man with a sullen face sighed, somewhat ironic. Come on, it's because those two people are gone. You dare to say that. When the two of them are there, you don't even dare to question. Originally serious, the White World space full of dead silence, a gossip soul instantly burned. Tony 3. Great thinking. Kakarot Vegeta. Dahanha number 1 from the 0524 Special Marvel Universe. 35. They suddenly realized a very serious problem. That is, did the two big brothers forget them here? After a long while, the Lord of the White Realm seems to have finally recovered, but his goal is still a little dull. Master, you've just been fixed for more than 20 seconds. Are you kidnapped by those two guys? Master, let's go get revenge? Catch them. 35 big-headed doll looked at his master very angrily. Fat White. What are you talking about? I don't want to die on me. Fatty Bai's face instantly turned gloomy, and with a wave of his hand, the two big-headed dolls beside him instantly turned into dust and disappeared into this world. It's hard to be fat now. Two masters. Who does he want to be the master? The key is that the two people on the other side don't seem to care about him at all, and he has no choice if he wants to recognize the master. Master Lord of the White Realm, is the duel about to start? Or do you want to wait for you to capture those two, or continue to gather 10,000 people? Someone asked boldly, swallowing hard saliva. Catch? Who to catch? Haven't all 99.98 of us already been there? A boss asked in confusion. What did I just say? I seem to be missing two people in my mind. What's going on? knocked his head. No, it has always been 9,998 of us. Just now, Lord Master said that 9,998 people are enough, isn't it? Okay, it's like, oh. Tony 3, 6. Great thinking. Kakarot Vegeta. Dahanha number 1 from the 0524 special comic, Bifa, Way universe. Did you notice? They seem to have lost their memory? Tony glanced and poked at Dachao beside him. Dachao nodded. It's not just them, but now my impression of Robin is a little fuzzy. What Robin? That big guy is obviously called Radish, okay? Is your memory so bad? Vegeta was speechless. Huh? What are you talking about? Isn't that %* hashtag at Big Brother? The one in black clothes, Sun Yukong asked curiously. Tony 3 sighed helplessly. What the hell are you talking about? Can't even remember the big guy's name? His name is Luo. 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 Tony 3 scratched his head, his eyes getting more and more confused. Their situation is better, but they can't remember the name of that person. Because they used to be friends, they clearly remember that his number exists, but the remaining thousands of people, even to their all impressions, are gone. The master of the white world did not forget it at all. He glanced down and realized something. This is the power of Huang. Weak people don't even have the qualifications to remember him, hee. It all depends on the personal wishes of Huang. Although Fatty Bai is tangled in his heart, it is a tangle of happiness. His life's task has finally been completed, but why is he not as happy as he imagined? Fatty Bai scratched his head and was a little confused, but he quickly put this confusion behind him. Looking at the thousands of people remaining under him, he smiled and showed kindness. With a wave of his hand, a dimensional black hole appeared before everyone. Go back, don't fight, pass through this black hole, and you will naturally return to the universe to which you belong, Bai Fatty said, and then changed into the void and disappeared in front of everyone. No need to fight? All the Cosmos bosses were startled and then instantly became excited, one by one, scrambling to cross the black hole and leave. Tony and the others probably guessed something, looked at each other excitedly, and then passed the hole directly without saying a word. In the void, Fatty Bai floated slowly by himself, with excitement, surprise, and excitement on his face. He's been waiting for this day for too long. Suddenly, Fatty Bai's face changed slightly, and the smile gradually disappeared. His expression gradually became confused. Huh? What am I doing? Why am I here? Has the experiment of this era finally failed? Damn it. I have to cultivate a wasteland. I failed again. This is a 0.09% success rate. Alas. It's okay. I have patience. I have time. I'm not going to rest. I'm going to work hard. I'm going to start the next experiment. This time, how should I experiment? Fatty Bai muttered and sighed dejectedly. Then, he turned around again and plunged into a dimensional space. Boy, do you want to be the strongest in the universe? Do you want Goldfinger or not? As long as you want it, you can open your mouth and I'll bring it to you. By Fat.
Hello, everyone. As we wrap up this video, I want to share a quick note. I have a Patreon account. If you'd like to support me and enjoy on-demand audiobooks, you can become a Patreon member. Alternatively, you can check out my Google Drive link, which has 500+ novel audiobooks available through my Ko-fi or Patreon shop. I appreciate your support.